more resources to the Auditor General to do special audits so that Kenya can save money, which is being wasted through corruption. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mary Emasi, the Honorable.
Thank you, Chairman. Nominee, my questions to you start from a statement you've just made to Kenyans, confirming that in the collapsed finance bill 2024-25, that indeed there were good clauses or good intentions for Kenyans. And that is why some of us who voted yes believed in incorporating the views of Kenyans through public participation, removing the bad and approving the good therein. Having said that, one of the reasons why we've been judged harshly by Kenyans, and again you've alluded to that, is the miscommunication. How we communicated the contents in the finance bill to Kenyans, which was surrounded by a lot of propaganda. Now my question to you, how best do you think that we should communicate to Kenyans? How best should we do public participation going forward? Because you are the one who is going to bring to us the next finance bill. Secondly, you've also spoken to the aspect of revenue raising. And you've said you're going to look at, have a dialogue with KRA and see how best to improve KRA. Do you believe by just restructuring or reorganizing KRA, we will be able to raise sufficient revenue to finance our budget? If not, what other revenue-raising measures do you intend to bring on board, because you're the one who will be bringing to us the finance bill? Last but not least, we have interns in KRA. Some of them have been serving for the last 3 years and just getting stipends. They have not been confirmed. Yet I'm also aware that KRA is understaffed. For them to realize the objective, they need to be staffed properly. What are your thoughts? What are you going to do about it? And finally, the last one.
One at a time.
The last one, Honorable
You've
Speaker.
hit two already.
Just the last one. Again, a nominee in the supplementary estimates one for 24-25. We have rationalized expenditure for all sectors in pursuit of fiscal consolidation. And this is adversely affecting some of the social safety nets that are likely to affect the most vulnerable members of the society. How do you intend to turn around the economy so that you cushion Kenyans to prevent negative impact on their welfare? Thank you.
Members, at least be conscious of your colleagues also queuing to ask questions.
Chair, my apologies. You know, we've worked with the nominee in the budget and appropriations, and we're also in the same line. So I had a number of questions. Thank you.
Divorce and due familiarity with the nominee, and interview them in the manner we have been interviewing others. Dawood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The nominee, Honorable Badi, the division of revenue for the county governments was reduced because of the failure of the 2024-2025 finance bill falling. And now, subsequently, the finance bill 2023 has been declared unconstitutional. Do you, in your opinion, think that again you will ask for the division of revenue from 380 billion going to the counties, going down again? Secondly, is the tax policy. Being an accountant of long standing, you know, there has to be, tax has to be simple and not be changing each and every other day. You have to give businesses time to recover, because I mean, if you change tax policy every other year, how do people plan on what they are going to do? Because that is the other issue. You talked about pending bills as well. You said they should not be paid, or you will have a system. What kind of system are you talking about? You're saying they will not be paid, or you will pay them, but in what manner will you pay them? Thank you.
Murugara as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, the Honorable John Bandi. To the eyes of Kenyans, you are actually the treasurer of the country. You are the one who is going to be responsible for everything that we treasure, especially our money. The first limit is, would you be able to take a stand and keep that stand firm? Will your yes be a yes and your no be a no? And if so, Kenyans know very well that the reason why we are where we are grossly is because of pilferage of public resources. And everybody knows what the Auditor General, whom you propose to be funded, has been reporting year in, year out. But not one, not two have been taken to court or any form of action taken where it is glaring that public resources are actually being wasted. If this committee affirms you to be the CS Treasury, can you tell Kenyans whether you would actually stand with them to have all thieves, corrupt people, everybody who has pilfered, being brought to book to take responsibility for that crime?
And answer those, Honorable Mbadi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Through you to address the questions raised by Honorable Massey. Honorable Massey, I can't overemphasize the value of communication, and I would repeat again that one of the weaknesses of the Finance Bill 2024 is that it was not explained properly. And remember, there was this tax on motor vehicle. No one could explain why it was necessary. The people, some of the people or speakers the government sent or Treasury sent to explain it even made a mess of the explanation by saying that this is to increase or enlarge the tax base. Yet almost every one of us who owns vehicles, we pay taxes in one way or the other. So communication is key. Public participation, I think National Assembly, Senate, we need to come up with a clear legislation on public participation. Given the recent events at the courts, we must. This is a priority, and I am looking straight at the majority leader and the minority leader. Then the Speaker, Mr. Speaker, kindly help the government get a legislation in place if the government has not prepared one already.
AG is working on one.
The AG is working on one, I hear. That is very good. So, yes, I don't want to say that there was propaganda or otherwise. You know, if the animal had become bad, Mr. Speaker, in the eyes of Kenyans, the Public Finance Management Bill 2024. So reasoning was thrown off the window, and everybody believed it should be defeated. So I think that is what, but that is because of the communication. On the issue of, so you see, at the beginning, for us to communicate effectively on any matter that comes from government, first there should be believability. I think trust level has gone down. We must build it. We must rebuild trust level. The government must rebuild that trust level. On revenue collection, there are many other measures, but the most important is we must clearly have a state-of-the-art system to collect our taxes. Other revenue-raising measures, I want to mention that we must now think through methods that would generate revenue off balance sheet. One of them is climate change financing. Climate change has a lot of money out there, 1.3 trillion US dollars. We must tap into that money to reduce pressure on the budget. My colleague and friend Honorable Duale's budget should heavily be funded from the climate change financing. Kenya has already applied and has succeeded in securing 259 million US dollars, which will go to 47 counties. It should also help us generate or create jobs for our youth. Another one is PPPs. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to say something about this. You know, we must adopt public-private partnership as a country. But this is going to be very difficult because already the public don't understand PPPs. You can see the issue of JKIA, Mr. Speaker. It's because the public does not understand PPPs. But PPPs is the route to go. We just need to be clear. We just need to have the framework in place. I must give capacity, because it is resident in Treasury, capacity to that department dealing with PPPs, not just look at the big projects. Mr. Speaker, we must also apply PPP even in small projects to reduce pressure on exchequer. For example, I'll give you an example, which I learned recently, that Kerio Valley Development Authority has a 2-acre land here at Upper Hill, and they had got a private investor to develop offices on that plot for government offices. That request was sent to the National Treasury, and it is gathering dust until they gave up. We must embrace PPP, not just for big projects, across level. And your guess is as good as mine why people focus more on big projects and not the small ones. Road sector, in terms of even maintenance of the roads, in terms of even developing new ones, but we must clearly do evaluation and see if they can work. There is the energy sector, even agriculture, irrigation, we can do PPPs, even the communication, all sectors of the economy, so that we reduce pressure from the exchequer. On staff at KRA, I think I dealt with this before, that we need to look at the staffing staffing of KRA and give them capacity and fill in the gaps. If there are people who have been serving on contracts for a very long time, it's not even, that is not even permissible in terms of human resource management. There is a period through which you can work as a temporary staff. On supplementary one, how do we turn around the economy? This one, I have a lot to say, but I don't want to say so much that I have, because it may take the whole day. Let me just, in 1 minute, summarize. Why is it that our economy grows at 5.6%, but is not felt? You need to look, Mr. Speaker, and assess where we have the economic growth in this country. It's mostly agriculture and social and services sector. Agriculture is known not to be very good in raising revenue for the economy. Not very good in raising revenue, world over. Why? Because it's largely informal. Now, we must treat agriculture not as an end in itself. We must invest in agriculture, but with a different mindset. We invest in agriculture to support manufacturing, because manufacturing creates more jobs, manufacturing grows economy much more. Vision 2030, our intention was by 2030, we hit a minimum of 10% GDP. We must do that by working on manufacturing. I want to leave it at that. On Honorable Daewoo's question, division of revenue, my view is we shouldn't cut any further the monies that we allocate to counties. Otherwise, we will kill devolution. This was a masterstroke with this constitution. We must, and we owe it to future generations to protect devolution at whatever cost. And that is why in the PFM Act, the moment we approve money to counties, you cannot reduce money that goes to counties, even if there is a shortfall in revenue collection. That was meant to protect the counties. One of the functions given to Treasury is to protect the county governments. And I would not fail in my constitutional obligation to protect the counties. Taxation, I cannot agree with you more. Our tax laws are sometimes too complicated, making it very hard for taxpayers. In fact, it is causing taxpayer apathy. One of the principles of taxation is simplicity, fairness, equity. Our tax system is not simple. In fact, I just forgot to carry. I wanted to read to this committee, Mr. Speaker, a provision in the, do I call it defeated or withdrawn finance bill of 2024? Clause 12, calculating minimum tax, top-up tax. You need to be a very smart accountant to calculate that. lot of formula, different jargons. You cannot have such kind of legislations and expect to collect revenue. So we need to simplify our tax laws and tax system. If there are, I'm going to work around and check the tax laws that are complicated, that are causing us to lose money. Because when taxpayers realize that it is very difficult and complicated and costly to comply, they will not comply. So we must lower the cost of compliance to taxation. Pending bills, will I pay or not? It is not even me to pay. Authentic bills must be paid. Bills that can be confirmed. And my comment is we must put a stop. Going forward, there should be no discussion anymore on pending bills. Let us deal with the historical bills and pay them. But going forward, let us not allow MDAs to accumulate more pending bills. And by the way, you'll remember, I have a constitutional mandate. Actually, it is in the statutes. If accounting officer fails to do what should be done, we can withdraw that power from accounting officer. And that power is with the Cabinet Secretary for Finance. So I am not scaring anyone, but let them be on notice that if you are not going to do what is provided for in the PFM Act, please, you will not be an accounting officer of the government of Kenya. On Mrugara's questions, will I be firm? This one I think Honorable Mugara has an answer. Because, you see, those who know me...
He wants to hear from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, those who know me know my level of firmness. That does not mean I'm disrespectful. You must know who your boss is. You must know where your loyalty lies. But loyalty does not mean that you must be a yes person. I have, in a number of occasions, disagreed with my party leader, who was my boss in the party. You wouldn't know about it out there. Honorable Junet would know. Family, but I don't talk about it, because then that would be disrespectful. So if I am told to do what I should not do, I will not do it, if it is not provided in law. Because my duty number one is to protect, safeguard the Constitution. I hope that answers.
Owen?
On the last one.
Yes.
On pilferage of public resources, I think this.
It has been in the streak
that
of
I
your
have
answers.
addressed even previously.
It has
Thank
been
you,
in the
Mr.
streak of your answers. Owen?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable John Mbadi. Two quick questions. One, VAT refunds and tax refunds is actually one of the loopholes that people use to pilferage funds in this in the government. And you're an accountant, you understand this. I've heard you talk about it. Now that you're in that seat, how are you going to ensure that we don't continue to lose funds through tax refunds, especially VAT refunds? What mechanism will you put? And courts have been used as a means to sabotage government, that people, if you must give back money to taxes, they rush to court, and a lot of money actually is held. Billions of shillings is held because there are court cases, and therefore government cannot access it. What are you going to do to unlock that money, reduce corruption in terms of VAT, and ensure that there's enough cash flow? Secondly, equally, I know you're a believer in constitutionalism. If you look at the Constitution, it's very clear. You have money for counties, you have money for national government. There's also another fund called Equalization Fund, for which many cabinet secretaries have never taken it seriously. And therefore, they pay counties, they pay national government, but Equalization Fund is put under the carpet. And actually, it is Treasury which manages it, unlike the other funds, and therefore they never, and yet Constitution is very clear on Equalization Fund, but this money has never, I think it was disbursed only once. If approved, John Mbadi, what are you going to do about it? And lastly, John.
Thank you.
This is very important.
Two questions.
This is very
you have
important,
asked.
Speaker, if you allow me. You have, in your career in Parliament as a public, I don't want to call you a politician, but a public service servant. You have disagreed a lot with a lot of the issues that have come from Treasury, a lot in Parliament. You have disagreed. Those are actually prepared by mandarins that you will find there, you know, and especially on finance bill and matters finance, you've agreed with them totally in almost everything, as you've been leader of a minority in. How are you going to change? Are you going to change the people? or you will become, you know, there's a popular saying that same monkeys, same forest. You know, are you going to be one of the monkeys now there? Or are you going to say, I want all the monkeys out and you become the bigger monkey and manage? Thank you.
Robert?
Thank you, Speaker. From skunks to monkeys. Now, Speaker, you'll allow me two quick questions, one on integrity and the other one on capacity of the nominee. And from the words of the nominee, trust level has gone down, and that's one of the problems we are facing. Now, this is a public office that you've been nominated to that requires serious public trust. I want to take you back. Today you've admitted that there are very many good provisions that were lost in the finance bill. In fact, you're looking for ways by which you will be able to redeem. But you on the floor vehemently opposed this finance bill. In fact, at every clause you said, reject the bill. So now, doesn't this make you appear pretentious, deceitful, and probably a master doublespeak? And why should Kenyans trust you? Because you've been on record and Kenyans watched and listened to you. Now, on the other bit, still on integrity, you know, we've had this case that one of your predecessors ended up in court on the issue of the dams, Aro and Kimwarer. I was in Parliament with you and we discussed this severally on the floor. These are payments that were made when, in fact, even the feasibility studies probably had not been completed. How will you make sure that this kind of payments will never again materialize from Treasury? And now on the issue of capacity, as Azimio, where you are a member until just the other day, we were alarmed by the Kenya Kwanza plans to increase taxes and borrow more, and we are saying we are not even seeing the development out of that money. Noting that Kenyans do not want punitive and excess taxes, and at the same time, the young ones have said they don't want us to borrow. Can you tell us how you will navigate that space?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, nominee, Honorable Badi. Honorable Badi, you are getting into Treasury, whereby our health sector is extremely underfunded based on the Abuja Declaration and the United Nations recommendation on how countries should finance the health sector. In Kenya, the health sector highly depends on donors, and the donor basket is shrinking, and United Nations is requesting countries to increase domestic financing. The challenge comes whereby the resources within the country are also shrinking. How do you tell Kenyans that they will enjoy universal health care and quality health care with the kind of scenarios I've explained, and how will you navigate to make sure that money sent from national government to county government, in preview that health sector is devolved, are in fence for Kenyans to get health quality service at the county government as a minister for, as a nominee, and if you are approved by this government, this committee, how will you make sure that the finances meant for health sector really goes to the health sector in this country?
You can answer those.
Thank you. Let me start with, Mr. Speaker, let me start with the questions directed to me from Honorable Owen Bayer, the Deputy Leader of Majority. On VAT refunds, Mr. Speaker, we have the tax, this is what we call the tax expenditure. It is costing us quite a bit, in fact, almost $500 million every year to refund taxes, a lot of which are fictitious. It means there is a problem with the system, and that system must be corrected. But again, I think we need to, as a tax expert, and Mr. Speaker, I think I'm one of the people who can explain clearly the difference between zero rating and exempt commodities in this country. But I don't want to bore you with those explanations. I just want to mention that I think we need to have a conversation whether those items which we need to subsidize through VAT so that we don't expose Kenyans to untold sufferings as a result of high cost of living, we may think of most of them go to exempt categories so that we avoid the zero rating of commodities, which result in tax refunds. Because tax refunds is largely, especially on VAT, as a result of zero-rated commodities. Yes, the prices will slightly increase because zero-rated commodities become cheaper in the long run if it is properly administered. And I want to be very careful there, because the zero-rated commodity, sometimes the benefit is not passed to the consumers. So we need to emphasize and have almost every item that we want to still subsidize under VAT under exempt commodity. Then you will eliminate the issue of tax expenditure in that line. The other issue is also on the advanced taxes that we pay. We must have a system that captures these advanced taxes properly so that when finally the taxpayer files returns, they don't claim tax refunds which they don't merit. Then we will minimize the issue of tax expenditure. On equalization fund, I can't agree with you more. This fund must be operationalized. I know there are some challenges. When I get to the Treasury, if you approve my nomination, Mr. Speaker, I will find out what are these challenges. I'm told there are issues about whether to use counties or areas. The Constitution actually talks about areas. It doesn't talk about counties. But we should also not spread it too thin, because we know it is stemming from Article 201, Mr. Speaker, where there should be inclusivity, there should be equity in developing our country, using our public resources to develop the country uniformly. So we should not spread it too thin. There are certain regions in this country which have been marginalized over the years, from Sessional Paper number 10 of 1965. Those regions deserve attention, and we had only 20 years to do this. I know Parliament can change that, but why don't we utilize that properly? So when I get to the Treasury, I will make sure that this fund is properly operational. Every year the money is released. It's not even a lot of money to attend to issues of health, roads, electricity, and water. It's only targeting 4 areas. Finally, on that matter, Mr. Speaker, I speak with passion because I know what marginalization is all about. Mr. Speaker, I recognize myself both as a Luo and as a Suba. My mother is a Luo, or the late mother was a Luo. My late father was a Suba. So because in our society, you take your father's ethnicity.
Patriarchal.
I'm so a Suba, so I am a Suba. Subas don't even constitute 2%, so we are a minority. I know what it means to be marginalized. I have been disagreeing with the National Treasury. No, I have not actually been disagreeing. I've actually
You've been holding just a different opinion.
Yeah, a different opinion. And by the way, now those opinions, we will have difference of opinion, Mr. Speaker, at the source. So it doesn't have to come to Parliament. Those opinions, the differences will now be at the source.
And they will be harmonized there.
And they will be harmonized, and I will finally, Mr. Speaker, take the same to the cabinet. I'm the one who will be defending these tax measures, or whatever it is, whether budget estimates, or it is BPS. I'm the one who will now be presenting them to the cabinet. I must present something that I'm convinced, I understand, and I agree with. But that does not mean that only my ideas will have to be taken. No, you must accept also to be advised. These people have wealth of knowledge. Some of them know probably even more than I do in matters of economics. So I will listen to them, but I'll take the responsibility. Honorable Mbui is now not trusting me. But Mr. Speaker, you know Honorable Mbui was actually my deputy for 5 years. And he knows that I can be trusted. On the rejection of the bill, Mr. Speaker, we understand the circumstances. Actually, we were responding to Kenyans. And I was actually, Honorable Junet is helping me by telling me the whip was applied. I am a very faithful and loyal member of it. By the way, I have been a member of the Economic Council of Azimio, advising the leader of Azimio on economic matters. And I was convinced that even though there were some good provisions in the bill, which I mentioned when I was contributing on the floor of the House, you gave me 5 minutes as the Speaker. And I said there are some good ones, but the bad ones now have made the good ones look bad. You know, and so the public made a referendum. There was a referendum, an official referendum by the public on this bill. Mr. Speaker, if you looked at the social space, everybody was saying reject. And since I am representing people, not stones, not animals, I had to listen to the people and do what they wanted, Mr. Speaker, by rejecting the bill. So there is no inconsistency. My trust level is still where it was on the Bumbui. And by the way, I don't think I'm not a member of Azimio. I am, only that I'm not an official of Azimio. I mean, I'm not holding any political office. I'm still a member of ODM, by the way. On Arawa and Kemwarer, that, I must say, contracts in this country, Mr. Speaker, and my stint as the chair of Public Accounts Committee has taught me something, that the contracts that we sign, especially financial contracts, are lopsided. They are helping the lenders more than they help the country. Why on earth would you start paying interest on money that you have not received? I don't understand it. I don't get it. And this is why I'm saying when I get to the Treasury, if you approve my appointment, my nomination, I will have to get the opinion of the Attorney General. Because you find a lot of money, Mr. Speaker. It will come in the report of Public Accounts Committee. We pay so much money on undrawn funds because it is provided in the contracts. And so those issues around Aurora and Kimwarera and such like equivalent projects, Honorable Mbui, have confidence, will not happen during my tenure. Finally, on Honorable Mbui, how would we navigate the lack of funds? We know there's lack of sufficient exchequer in this country, and that's why we have to divest and move to other areas which are off balance sheet, as I've mentioned before. But more importantly, our project management system. We have 437, Mr. Speaker, that is the latest data that I have, of stalled projects. This is where we have invested money, but they have become white elephants. We must value these stalled projects and see those ones which we can pick up, take them up, and complete them. Those which you can treat as sunk cost, and discontinue them. But, Mr. Speaker, there should be coordination between national and county governments. You find a huge government project, national government project, which was developed even from 10 years ago, in a county, lying there, yet a county government is constructing another state-of-the-art block of offices. Why can't we have a system where national government can surrender to county government some of these bills so that they can complete and use them? On Honorable Mule, Mr. Speaker, I'm trying to move fast. I hope I'm doing justice to all the questions. Honorable Mule, I know there could be underfunding. There is underfunding of the health sector. But I think health sector, we must look at it in totality. Before we even calculate how much we spend, we must find out how much national government is spending and how much county governments in total, 47 of them, because we have one country with 48 governments, which should be interdependent. So when calculating how much we spend on health, we should take it in totality and make sure that any money that is supposed to be devolved for health is devolved for health. We should not keep money at the national level here, implementing things on projects which should have actually been implemented by the counties, and have a coordination on how this is done. It may not be my exclusive, it may not be exclusive duty of this office that I'm supposed to get to. We have the Senate to oversight this. We have county assemblies, and we have and we have control of budget. We must work collectively. So that would address the issue of ring-fencing the money. We must allocate more resources to that department. Finally, Mr. Speaker, all this would only bear fruits if all agencies work together, including the the EACC and other DCI and other agencies which help us in fighting wastage of public resources.
Good. Russell. Honorable Dida Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable John Buddy, I think my entry is about the Treasury. reform in Treasury is really important. As it were, Treasury is being manned by, I think, 2 or 3 tribes. Kenya has 42 different communities. All of them should be represented where the national cake is being shared. Having said that, my question is on financial inequalities in this country, where most of the rural constituencies, communities, or areas are actually totally marginalized, and they are not part of the mainstream economy. The question is, if the House will give you the job, what are some of the initiatives you are likely to undertake so that places like Suba, Moyale, Mandera, Lamu are part of the mainstream economy of this country? Finally, is on what we call funds. People are keeping money in their homes because you are told, don't bank more than 1 million shillings a day. These are prescriptions, we are told, from the World Bank, the IMF, and the money is not in circulation in Kenya. And even in counties, where we are told people actually steal a lot of money there than in the national government, people are not banking money. What are some of the initiatives you are likely to undertake to make sure that actually Kenyans are confident that they'll be taking money to the banks, and it is more safer in the banks than when they are in their homes? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Abdi Sharia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mheshimiwa John Mbadi. And for me, there's a team called the pensioners. You can imagine they've been working for maybe over 40 years, doing a lot of good work, contributing to nation building. But unfortunately, when they retire, and expecting now the nation to repay them back and so that they can enjoy their retirement in peace, they end up following their pension payments, sometimes for years. What are your plans to ensure long-term sustainability of pension schemes and the timely payment of pensions to the beneficiaries, considering the growing physical pressures? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Ms. Shimbogo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I have 2 questions, but they're very simple. My question number 1 to the nominee, Honorable Mbadi. You have seen recently that there have been public unrest due to economic hardship. What specific policy will you implement to stabilize the economy and restore public confidence in the Treasury? Kenyans are saying that you have been given that docket knowing that there's no money in the national coffers. And one of the reasons they're saying that it is the appetite in terms of borrowing. Why do we borrow beyond the ceiling, which has been put using our regulation or other policies? Why do we borrow for projects which cannot finance itself? For instance, there's this project of SGR, where we took a big loan from the Exim Bank in China, and up to date, it has been a challenge for us to finance that loan. Why do we sometimes just borrow using foreign currency, and when our shilling goes down, it becomes a big challenge to us? Why can't we just know that, are we taking non-concessional loans or are we taking concessional loans? And why are we taking conditional loans which are not favorable to our country? My second question, it is on economic inequalities, which remains very high in this country, with significant disparity between urban and rural areas. And that is why we had the narrative of hustlers versus royal, or rather versus bourgeoisie. to me, inclusive growth strategies are needed to ensure that marginalized groups benefit from economic advancement. How will you ensure that economic growth will benefit all segments of society, including marginalized community, especially the youth, the women, and persons with disability? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Can we take Mukami as well?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. My question is that there are many unclaimed financial assets that have not been claimed by rightful owners. What strategies will you employ to raise public awareness of the existence of these agencies to the public? The other thing, I really wanted to support you regarding KRA. They were a very good system in KRA when they were recruiting the university graduates. And the government had invested a lot of money. In fact, they used to have even an intelligence department. And even those graduates were taken for training. Later on, I don't know what happened because all those graduates were fired. So what I would like to ask you, if you happen to get this chance, are you going to instate those people? Because they are trained, they know what they are supposed to do, instead of recruiting other.
You can answer those, John?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And honorable members, I'll start with the questions from Honorable Raso. On reforming Treasury, I think I talked about it, and I am committed to reforms at the Treasury. About 2 or 3 tribes manning the Treasury. Well, as a matter of fact, there has been discussion around this, and we are Kenyans. And if there are people who get positions just by virtue of being from specific communities, that should not be the case, and that should end.
But the context within which the question was asked was that then it also skews sharing of revenue. But sharing of revenue is not done at the Treasury. It's done in Parliament, isn't it?
That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, so, but...
where everybody is represented.
Yeah, but I think also on the issue of inclusivity, we need to be inclusive in all government ministries. Let's not just look at Treasury as alone.
Yes.
And by the way, Mr. Speaker, there was a talk that I'm most likely going to be the first cabinet secretary from my community. So that in itself, both, Mr. Speaker. I can't remember any other Luo who has ever been in that ministry. The only closest we came to is twice, when Tom Mboya was the Minister for Economic Planning, and when Anyang' Nyong'o was also Minister for Economic Planning.
And Adua
yeah, and Adua thrice. But National Treasury, no. But then that shows there's inclusivity, in my view. But yes, all ministries, there must be inclusivity. And in budgeting, Parliament does budgeting, and we are all represented in National Assembly. So there shouldn't be that discrimination. On financial inequality, I cannot agree with Honorable Raso more. We must find a system, and I'm going to ensure that is done, of equitable development of this country with the little resources that we have. Mr. Speaker, you've come to my constituency. Since independence, I will tell you, we have hardly. Now, in fact, the first time we saw a black surface in my constituency in terms of Tarmac Road was in 2017, when we had a small stretch, and then the work stopped. It's about 4 kilometers.
What would you say if you go to North Hor?
No, and I'm just giving you the example of my constituency.
Yes.
And I know it's worse even in other places.
Yes.
Where even having a Maram road that is usable is a challenge. So we must apply the resources of this country equitably. And that was the sense of devolution, but we must also make sure that the national government funds, which is still holding about 85%, is actually applied equitably. On the issue of keeping money at homes, we must strike a balance here, Honorable Raso. Yes, I know sometimes banks, because of the regulations and the policy that has been put in place by central bank, yes, that sometimes you go to the bank and your money, you know, sometimes I'm asked when my money comes from my SACCO, for example, Mr. Speaker, to my account, then I'm asked before I transfer it even to my wife, I'm told I must explain the source. And yet they could easily see this is from Parliament, this is from... So sometimes it can be discomforting. But we must balance that with international requirements, best practice. We are not operating in isolation, Mr. Speaker. Right now, through the Financial Action Plan Task Force, which is accepted internationally, and Kenya is a member of East and South African anti-money laundering group, where we have 22 countries. And actually in this August, Mr. Speaker, I am likely, if you approve my appointment, to chair a council meeting of ministers on this matter. We have set rules that we have agreed on, that we have signed to, so that we are accepted. Our financial system is accepted globally. If we fail to comply to some of what we have signed for, Honorable Russell, we stand at the risk of being blacklisted from the international market, and that has attendant consequences, which we would not want to get.
Nominee, you know, the issue
yes.
on Russell's question is actually not banks making it difficult for people to deposit money over $1 million. I think it has been revised to 2. It's still 1 million.
I think it's still 1 million.
The issue is that the banks have completely misunderstood the concept and the philosophy. Because what the concept was is that if it is suspicious, you don't stop anybody from banking the money. But if it's suspicious, then you make a report to the Financial Reporting Center or any other authority. So people should not be prevented from banking money simply because it's over $1 million. But the moment the bank manager finds or feels that this money may be from a suspicious source, receive the money, hold it in abeyance, then he report. Because it's very risky for people to keep money in their homes.
It's true.
And that again comes to what I think Kimani Ichung'wah or somebody else said, communication. Communicate to the public. If a trader in Kikomba, now they do cashless, but many traders in many places receive cash. 5 million, 10 million. But they are afraid of going to the bank because there's a list of about 20 questions. Yes. Yes, and this is a cash economy.
Yeah, and actually...
You must simplify this.
Thank you, I get you. Mr. Speaker, and actually it distorts our financial system completely. I agree. But Mr. Speaker, maybe allow me just to say 2 things in response to that. One is that I agree that this has been interpreted differently by banks, and we know why. I personally know why. It is because there was a period, remember the NYS scandals and those scandals, many banks were forced to pay fines. So banks became too cautious. So I think what we may need to do, or what I would do once in office, if you approve my nomination, is to have a meeting with the Kenya Bankers Association and also with the central bank, so that this matter is clarified, so that it doesn't become a bottleneck for Kenyans to bank, because the most ideal is for Kenyans to have money in their bank accounts. On the issue of pensioners, I want to also, again, which has been raised by Honorable Shuria, pensioners not being paid. Apart from the time lag between the time you retire to the time you start getting your pension, and I think we need to treat our senior citizens better. You know, you have offered a service to the public. Now that you are supposed to enjoy some of the benefits of the money that was saved, or you saved, or was saved on your behalf, you need to. Mr. Speaker, in the year ending 30th June 2024, we failed as a country to pay pension to the tune of 26 billion shillings. These are Kenyans who have retired and did not get their pension. This is a matter that I want to agree, and it is something that I'd already picked up, that we will make sure that we pay pensioners as and when immediately they retire. And this
You
can only
must,
be done.
if you get there,
Yes,
John Badi, even as an MP, which you still are,
yes.
I'm sure you know that when you go to your constituent's office or your home, about 10–20% of elderly people who visit you are carrying papers of unpaid pensions for 10 years, even more.
I have many of the messages here, Mr. Speaker,
Yes.
in my phone. So you are saying exactly what is correct.
Yes.
But Mr. Speaker, I am happy that we changed the system of contributing to the pension in this country, because again, the issue of sustainability comes about. The pension system that we have been running as a country was not sustainable, but with the superannuation scheme, we are likely now to keep abreast to the pension. But in the meantime, we must settle all the pensions that those pensioners who are eligible for receiving pension. And Mr. Speaker, I want to go to the questions raised by Honorable Mboko, Mishi Mboko, the MP for Likoni. There has been economic unrest. Let me call it unrest, largely attributable to economic conditions. Unemployment being key. Mr. Speaker, every government has a vision. We had the vision in 1965, the sessional paper. I remember when Kibaki came in, there was economic recovery strategy for growth and employment. That was 2003. Then we came to Vision 2030 in 2008, which has been broken down into 5-year medium-term plans. We are in the last medium-term plan. All these, if you look at them, especially now Vision 2030, which is operating at the moment or obtaining at the moment, it was anchored on 3 pillars. The economic pillar, at least 10% growth, which we have not realized. There is a social pillar on equity, or inequality, or inclusivity. And then there is also the political pillar based on democracy and accountability to the people. If we follow this vision and model our philosophy to actualize that, then we will address the problem of unemployment, which is the single most important challenge that we have as a country today. In 2019, our population census was at 47 million plus. Out of that, Mr. Speaker, 35 million was people or Kenyans below 35 years, 75%. And this is a generation we have educated through free primary education and subsidized secondary education from 2003. Very ready for the market, no employment. That is why I was saying we need to shift our attention from using agriculture, which is the main driver of our economy, as an end in itself, to providing raw material for manufacturing so that we can create more job opportunities. With that, then we will be able to address this economic unrest, if I may borrow your word, Honorable Ms. Shimboko. And again, on economic inequalities, we need to, I am already thinking that World Bank is funding, although it is a loan, but very concessional loans, the social safety nets. We need not to put too much pressure on our expenditure. To free that money for other development activities, we get the World Bank to fund some of these safety net measures to remove inequalities that we have, even as we invest more money to the rural areas. Remember, both parties, let me repeat it again, the Kenya Kwanza has this belief on value addition, but also ODM and Azimio had a belief in investing in rural economy through making sure that we have even markets in rural areas, that we open up rural areas for development. If you do that, you will minimize and reduce inequality and create more jobs. Honorable Mukami asked about unclaimed assets. I must admit that personally, I have not engaged a lot with this Unclaimed Assets Authority. But if there are reforms that are needed to ensure that it lives to its mandate, statutory mandate. I will make sure that that is done. That the reforms are carried out and capacity is built into that authority, so that Kenyans who are still there and can get what is left behind by their loved ones get them their dues. They should trace those who should benefit from some of these unclaimed assets. But the amount.
I think what you should, if you get there, that is, improve is how to manage those unclaimed assets.
Yeah.
Take, for example, a person dies intestate, unmarried, but has relatives. You had a bank account to which you are the sole operator. You've left money there. The Unclaimed Assets Authority should get the banks to give them the details, which must be available, so that they publish for the next of kin of such fellows to come forward. But what they do is they just treat it as unclaimed assets and proceed to take the money. And that is not right. There is nobody in this country who has no relatives. Not in Africa.
And Mr. Speaker, since this is a state enterprise or state corporation under my ministry, I will make sure that that is done. Actually, recently, I saw what one bank did. I will not give more details, but one bank reached out to beneficiaries of someone who died about 8 years ago, and they were still holding their money, and the beneficiaries came forth and got their money back. So that is what we should do with this authority. Finally, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, on Mukami. Yes. No, the other one, she actually agreed with me on the recruitment of staff.
Yeah, the other one is about the graduates who were trained.
Yes.
And they were fired.
KRA.
Yeah, in KRA.
Yeah.
And regarding the system, because now you know what is happening. You can imagine the KRA officers are going loud, correcting taxes from hairdressers, mama boga, and yet there were systems. So that is why I was asking whether you reinstate those people, because the government had taken them for training.
Yeah, I actually said that there was a system in place of training graduates, and I think it was a very good system. Honorable Mukami agreed. Yes. As to reinstating those who probably should have remained on the payroll, that I cannot give a promise until I understand. Yes. You know, there are human HR issues and the legal issues. Unless I get to understand the technical issues, I may be talking about something that may not be tenable.
Chairman, I'm sorry, but part of my question was not answered. Chairman, I had asked in the issue of the ceiling on borrowing, and also I quoted one example of a borrowing which we did on the SGR project, where we borrowed a lot of money from Exim Bank from China. I've raised this issue because I don't want to see you repeating the same mistake which was done during the last regime, and that is why we're having a lot of challenges now financing that loan to China Exim Bank. You didn't say anything about that.
Although he had already said many things about commercial borrowing and concessional borrowing.
Maybe just to summarize it by saying that public project investment management is a challenge. And I said I will make sure that we are investing on viable projects, whether it is from local funds or borrowed funds. And I also mentioned, Mr. Speaker, if you can recall, that we will be linking loans to specific projects and making sure that the expenditure is, public procurement is followed and done prudently, efficiently, and economy for money of the shilling is realized.
Let's take the last one from Amisi.
That was it.
Yeah. Caleb?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
One question.
Yeah, for being last, give me two, kindly. Thank you, Speaker. You know, also, I get the opportunity to listen to the entire interview when you are last, and you seem to be a person ready to disturb the stubborn status quo at the Treasury. But, you know, the former president of US think it's Harry Truman, once said that he actually had a plate like this one at his desk and written there, the buck stops here. So you might consider having such a plate on your desk and you write there, the buck stops here. Because, Mr. Speaker, the reason why you are in this job is actually from the Reject the Finance Bill. So you are going to be at the center of budgeting and the financing for that budget. One of the ways of raising, we've said the revenue from the loans, borrow either domestically, externally, or grants. There is the aspect of domestic borrowing from the diaspora. I've studied 3 countries, Tajikistan, Nicaragua, and the Philippines, and even India. They have one of the highest diaspora remittance. And in fact, for Philippines, almost 35% of their GDP is from diaspora remittance.
26%.
26.
Yes.
Some countries are as high as 30. I've studied them. In fact, I'll give you a report. You also study. And if you can also zero down to diaspora and make something like a diaspora bond or diaspora infrastructure bond, where the government borrows from it, and the diaspora, because you see Kenyans demonstrating in London, because they have an interest in this country, wherever they are. So they fail to remit that money and invest here, and invest elsewhere. So we can tap into the global flow of income, basically, because we don't have the oil, we don't have the natural gases. So how do we maximize? That's something that I want you to really explain to me. And the last one, Speaker, at the aftermath of the World War, 700 delegates met in Mount Washington in Britain, New Hampshire. And they developed an international system. And that's where now the International Bank of Reconstruction and Development came in. The IMF came in. The purpose was for reconstruction for the World Bank. On this other hand, the IMF, the purpose was to stabilize currencies of various countries, stabilization, and to balance of payment. But this system has saturated our domestic policies. They have saturated our physical and the monetary policies. So much so that a minister sitting at Treasury has World Bank in his head. He knows that in absence of this, I rush to World Bank. It's no longer a port of last call. It's now a port of first call. How do we dislink our development path from the continuous dependence on the Bretton Woods institutions that were there to reconstruct Europe and Japan after the World War II?
Nominee, answer those quickly. We are running out of time. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Go ahead.
Do I proceed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Caleb Amitsi, the MP for Saboti, has actually noticed that I'm going to, and very ready to disturb the stubborn status quo at the Treasury. You could not be more right. Mr. Speaker, I am sure that His Excellency the President did not appoint me just to continue the business as usual at the Treasury, because then there would be no need to make changes. You'd have just continued with the person who was there. So I have an assignment to do. I will discuss with His Excellency the President on how to help reform the Treasury and to do it properly, and together with the Cabinet. On domestic borrowing and diaspora, I had a lot on how we can borrow more funds, whether green bonds, blue bond, and floating diaspora bond. It's only that the time limitation, I could not mention all of them. But I want to agree with Honorable Caleb Amitsi that that is an area that we can tap on. And even look at ways of reducing transaction costs for diaspora remittances, because that's one of the reasons that you hear them complain a lot about. On IMF, by the way, I want to be very clear on IMF. IMF will never invite themselves to a country. We do invite them and agree with them on a program. There was a period we were not under IMF, but because of challenges occasioned largely by COVID-19 and the drought in the region, and also the global disturbance of the supply chain and all that, we then went back to IMF in 2020, 2021. But I have looked at what are these conditionalities. You know, sometimes we may blame IMF for nothing. We have agreed with them on a program, Mr. Speaker, that for us to tap onto that loan, what we must do, in fact, is one key thing: revenue mobilization. So we just need to agree on how we can convince IMF for the period that we are going to be under their program, which I don't think should be long. We must move to a system where we divorce ourselves from IMF and start depending on ourselves as we were before. But that we can only do by allowing, by doing what can be done in the interest of the country. They want us to maintain a deficit of no more than 4.4%. That's what we have agreed on currently. But we are moving towards, and we must move towards a budget deficit in the region of 2.5 to 3%. I know government has talked about 3.1. We can sustain a budget financing gap of 3%. With that, you will not need IMF intervention. And Mr. Speaker, I said, I want to end with that if we increase, we take back, don't even go to the ambitious 25% that we have set to ourselves of tax revenue to GDP. If we can take it back to 18%, we will be adding to this, to our exchequer, not less than 600 billion. And I think it is achievable. I believe it will be done.
Thank you, nominee. A quick run in a few issues thrown at us by the public. Some you have already spoken to. Are you aware that interest rates on loans are all-time high? What will you do to save Kenyans from exploitation by banks? Does Mbandi believe in single portal for tax revenue collection? How do you plan to position internal audit department to deal with zero-fault audit? Confirm or deny allegations of corruption at the University of Nairobi? I don't know whether when you are there or now, they're not saying. What are you going to do on unpaid refund from KRA for insurance agents? How will you expand tax base on how will you reduce tax evasion and increase compliance? Prioritize payment to UHC and JSS staff. Will you do that when you get in? How will you deal with late capitation to schools? Whether you will make public contracts like SGR with with Kenyans, because Kenyans have been asking for that, just as you have said that you will make public debt public. Housing levy, will you tell Kenyans where this fund is domiciled? Is it in consolidated fund or is it in treasury bonds? Those are from the public. There is also, how will you promote the informal sector in Kenya? For instance, would you propose that all government offices procure locally manufactured furniture? Do you think that certain parts of the 2010 Constitution have contributed to a high public wage bill compared to GDP due to an excessively large administration? For instance, there are over 450 MPs, 1,500 MCAs, 47 county governments. If this is the case, what are your thoughts? Would you recommend that the president proposes a referendum to reduce the constitutional overload of the administration? Those are members of the public listening into this conversation. If you can deal quickly with those, I have only one question for you of my
Chairman, there is another one regarding money laundering. What are you going to do about it?
So if you can run through all those. Some you have already talked about. You can.
Yeah. Actually, even the question by Honorable Mukame, I think I talked about that.
You did.
We are even hosting a regional body. Kenya is trying to comply.
Yes.
By the way, I would have talked. Mr. Speaker, I'll just pick on a few. Interest rate, I think
Those
we talked
members
about.
of the public watching these proceedings, and I think that's very good.
Interest rates is high. It's now at 13.3%. It has moved up. But part of the reason why monetary policy, CBK came up with this monetary policy was to reduce inflation. You know, it was at a point when inflation was very high. Our inflation had reached 9.6, 9.7% in 2022 October. So it had to come down. We had to cool the economy.
Yes, Junet?
The Speaker, nominee, interest rate is not at 13%. 13% is the CBK monetary policy rate. But the interest rates now banks are charging us 20%, 21%.
20 plus.
20 plus, not 13, Chairman.
Thank you, Honorable Junet, for helping. By the way, you know, when accountants...
You know, Junet is a trader, so he knows.
Yeah. When accountants talk about interest rate, we only talk about the CBK rates, the interbank lending rates and all that. So the rate, the base lending rate is at 13.3%. Let me make it clear. And that gives rise to even 20% charged by banks based on risk assessment. So this was done to cool the economy. But I think when I made my initial contributions, I said it has reached a point where we have to now balance between controlling inflation and making money available to the private sector. Mr. Speaker, you remember there was a time banks were chasing us all over the place to take money using pay slips. It's not there anymore. Why? Because government has become the single most important customer to banks. So it is between chicken and egg. Which one comes first? Do we cut on our expenditure? Do we reduce money that we borrow domestically first? Or do we reduce the rates first? So those are the issues that we need balance. So I'll have a meeting with the Central Bank and Kenya Bankers Association to address this matter. If I am confirmed. Yes. Mr. Speaker, on internal audit, I can't agree more. Again, we must use our internal audit to improve efficiency in financial management. And internal audit is resident at the Treasury. This issue of corruption at the UN, I saw it on some email that was sent to me. And the allegation was that I used...
The same person.
I suspect. Yeah. That while working at the University of Nairobi, that I used the university funds to campaign. Probably the person who has sent that message is not alive to the fact that I left university and went elsewhere, worked for 3.5 years before I became a member of parliament.
You said so.
Yeah. So I left university in 2004. And actually, I resigned and got my pension back. It was 218,000. If I stole their money, they would have not paid me my pension. I think that's, to me, someone who probably is wondering how I made it to Parliament. And I didn't have, I didn't have money. Your
competitors, just go on.
Yeah, but I want to tell him that I was that I was the least endowed in 2007. Actually, they used to make a joke that I was campaigning with a bicycle and made it to Parliament because of trust that the people had in me. Late capitation to schools, this is all about availability of revenue. We must make money available and pay capitation, pay pensions, pay CDF. Remember, we have rolled over 13 billion from last year's NGCDF. I personally, Mr. Speaker, am a proponent of National Government Constituency Development Fund. I support it fully because this is money that has revolutionized education in rural areas. You go to my constituency, the constituency I've represented for 15 years. Before CDF, we didn't even have primary schools. They were there by name, but there were no classrooms. Right now, you can see what it has done, and many others. Contracting, making public the contracts, that I started by saying we must be transparent and communicate what we do as a country. Housing levy, I don't want to really talk a lot about this housing levy because I still need to understand how it is operationalized, where the money is resident, and all the challenges around it we must deal with because it is my duty if I'm confirmed. It is my duty to make sure that this money is properly accounted for. Promoting informal sector, I think I talked about that.
Yes, you
In terms of wage bill contributed to by the Constitution, that is true. Mr. Speaker, this Constitution is too expensive. I know the counties had been given, but Mr. Speaker, truth be told, we should have had these counties as agents of devolution for development, but not government. We should have had bigger governments. Where you have now, you go to Vihiga, Mr. Speaker, it's a county with governor, deputy governor, you have CCs, 10 of them, you have county assembly, you go to Busia,
Chief officers.
It's the same, chief officer, all that. You go to
Sub-county
CIA.
administrators.
Yeah. And you
ward
see,
administrators, village administrators.
you name it.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, there is even a clamor. Is it viable?
Mary wants a county.
Mary is calling for the Teso County. Let us face it. If we could have a system where we have regional governments, and then now devolve resources you can devolve as much as you want. Look, we have devolved CDF with a fund manager there with a very few skeleton staff, and it is working. We could do the same with the devolving resources. That is what Kenyans wanted. But these big governments with big cars, with flags all over the place, I think we overstretched ourselves. But that is upon Kenyans to decide. It is not John Mbadi, either as a cabinet secretary or even a member of parliament, to decide for Kenyans. Kenyans will make that decision.
Thank you, John. I'll ask you two questions. One, we were told by one of your colleague nominees that in the road sector alone, we have pending bills of 166 billion.
Yes.
Out of which 92 is actual debt or bills, and the rest is interest and penalties.
Yeah.
Now, in the event you get this position you are looking for, would you take time to negotiate with the people you owed the money to compromise on interest and penalties so that you reduce the weight on the exchequer? Number two, the PFM Act is very clear, and we passed it in this parliament, that no procuring agent can procure goods and services unless there's an attendant budget and funds. How are you going to ensure that this is enforced so that we don't run into these problems of pending bills? Because if you have an attendant budget, you procure goods and services, on delivery or completion, you pay. What are you going to do?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to agree that we will have to negotiate the interests and penalties that have been charged on various contracts. I am aware of that bill by the ministry. That is actually State Department for Roads. If you go to our records in Parliament, Public Accounts Committee had requested the Ministry of Roads to provide information on pending bills, analyzed, categorized in terms of principal sum, interest, and penalties. And we have that information in Parliament. I'm sure my colleagues will submit a report to the effect. We actually were recommending that the government negotiates with these contractors on the interest and penalties. But that you can only do if you show willingness and you show intention to pay. So I will work with the Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Infrastructure to make sure that we clearly demonstrate an intention to settle these bills. Road construction has stalled across the country as a result of this. And I will tell you, my constituency, where I come from, is one of them, as one project which has just stalled because of this. So we need to do this across the country so that the road construction resumes. Because we have already invested money in these roads. We can't continue keeping them. But we have constraints. Look at the budget of roads, Minister. In fact, I was saying that that budget, at the rate of 50 billion, the pending bills alone, you may require not less than 3-4 years. But then if you have to finance all
In
committed,
fact, Churchill told us committed road projects
that's actually where I was heading.
are 1 trillion.
Yes.
Yes.
If you have to commit to, for all commitments, you need 20 years. Committed roads, that is roads that have been started, their value, if you sum all of them across the country. So it's terrible. There are some initiatives which I think we should promote, where we get some of this road infrastructure done through PPPs. But there is also an initiative to negotiate, if the terms would be favorable, with some of the contractors that are coming from specific countries to take up this if it is within our budget ceiling, loan ceiling or debt ceiling, to take them up. Like the Chinese government has so many contractors around here who are doing roads using GOK funds. Currently, there are very few road projects done by loans from China. They are all working on roads funded by GOK funds. So we need to explore that. Finally, on procurement without budget, Mr. Speaker, this is again another problem. And the problem is not entirely that there is no budget. The budget is not there, but there is no money. The exchequer releases come late. Why? Because we are not able to collect. We don't have money. So we must just cut our clothes according to our sizes. That is the starting point. The planning we must have, and someone asked about the planning in one single portal. There is a disconnect between planning and budgeting. We need to synchronize. And this is the same ministry. We must ensure that we link planning to budgeting, to cash management, so that we don't commit ourselves into purchasing or contracting when we don't have the capacity to pay.
We have grossly overshot the time. There are some people watching from US who have sent these 2 questions. What is your view on the potential of blockchain technology within the financial sector, particularly in light of the blockchain technology report to 2020? Would you support the adoption of this technology? The next one, in light of the increasing global uncertainties and economic volatility, gold reserves have become more crucial in safeguarding national wealth and ensuring economic stability. Elaborate on how you would propose leveraging gold reserves as a reliable store of value in the current and future economic landscape. Additionally, would you explain any strategic measures that can be considered to enhance the role of gold in Kenya's financial system? Take at maximum 2 minutes. These are Kenyans watching these proceedings from the US. Pardon?
The first one of the blockchain, Mr. Speaker, I must admit that I need to understand it better. And
that is an honest answer. We understand.
We need to get what it is. If it is something that
don't
can
also
help
know it.
the country,
I also don't know it.
The better. On leveraging on gold reserves.
We'll need somebody to teach us about it.
Do we have an ICT person around? But don't you worry, Mr. Speaker. Now that's broad.
There's a nexus between finance and ICT.
We will.
CBK, maybe when you get, if you get approved, CBK should be able to sort you.
Yes. Okay.
That's why I was saying that don't you worry, I will get...
On the gold reserves, just say yes or no.
Yeah, gold reserves, that actually we need as a country to move towards even establishing sovereign wealth funds, and gold reserves can help us in that. Yes. And those are areas, those are emerging areas that we need to look at. Thank you.
Thank you. Lastly, John Badi, as a nominee, I have some few mundane questions for you. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, at the moment.
You said you resigned.
Yes.
Can you tell us your net worth?
My net worth, Mr. Speaker, is 380 million. And Mr. Speaker, my net worth, the difference between, I saw some of my colleagues have done their calculation differently, but my understanding of net worth is it's assets less liabilities.
Liability, yes.
So if you take all the assets that I have, and I wish I had my file here.
I've seen your calculation.
Yeah, it's 308.
You have 437.
Yeah, 437
less 57 million liabilities.
Yes.
You are 380.
Yeah, and the liabilities is mortgage within Parliamentary Service Commission.
SACCO loans.
About 31, about 20 million, or about. And finally, there is the KCB Bank loan of about 12 million. Yeah.
We received 43. We received 34.
The only deferred income, Honorable, sorry, Honorable, the only deferred income I have is I have some yeah, I have two now, but the one for Parliament, I don't know. The pension, I don't know how much it will be, so I didn't.
It will be calculated.
But there's one which I have with ICA of about 6 million.
Your pensionable now it will be calculated.
Yeah.
It will be just below 200.
Thank you.
Chair, I was mentioning that because of the challenges Kenyans have had with this matter, because like now his deferred income next year would constitute part of his net worth, or rather when it matures.
Yes.
And most likely, if he's approved or if he goes through another vetting, Kenyans will want to know
how did your wealth grow?
How did your wealth grow?
I will be able to explain that, Mr. Speaker.
So, nominee John Badi, we received 34 memoranda against or about you, some saying it was right to be nominated, others not. And there are 3 particularly that just involve around, I think, parochial conflicts within your political setup, but you have answered all of them. So we will be, there's some things that clearly look parochial, how you quarreled with people in political meetings and so on. So we've also looked at your documents and cross-checked with what we have, and we found them correct. So unless you are lawfully held, you are released to go to your other duties.
Thank you.
Today is your Sabbato.
Yes.
So you can go to church.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I requested for my date to be changed, but the only time which was available was still Sabbato.
Yes.
Because it was 7 p.m. yesterday.
Yes.
And according to my faith, from 6 p.m. or thereabout, already Sabato imeingia. So, but I treated this as kama, is it donkey ama ng'ombe imeanguka kwa shimo?
Yes, lazima utoe.
Yeah, but thank you, Mr. Chairman, together with the members of Parliament, members of the committee, for giving me this opportunity to appear before you and present my case. I have done my best. Thank you.
Thank you. Sergeant, you can escort the nominee. Thank you. Pardon, we'll give you 5 minutes. And let me also say this. Of course, this was a candidate of immense interest, given the importance of the docket. There will be others with less immense interest. So we'll recover the time we have overshot with the next or the other. Yes.
hata kama atainua mkono lakini
Easy question. Hapo kwa mweshi kila saa inasaulika.
Sasa 1 2 1 2 unasikia? One two. Okay. Let me check the cable. So. Masi. Ama sikusikia kitu Masi?
No, Irene.
Okay, nimesikia vitu zangu. Irene.
Nimeweka.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Good evening, Mr. Speaker. Tunajicho
Yes, yes. It's a job exposure. Actually, this guy, this guy. Nani anafuata? Saibu. If he follows actions, you're safe. I think it's very good. Very good. Panisha juu kidogo. I think my committee commercial.
Honorable members, we have quorum. Welcome back. Our next nominee is one Salim Mvurya Mugala. Sergeant, you may bring the nominee. Take your seat. Good morning. Good
morning, Mr. Chairman.
You are Salim Mvurya Mugala, EGH.
Yes.
Welcome to this Committee on Appointments to interact with us so that you can be assessed by this Committee of National Assembly on your suitability to hold the office to which you have been nominated by His Excellency the President. We'll start by administering an oath. You may choose to use the Bible, the Quran. I think there's also an Indian holy book.
The Quran.
The Gita. Yes, the Quran, so you may be upstanding. Take the Quran in your right hand and recite the oath that the sergeant will show you.
I, Salim Mvurya Mugala Mvurya, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under this consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me Allah.
The next is if you have your documents, pass them on to the clerk to cross-check with what we have on you. We'll start by introducing ourselves. I'm the chairman of this committee, Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Gladys Boss. On my left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite the honorable members of the committee to introduce themselves. Naisula.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Nelson Koech, MP Belgut.
David Kosing, MP Pokot South.
Gikaria David, Nakuru Town East.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daud, MP North Imenti.
George Gitonga Murugara, Tharaka.
Owen Baya, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, Kadiani.
Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
Dido Raso, Saku.
Abdi Shurie, Balabala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami.
I'm Caleb Sabot.
For the record,
Kimani Shongo.
for purpose of these proceedings, you'll be referred by everybody as nominee. So nominee, introduce yourselves by name, educational background, work experience, and your key competences that make you believe you are suitable for the appointment to which you have been proposed in under 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and honorable members of this committee. My name is Salim Mvuria Mgala. I have a master's degree. I also have a bachelor's degree from Egerton University. I also did my KCSE at Mpeketoni Secondary School and primary school at Maveriverini Primary School.
Mpeketoni in Lamu.
Yes, Mpeketoni in Lamu. Mr. Speaker, I come to this vetting session also having served as the first governor of Kwale County, and I also worked different positions in international non-government organizations. I also come to this vetting committee as the immediate former cabinet secretary, mining, blue economy, and maritime affairs. I come to this committee, Mr. Speaker, having served the public for over 10 years. Mr. Speaker and members of this committee, I also have leadership, management, and administrative skills that are part of my competencies for this process. I come to this vetting committee also with a formidable track record of performance in different spheres of the public, having transformed the county of Kwale socially, politically, and economically, and also having provided leadership in key reforms in the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs. There are quite a number of details, but because of time, I want to present myself before this committee and before Kenyans as a candidate, as a nominee who has the formidable requisite experience to manage the affairs of the Ministry of Investment, Trade, and Industry. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to ask the first question.
Honorable Mvuria, I will ask you questions, one relating to where you're coming from, so we know how well you performed from your previous Ministry of Mining and Blue Economy, and then to the ministry that you're going to. First, I'll start. I would like you to tell us about the key deliverables that can be attributed to your tenure when you were the CS for Blue Economy, Maritime, and so on. You know, taking into account some of the issues that are raised, in 2023, there was unexplained deaths of cage farmers in Lake Victoria. You know, what did you do about that? There was also, when you came into office, there had been a report in 2019, the performance audit report on monitoring of mining operations by the State Department of Mining. And an act of parliament, the Mining Act, had been passed when you came into office. So Kenya said that, the report said that currently only 1% of our GDP is attributable to mining, yet it should be as high as 10%. And another thing that was raised in that report is that we've had mines that have not been restored, which has become areas of criminal activity. There's also been deaths around unlicensed and properly regulated mines. So how did you work when you joined office to enhance the sector's oversight, improve licensing conditions, and to ensure that we have responsible mining practices? On where you're going, I'm reliably informed that the Ministry of Trade, where you're going, also has Kenya Bureau of Standards under it. Tell us what you will do to ensure that you curb the issue of counterfeit products and substandard products and contraband products coming into our country, particularly ethanol, which has caused the big challenge of illicit brew, because people are smuggling the ethanol through Uganda and Tanzania, because I think the duty in Kenya is much higher. And lastly, also the banned pesticides that are banned and have been confirmed to cause cancer that are coming through our borders and are being cleared by KEBS. Thank you.
Nominee, you can answer those.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair and Honorable Gladys, for the questions that you put before me. First of all, when I reported and assumed office at the Ministry of Mining, Blue Economy, and Maritime Affairs, this was a very new ministry. The three topics have been there before: mining, fisheries, blue economy, but in terms of having it as a ministry, that was the first time. So I did provide leadership in carrying out key reforms to ensure that that ministry can achieve the mandate and also can make a contribution in the economy of our country. And the first reform that we carried out was the reform around licensing. Before the reforms, licensing was very haphazard, and therefore what has happened now is that we have now an organized licensing system where investors apply through the online cadastre, and then we have structures that review and recommend licensing. And even as I left office, the process of licensing is up to date, and it is now working according to procedure. As a result of that, the moratorium was lifted in October last year, and licenses over 1,200 are now getting processed without any challenges. The second thing that is key for reforms is the testing and sampling. Investors had a lot of challenges, you know, on testing their products, and therefore I led reforms that have now devolved 8 labs across the country. So now we have decentralization, and investors can easily now do their testing across the country. There's one more that is still under reform, the Madini House, which I also had committed to the committee at that time, and it is also in good progress. I also provided leadership in instituting reforms on value addition, and as we speak, we have quite a number of investors across the country that are doing value addition, because exporting of raw minerals denies the country a lot of revenue and jobs. If you go to the Western region, for example, we have an investor in gold refinery, 5.8 billion. In Elgeyo Marakwet, you have Flospa. We have an investor, 4.8 billion. In Vihiga, we have an investor, 2.5 billion. And we had also mapped other areas of the country. Right now, there's an investor who is ready to do 11 billion of iron ore in Taita Taveta. That will also benefit Tharaka in an area called Kithiori and part of Kitui. So that bringing on board of investors is part of my achievement in the ministry. And we also organized the artisanal mining individuals into cooperative societies. Now we have about 300 cooperative societies that are ready for licensing across the country. I provided leadership in gazetting 29 artisanal mining committees that will be giving permits on the ground so that people do not have to travel away from where they are. We took the issue of illegal mining very seriously and safety, and proposed measures to have a mining police unit that is responsible for some of the issues. So I take note of the issues you have raised about the insecurity in some of the mines. So the mining police unit has been very critical in making sure that they work with the county security teams to ensure that some of these issues are being addressed on the ground. In terms of mine restoration, each of the applicant for a mining license, they have to attach an environmental restoration plan, which they do as they report, and they also do as they exit. And we have compliance teams to ensure that this can be observed. The other thing is that mining was understaffed, and we have quite a number of staff now who have come on the ground, and things are moving on. On blue economy, many people, many Kenyans had not understood the blue economy and fishery sector, and we instituted reforms also to ensure that we can inspire the economy of the country through blue economy. As a result, we provided mapping in the Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria so that we can allow for lower level value addition units and infrastructure that are going to help fishermen and other stakeholders in the sector. So as a result, we did mapping from all the way Lamu to Kwale, and also from Busia to Migori, and identified areas for basic value addition. As I speak, these value addition points have now been contracted, and they will be helping fishermen to delay sales so that they can fetch good price. On that note, we also provided leadership in ensuring that we reform the beach management units into cooperative societies. Right now, we have around 240 cooperative societies in the fishery sector that are going to be very useful, to engage with the economy in terms of capacity building, but also in terms of engaging and being linked to financial institutions. So right now, the government is now ready to invest 1.4 billion in the coast region for the landing sites, and the government is also ready to invest another 1.5 billion in the Lake region, all the way from Mulukoba to Got Kochola in Migori, where those structures have been identified. Since independence, this country has not had an industrial vessel. We licensed the first one, which is going to be providing, avenue for industrial fishing and provide 4 billion every year in terms of income in the Indian Ocean. Our target was to do 3 before the end of the year, but last 2 weeks we gave license to 1 vessel, and more are coming to ensure that we are able to inspire the potential in the blue economy sector. So, Mr. Speaker, this topic is very lucrative, but I also want to add that Kenya is now a highly respected maritime country, because when we went to London last year and the campaign, Kenya was elected category C as a maritime country. And as a result of that profile, I continue to provide leadership to ensure that we are able to upgrade our institutions to fit the new profile. As a result of that, we have a pending draft bill for Bandari Maritime Academy to be a full institution. And part of the upgrade is to construct a survival and training center, which will cost the government of Kenya 2.4 billion, basically to ensure that we enhance our capacity building on maritime affairs.
Okay, I think, Honorable Mvurya, I think I'm satisfied now, but I think it confirms what the President said, that you had very poor communication, because you've done great things, but no Kenyan knows about it. I am from the Flospa area. I didn't even know that you have an investor for it. So maybe you can use an opportunity to tell my people in Elgeyo Marakwet what exactly you're doing with Flospa before you go to your next answer.
Thank you very much, Honorable Gladys. And I think maybe we missed out, but the members of parliament from that region and the leadership, we were together when we were introducing the investor. But because of this session, I'm sure now we have created awareness across the board to tell everybody that now we have an investor in Elgeyo.
Before we go to the next, Salim, the licensed industrial vessel in our ocean waters, is it Kenyans or foreigners?
It is a foreign-owned, but also we'll have Kenyans who also partner in that vessel.
What % local content?
The local content, okay, we haven't signed the agreement yet. I think that was part of the negotiation, but we are looking at between 15 to 30% Kenyan.
The law provides 40.
That was the initial negotiation, and the negotiations have not been closed, so I'm sure
anyway, now
my colleagues will take over and move.
We'll ask whoever will be taking over.
Exactly.
Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Remember, strictly 1 question each.
Honorable Speaker, CS nominee, EAC, the East African Trade Community, trade negotiations. Kenya is viewed as a very weak negotiator, especially for her local protection of her local industries and local farmers. And I would want to hear what you intend to do, should you be confirmed in this ministry, to be a good negotiator for Kenyan industries and more so farmers. Yesterday, the Honorable Mule here, or the day before, was speaking about tomato farmers, onion farmers, potato farmers, egg farmers, poultry keepers in the country not being able to sell their produce locally because of the proliferation of cheaper products coming from the East African community countries. And largely because of the East African Treaty, we cannot use tariff barriers, but the tariff barriers, which are supposed to be negotiated by the ministry. I'm told we've been very weak on that. What would you do to do that? And also on the policy of import substitution. We had very many good proposals, and I agree with the Deputy Speaker that you clearly failed in communication, because all the good things you've spoken about in your ministry of former Ministry of Mining, as you say, you engage with the Elgeyo Marakwet leadership. The Deputy Speaker was born there, but she represents the people of Singishu. Next door, she didn't know, because you engage with the local leadership. But that is an investment for Kenya, not for Elgeyo Marakwet County. And therefore, I want to put it to you, and you will tell us whether you actually did fail in communication. And if you failed in your previous ministry in communication, what would you say to convince Kenyans and us that you will not fail in communicating what you are doing for our country in the new ministry should you be approved? And I'm saying that, moving on to what I was speaking about, import substitution, our local manufacturing sector, because of a failure of communication in government, our local manufacturers had very good propositions or provisions in the finance bill that was lost, as we have been told, out of poor communication by government. We have now exposed our local manufacturers, whether they are manufacturers of diapers, sanitary towels, or those in the steel industry, to unfair competition from very cheap imports whose standards we can't even ascertain, since they come to the country done on standards from other countries, especially those from the far Asian countries. What will you do as a new minister to ensure that we at least save the good provisions that were there in the finance bill, touching on local manufacturing industry, to protect our manufacturing industry now, as since the trade, the industry, State Department for Industry will be under you. And some of those provisions sought to protect that State Department work in the manufacturing sector.
Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I want to address the matters that have been raised by the Honorable Majority Leader, and thank you very much, Majority Leader. I think I will, first of all, I want to begin on where you stopped. On the issue of communication, I must say that we did all the best to communicate this through the media and through any other forms. However, going forward, it is a matter that we will be able to strengthen to ensure that there is communication. And communication here...
you know, there is the mainstream media,
yes,
which we used to call mainstream media, which is the TV stations and the newspapers. But today, the alternative media, which is social media, is now the mainstream media.
Yes, exactly.
So you've got to change your thinking, who's alternative and who's the mainstream.
Yeah, that is one of the areas that we will, going forward, I think as government, we will be able to use those channels of communication to ensure that we get everybody on board. On the matter of local manufacturing and the industry in general, that Honorable Member alluded to the fact that there were good things in the finance bill, which were meant to revamp, you know, some of the local manufacturers. One of the key areas that we will strengthen, or I will provide leadership in strengthening, is to make sure that we bring as many stakeholders as possible. For example, the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, KEPSA, the Kenya National Chamber of Commerce and Industry, and many other stakeholders, to make sure that as much as possible they participate. And also using some of the corporations and sagas in the ministry.
Chair, on a point of order, maybe the nominee did not get my question right, because those are the processes you are describing.
Yeah.
I was asking, should you get nominated?
Yes.
And you find, for instance, the provision to levy excise duty on sanitary pads that are fully finished products from, for instance, China, was in an endeavor to actualize the import substitution policy to support local manufacturers. That particular provision was lost in the finance bill. Should you be approved, will you pursue, and maybe the nominee who was there before you actually did put it very well, that it is possible to break down the finance bill into various other laws. Should you then be approved, would you pursue actualizing the good provisions that sought to protect local industry? Because, as I said, they were lost because of the poor communication generally in government. So my direct question is, are you going to pursue the import substitution policy and protection of local industry, should you be approved, and bring legislative proposals to Parliament to actualize that which was lost?
Oh, yes.
Nominee?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I think the answer is yes. Because, you see, if we had very good proposals that inspire the economy and they were lost, what I'm committing to this committee is that we will, and I will provide leadership in the ministry to pursue them. Because if we are to inspire the local manufacturing, then as government we need to have a deliberate policy to ensure that either we impose levies or we reduce levies to ensure that these manufacturing industries can survive. So the answer is yes. I will be providing leadership in pursuing these good things. But as we pursue these good things that were lost in the finance bill, Mr. Chairman, I also want to insist that we'll have a robust engagement with stakeholders who may not have seen this before, so that the decision that is finally made is made with all stakeholders in mind. So that is a commitment and a yes, and we will use all manner of communication to ensure that we are able to paint, the positive gains of these particular good things in the finance bill. So this is something we will pursue, Mr. Speaker. The second point about a weak negotiation for Kenya, I also want to commit that we will change the tables. It has come out not just in negotiating for farmers, but even in other forums, where we have a subcommittee of the East Africa community. Kenya has been making a huge contribution in terms of budgets, but in terms of benefits, you find that other countries are the ones benefiting. So this is an area I also want to commit that I will move in to ensure that we protect the national interest. And on this one, we make sure that we have parameters before negotiation, and we evaluate our negotiation so that we are able to benefit our people.
Thank you, Chairman, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have one question for the nominee, and it's in relation to the docket that is going now. Even though I come from an area where his previous docket was important to them, but now that we have been told to ask only one question, let me go to the future. The past, the one who's coming is what I will ask, whom I will ask. So, Mr. Nominee, let's go to manufacturing. And you know very well that manufacturing industry employs many people, contributes a lot to the economy of this country, and that's where economies that have developed emphasize their efforts on long time ago. So the manufacturing sector in Kenya now is facing significant challenges, Mr. Nominee, with many industries shutting down actually, production plants or downsizing operation. This is because the key issues they are raising is high taxation, increased cost of power, ease and cost of doing business, and healthy competition from imported finished goods. And then neighboring countries are seemingly looking more attractive to them because of those issues. Some of those who have relocated business to these jurisdictions, if approved as a Minister for Trade and Industry, what are you going to do to reverse this sorry state of affairs, Mr. Nominee?
An additional question to that. It's almost a similar. As a Cabinet Secretary nominee for the Ministry of Trade and Investment, how do you plan to protect local industries and provide adequate financing for micro, small, and medium enterprise in the manufacturing sector, especially considering the significant decline of foreign direct investment as a share of GDP from 3.1% in 2011 to 0.3% in 2022?
Salim, let's take the next person. If you have no question, we pass.
I may not have a question, but I have something to say. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Mvurya, many Kenyans think or say you are a desk minister. You only sit on your desk and run your ministry from your desk. Why am I? And one of the evidence they are giving is that where you are as Minister for Mining, many counties are mineral counties or mining counties. And for example, West Pokot County is seriously a mineral county. If you have somebody in West Pokot who is Mvurya, or is Honorable Mvurya, they will be thinking you are actually a governor of Kwale. Nobody will remember these 2 years that you have been a minister, Honorable Mvurya, in all honesty and truth, nobody. So now you are going to a ministry which is also very important, which is industries. And all counties are going, the bottom up, they are going to be maybe industrial centers. Are you going to run your ministry from the desk where you are in minerals? Thank you, Speaker.
Short questions.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Quickly.
I want to confirm that I'm not a desk minister. I'm not a desk minister. I was in West Pokot because of the clinkerization program, the 45 billion. I was in Kithiori with Mheshimiwa here, confirmed. And many other places across the country, including Kadhonzweni in Makueni, Mulukoba in Busia, and many others. So maybe I may not have come to your constituency. I was also in Kamket and Katikit, Kambia, Samakis, and I can give examples, you know, many of them, but I think we need to also acknowledge that our country is very big. And you cannot be there at the right time. Remember also, Mheshimiwa, this ministry was fairly new, and we had also to put structures in place before we go out there. But I have a lot of field information, which I can give you here to confirm that I was not desk, including visiting Ndarawe, the first minister of the Republic of Kenya, to visit Ndarawe looking for coltan in that area, and I was with the Member of Parliament. So I think we have quite a number of visits that we have done. But again, I want to say that we will visit Kenya. I will visit Kenya as much as possible. On the matter of protecting the local small and micro enterprises against foreign investors who might have big capital. One of the things that I want to bring to Parliament, and we will work together, is that currently there's a lacuna in legislation to protect the local investors. And one of the critical things I want to commit we bring in this House is the Trade Development Bill and the Trade Development Policy that is going now to provide a clear dichotomy about the foreign and the local investors. We put it in law. I know even previously there was a case of China Square which was handled. But I want to bring it to this house that we have a lacuna in law. And the first thing we will do together is to ensure that we review the trade development bill, we review the policy to ensure that we have inclusion of this kind of protection, so that we don't just do protection as a matter of impasse, but as a matter of policy and law. The other law that we will need to revise to ensure that we anchor our actions in law is also the Investment Act 2004, to ensure that it also recognizes that kind of arrangement where we protect our local manufacturing. The other question by Mheshimiwa Junet, it is true that we have a big challenge with manufacturing now. You know, we have a target to move it to 15% in 2027 and 20% in 2030. But if you look at the trends, there are quite a number of challenges that also challenge the manufacturing sector. And one of it is the cost of power, which Mheshimiwa has mentioned. And the cost of power is something that we can also do negotiation with our colleagues in the Ministry of Energy, so that we see the kind of tariffs that will be encouraging manufacturing, and the kind of tariffs that do not encourage, we review them, so that we provide an enabling environment for manufacturing. That also goes with also the taxation. But more importantly, on manufacturing, manufacturing also required an enabling environment. And currently what is happening is that manufacturers would want a plug and play arrangement. They come to the country, there's a shorter process for licensing, you show them where to work, and they can work. Currently we have a big challenge with the issues of land. You find that many manufacturers would want, you know, big pieces of land. It is not there. However, because of the special economic zones and also the export processing zone, there is an opportunity there to ensure that we create an enabling environment for manufacturing in our country. And maybe these are some of the things we will discuss as we go along.
Speaker, maybe you could add one from Kenyan, who is asking about those special economic zones, CS, that nominee that you have mentioned. A number of these special economic zones now are being seen as havens for tax evasion. And a number of people who are in those special economic zones are importing products apparently for use in the SEZs, but they dump them in the domestic economy. What are you going to do to stem, the Kenyan is asking, what will you do to stem the abuse of the SEZs as tax evasion havens?
The action that I will take as the Minister for Trade is to ensure that all the manufacturers pay tax. So we'll use the institutions in the ministry to make sure that we enforce compliance. Because if they evade to pay tax, then it defeats the entire purpose of having them as a priority in the special economic zone. So we'll ensure that we use all the institutions available to make sure that they comply in paying tax in our country. Because we cannot give all the advantages and then they don't pay tax. That one is not going to be accepted.
Yes, Gikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Maybe just to reiterate what the majority leader was talking about communication. I think it is important for the nominee to understand the importance of communication or passing the government information to the public. You know, I have been in a committee where we were oversighting the nominee, and it has always been an issue. But all that not without the question that I want to ask the nominee is on matters to do with substandard, counterfeit, contraband products that find their way in the market. And what happens, which is the worst part, is that hustlers, a local mwananchi who hustles, goes to the bank, gets a loan of around 100,000 to buy goods that he doesn't know whether they are counterfeit or contraband, and that is why the police land all the time. Yet, these things are supposed to be stopped at the point of entry. In your tenure in this ministry, what are you going to do to try and save these Kenyans the agony of losing all their businesses to the police? Just, in fact, that would have been stopped at the point of entry. So what policy measures are you going to put in place to protect these Kenyans by stopping these counterfeits at that entry point? Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Chairman. Very quickly, I think it would be important if this committee finds you suitable to hold that position and you're passed or approved by the National Assembly, to have a candid conversation and a sit down with the manufacturers. And not just the normal conference, but have a conversation with them on what the issues are. Because we've left it to ourselves to decide it is the taxes, others think it is electricity, other things. Let us hear from them what their real issues are as you come up with the policies. Because if it's about taxes, others think that some manufacturers are favored. When we see exempts, we can almost tell which manufacturer is being favored. And so we want all manufacturers to feel that the country and you and the nation is actually serving them. But quickly to my question, direct question, what measures will you take to harness the entrepreneurial skills of our young people who have a strong focus on digital technology? We keep telling our graduates they are no longer, we don't have enough formal jobs, they should get into entrepreneurship, businesses, but what are we doing, or what will you do to see to it that we harness it and not just telling them there are no white-collar jobs?
Go to Mary.
Thank you. The nominee, I have just one short one.
Short question.
Yes, short question, one.
To appease the previous one.
Yes. I want to confirm that even Tesos South Alupe area was visited, if not by you, by your counterpart in migration department, migration. There was some mining activity. This relates to your former ministry. There was a mining activity right at the border, at Alupe area, at the neighboring countryside. Even the soil from the mining site has actually blocked the stream that is separating us and the neighboring country. The concerns of the community there are safety of the people. The houses are cracking, a lot of health issues, too much dust, and also fears that fears regarding to the extent of the mining activity towards the Kenyan side. So my question is if you could give a comment to allay the fears of the community as to what has happened, whether they are safe, whether our minerals underground are safe. I think I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the nominee, Honorable Mvurya. How are you going to, everybody is talking about industries and the big people. How are you going to talk about assisting the small person who is on the street in terms of regulations, in terms of markets for them, small places where they can do business, and regulations and licenses? Because you see, the licensing, I know it is in the county governments, but how are you going to look for them for the markets, export of produce, and the MTF, I think, third term, medium term, was done up to 2022. Are you looking at doing the medium term 4 while you are if you are chosen for this ministry?
Nominee, you can answer those from Gikarian, Isola, Mary, and Dawood. The short questions.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, Honorable Rahim. First of all, most of the trade issues around small and medium enterprises are devolved. And therefore, the action that I will do in the ministry is first of all to ensure that we develop cordial relations with the county government. Right now, there are 37 county aggregation and industrial parks, and these are meant to provide an avenue for small level traders to have a place where they can aggregate, to have a place where they can have the first line of value addition. So this particular model that we are working with the county government is meant to inspire the local economy. So we will be able to work together to ensure that these KIPes then become practical, formidable places for value addition, for businesses, and to inspire private investment. And not just the KIPes, we also have a cluster, of aggregation centers that will also be very useful to aggregate their products and they can prepare for the market. What we will also do at the national level is to support the county governments with the quality checks. So we'll be utilizing our institutions of quality checks that will work with the county governments to make sure that if it is tomatoes that are being aggregated, then we look at the issue of quality. The other issue that Honorable Mary has raised about mining in Alupe, I want to confirm that we have mining activities in our neighboring countries in Uganda, mining of gold in that region. And the investor from across the border has been mining underground, entering into Kenya. And these are issues that we took up with our colleagues in Interior, and the Interior, and together with the Minister of Mining, closed the mine, and it is monitoring those activities. We also scaled up this as a border issue that is also going to attract discussions between Kenya and Uganda to ensure that we don't infringe each other's space. The other issue that Mheshimiwa Naisula has raised about harnessing digital technology, especially for young people, the plan is basically to do incubation and mentorship of ideas. So I intend to provide leadership for Kirdi to mentor and to do business incubation for young people. In addition to that, we'll be able to develop an industrialization fund, which is going to help young entrepreneurs to be able now to advance their business ideas. On the matter of counterfeit, first of all, I want to say that the area of counterfeit is an area that we will need to work together with Parliament to make sure that the Counterfeit Authority, has enough regulations, has enough legislation to deal with the counterfeit in our country. In addition to that, we will introduce a counterfeit integrated management system that is going to be introducing efficiency in identifying counterfeit and contraband goods. We'll also work with KEBS to ensure that they also participate in checking the quality of goods. However, most of these counterfeit goods come across the borders, so we'll work with our colleagues in security to ensure that we also create awareness and enforce compliance so that the borders are not used to bring counterfeit goods to our country. Thank you.
Yes, George, yes. Honorable George Murugano.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, I think you had started well in the Ministry of Mining And I confirm because we went with you to Tharaka Nithi, and while there you mentioned Kitui and West Pokot and other counties. And you mentioned that investors are actually coming to invest in the mining sector in the country. I hope you've not lost the address book, because now it does appear that they may have to pass through you as they come to invest. I'll make it to EPZ. The EPZs are created purely to ensure that we exploit our local raw materials for purposes of export. But we are aware that the raw materials that are used in most of these EPZ industries are actually imported. They are brought into the country, they process them, and they then export. And we are told part of that is simple jeans worn by our youngsters in the country. Can you kindly confirm how you would work with, especially the Ministry of Agriculture, to ensure that those crops that are supposed to spur investment in the country, like cotton, sunflower, canola, and others, are revived, and we are able to start producing raw materials which would go into EPZ, as a result of which we would be able to export our own produce?
Owen?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to just ask one question. You know, when I joined university to do masters, there was this professor who must have been doing some work on AGOA, the African Growth and Opportunities Act. And he made me believe, every lecture he would just talk about AGOA. And he made me believe that this was a panacea to industrialization, to manufacturing, and to economic growth and the GDP of this country. If you look at the AGOA, the way it is established, it has actually, for a large extent, provided jobs for young people and all that. But this act is actually coming to an end in 2025. 2025, that's when AGOA expires. I have fear myself about it because I know the process and what AGOA is and the negotiations. How are you going to ensure that this AGOA treaty, especially for Kenya, is extended so that we can continue to benefit from it, and that the people who have invested heavily in manufacturing, in the industries that are supported by AGOA, do not lose their investments, and the young people do not lose their jobs, and the country does not lose on the revenue from AGOA. In short, what are your plans about AGOA, its expiration, and going forward? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee Salim Mvurya. Historically, Kenya was a preferred destination for foreign direct investments. In fact, major multinationals are operating in Kenya and their distribution and manufacturing networks. But however, you have seen that they have left this country in droves as a result of punitive erratic tax regime. Sometimes it's cheaper to produce elsewhere and just send to Kenya and then distribute from here. Corruption by state officers, and this is in immigration, in customs, in standards, in physical planning, in environment, even sometimes at the county, like a case in point is a Tatu City in Kiambu. And then also the issue of poor infrastructure and energy and transport. What do you want to do so that you can return Kenya to its lost glory and have those multinationals come back, because then we'll be able to boost the issue of employment of our youth. And there's a question that had been sent to the committee, though it wasn't submitted, not in the form of an affidavit as required, but it was a question that I think you need to also answer because an issue of integrity. These people are saying that there have been allegations, accusations, and criticism leveled against you on the matters of corruption with respect to misappropriation of county funds when you served as a governor. There is no details. They are just asking, what is your view on these allegations, and how will you build public trust and demonstrate that you are capable of dealing with stopping graft in that ministry? Thank you, Chairman.
Chair, can I give?
Yes, Mule.
Thank you, Chair. The nominee, Honorable Mvurya. As you are aware, that Kenya has invested a lot of funds and resources at Konza City for the last almost 10 years. And as a nominee for investment, trade, and industry, to help the government and the young generation to create jobs, what are your views? What is your vision for Konza City to be realized as quickly as possible to create the most needed jobs for the young generation in this country?
The short one, Salim, we can take Razo.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Because of time, I'll ask two questions. Honorable Mvurya, you are governor in Kwale, and then you are a cabinet secretary. For those of us in parliament, I think a lot of us, we feel that you governors who came to the central government still believe you are managers in counties as opposed to workers in the executive. Maybe I want you to really comment on that. My first question is on, because of time, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, proceed.
Okay. It is on the blue economy and mining. It is estimated that this is $1 billion industry, if properly looked at, or a lot of effort is put into it in mining, in the blue economy of fishing. But at the moment, we are only able to raise even less than 1% of the GDP. Is it that we are underinvesting, particularly in that ministry, or we do not have the necessary human resource? Or maybe because we don't know that that particular industrial resource exists, particularly in excavation of minerals, in the blue economy.
Those nominee.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
There are 5 questions. Murugara, Owen, Robert, Mole, and Raso.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to begin with the 2 questions that have been posed by Honorable Raso. It is true I served as governor for 10 years in Kwale County and transited to be CS. So I want to confirm that I don't think I'm in the county. I hold the national executive in high esteem, and I act within the mandate at the national level. So, and I want to speak also for some of my colleagues who have served together in cabinet.
Speak for yourself.
Because he said, you governors. You know, I want to confirm that that transition has happened, and it is now a national responsibility.
In any case, it was a comment. It was not a question.
Oh, I thought it was a
questions.
It was a question.
Yes.
The other thing about now the multi-billion sector in mining and blue economy, it is true it is a multi-billion sector. However, it is not a sector you go in and you get the multi-billion. You have to invest. And the first investment, for example, in mining is you have to invest in data. If you expect to reap revenues then you need, first of all, to invest in data. And that is why it is critical to mention to this House that exploration going forward, government should invest a lot in exploration. So that when you now have discovered coltan, the government is the one saying we have coltan, it has this economic value. Then now you move to investment. But when you have minerals as part of occurrences, you cannot reap the billions. And I give you an example, Mheshimiwa. The little actions that we took in the ministry to just reform licensing and the basic data. Right now, the investments in mining this year will be 221 billion. The investments I mentioned earlier, there's one in Kajiado, clinkerization, 60 billion. So if you combine, you get 221. But it is a sector you have to invest fast. Invest in licensing, invest in mapping, because you don't expect an investor to come and do prospecting. Then the government is the one reaping the billions. You need to put some money for that.
On a point of order, Speaker.
Secondly,
on a point of order, Speaker, just
Yes.
on that point. Yeah. Because, Honorable Speaker, some of us have been here for some time, and I believe that's why probably Honorable Raso is asking that question, because data is available. CS. We spent not less than, if I remember, not less than 9 or 11 billion facilitating the National Intelligence Service to do a geophysical survey of all our mineral deposits. Are you then telling the country that this data is not available to the government or to the ministry? I know that was in the last regime, but government operates in perpetuity. And therefore, if that data, and we spend public resources on it, and I say that because I was the chairman of the Budget and Appropriations Committee when we allocated the first 5 billion shillings for that geophysical survey. That money was under the Ministry of Mining. It was moved to the National Intelligence Service with the justification or pretext that it was very sensitive data. Are you telling us now that that data that you are told was sensitive is not available at the ministry or with government? It disappeared with the other regime.
Okay.
And could that be the reason why there are people who settled on mineral deposits somewhere in, you know where?
I may not answer.
In Transmara.
I may not answer on the settlements, Mr. Speaker. I may not answer the settlements. But what I want to say is that that geo survey gave us what we call mineral occurrences, and there are 970 across the country. Mineral occurrences are indications. Like now, if you fly the plane in Tharaka, for example, they will show you, some basic information on iron ore, on lithium, and something like that. Once you do the occurrences, you need to come back and do a process we call ground truthing. Ground truthing now is the actual drilling of saying that in this area there are some minerals, coltan in Nachola, for example, in Samburu. Then ground truthing, you go back and now reconfirm. And now ascertain, is this of economic value or is something that is just for superficial? So that is the process that requires another investment. The good thing is that before I left, we have done 24 counties, and I think the technical team is reviewing data. So once you have that information, that is specific. You can now tell an investor, in Kenya, we have coltan in Darawe, in Alale, in West Pokot, of this value. Now, that is the kind of information, Mheshimiwa, that we need to invest in. The second thing, the question also had blue economy. It is the same way with blue economy also. It is multi-billion, but it is not but multi-billion on arrival. it is multi-billion on your initial investment. For example, if you go to the Indian Ocean, there's a process that has to be done. You know, you need to do stock taking, stock taking of the fish in the Indian Ocean, so that when you are negotiating also with investors, have an idea of what is there. The Indian Ocean and Lake Victoria are highly occupied also by settlements, especially Indian Ocean, you have beaches and whatever. You need also to do marine spatial plan so that you can identify areas where you can put small pots, you can identify areas where you can put different investments. That is an investment you need to put initially before you begin now to reap the multi-billion. But I want to confirm that as a country, we are now on the right trajectory. That will be achieved with time. Now I go to the other question. The other question by Mheshimiwa Mule about Konza Technopolis. This is really a gem for young people because this is a city which is going to host the digital ideas for our country. And in terms of management, the Minister of ICT is leading this special economic zone. Just like any other economic zones, the challenge is the infrastructure, the horizontal infrastructure. Already there has been discussion with the government of South Korea, and they have committed to help us in putting the infrastructure in Konza. So once the infrastructure is put in place, then we will have a good environment.
Point of order, Chair. Chair, so that I can help the CS nominee, already the horizontal infrastructure in Konza City is done. What is being required right now is to pull investors to come and put up the factories. And what I want to hear from you, what plan do you have and incentive government need to give so that you can pull the investors to Konza City to create the jobs? Kenya government has already invested, and we have visited Konza City not twice, not thrice. The horizontal investment is done. What you're speaking about, Korea government has already committed to put up the technical institution in the city. What are you going to do for the new investors?
Mule says Konza Technopolis falls under the ICT ministry. And the investment and all the plans is to make it Kenya's equivalent of the Silicon Valley. So it is not investment to manufacture clothes or shoes or those ordinary manufacturing and trade wares that will fall under him. That's what I understood him to say. Chairman,
what I'm looking forward for is the intertwining of the two ministries. We know very well, Konza City, the lead ministry is the ICT. But you are coming to a ministry whereby investment, trade, and industry will be under your purview, whereby government has already created the environment. And in your previous response, you say that the land and the infrastructure is required. Already there is already infrastructure done by Kenya government. It's you to intertwine with the industry, ICT ministry to bring us the investors and to create the trade and the industries within the Konza City to create jobs.
The Speaker, I thought Konza City is a parastatal on its own, under the Ministry of ICT. Yeah. If I got it wrong, I got it right.
It is.
Yeah. And parastatals are semi-autonomous things that...
That's what I tried to tell the Honorable Mule, but he's asked the question. Let's see if Muvuria has the answer.
Mr. Speaker, I think there's no contradiction between me and the Honorable Member.
Yes.
When the Minister of ICT is taking leadership,
Yes.
we will work together to ensure that we support them and we create the necessary synergies within government to advertise Konza City, to provide support through KenInvest and other institutions in my ministry to ensure that then it becomes a viable project. So there's no contradiction.
Okay.
We will work together.
Okay. Have you answered all? Robert Mbuis?
I haven't gone, I'm now going to his question actually. So I started from the recent, now I'm coming up until yeah, I think Mheshimiwa Mbui had a number of issues. Some were comments, but I will try to speak to them. The allegations of misappropriation, Mr. Speaker, when I was governor, have not been brought to my attention. I have not heard from any government institution alleging misappropriation, whether it is EACC, whether it is DCI, whether it is the Auditor General, whether the control of budget. I am not privy to any allegations on my integrity.
And he also said so that there was no evidence to that.
But it's good to put the record straight. Yes. Secondly, there were issues that Mheshimiwa raised about the foreign direct investments. And part of what we will be focusing on, the special economic zones, the EPZ, is basically to inspire the foreign direct investment. Right now, I think we have Naivasha, which there are quite a number of investors who have now reported electric vehicle manufacturers are now in Naivasha. We are also doing Busia. Busia is ongoing. So in a nutshell, what I will do, I will provide leadership to ensure this enabling environment that the government has earmarked to inspire investments, I will make sure that they come to fruition. Of course, there will be other issues that we will deal with together with Parliament, issues of taxation, issues of incentives for ease of doing business, including making sure that when investors report to Kenya, we have minimum restrictions. There are some investors, when they come here, we tell them they have to do some local registration or those kind of things. But that we will deal with you as Parliament to ensure that we together create an enabling environment for foreign direct investment. Mheshimiwa Owen, I hear you about the issue of AGOA, and you know, not just your lecturer, but many Kenyans, you know, are used to AGOA, which is coming to an end in 2025. And the discussion on AGOA is two-front. One is political, and another one is economic. Political in the sense that currently there are elections in US. And in between, the Congress might not sit to discuss AGOA. However, as government, we've already made our position known as Kenya position, that our wish is AGOA to continue, and that has been put emphatically.
Didn't the government sign a trade agreement with the US, or is not yet signed?
On AGOA?
No, not on AGOA. AGOA is not just about Kenya, it's about Africa.
It's about Africa.
So you have to go cooperate with the rest of Africa.
Exactly. So I think the other issue, Mr. Chairman, that I wanted to bring on board is that we all know AGOA and the deadline. The government of Kenya, through the ministry, is also in discussion with the US government for the strategic investment partnership. That is ongoing, and part of what I will be taking over upon approval by this House is to ensure that you know, we discuss graduating, you know, this STIP into a market access arrangement and a comprehensive free trade agreement. Those are some of the things that I want to commit that we will be putting on the table. Once we succeed to have it as a comprehensive free trade agreement and market access, then we will have had a good transition, you know, from AGOA to this new arrangement. But it's still on the table. There's a meeting next month on STIP, and I'm sure these are some of the ideas that we'll be leading as Kenya. The other question by Mheshimiwa George Murungaru, on, I think there are a number of issues that he mentioned, some comments. It is true we went together to Tharaka. We actually flew together to Kithiori. We saw the iron ore, and there are many things. I want to assure you, Mheshimiwa, there's an investor who is now coming into that area. That's part of the handing over I will do, but also because I'm in investment, we will work with my colleague because he's going to be putting up a value addition point in that area and immediately employ between 500 to 1,000 Kenyans in that area. So that's about the mining. The issue of raw materials, Mr. Speaker, I want to commit that we are working with our colleagues in agriculture. We will work with our colleagues in agriculture to revive the raw material crops that can support local manufacturing. And one of these is cotton. Already within the ministry, there are projects, Ginary. The Ministry of Agriculture is already providing cotton seeds in parts of the country. Mapping has been done. Engagement with county governments has already been done. And I commit to continue this conversation so that we can have raw materials for our local industries, but also for the EPZ and for export. Part of these raw materials also means sunflower, because the importation of edible oil is taking a lot of our budget, and it is the desire that we inspire local manufacturing so that edible oil can be value added here in the country. And instead of importing, we can also export to other places in Africa. I hope.
Sharia, yes, you have done all of them. Sharia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mheshimiwa Mvurya, the Trade Ministry, in collaboration with county governments, has been and continues to implement the county aggregation and industrial parks. In your opinion, do you think there has been enough publicity and stakeholder engagements? And what strategies or approaches will you adopt to forestall these projects turning into white elephants? Thank you.
Thank you, Mishi.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, before I ask my one question, I just want to put a rider on what our nominee has just said, and because it affects my constituency, and this is about the special economic zone, you need to know that there is what we call Dongokundu Special Economic Zone, which is situated in Likoni constituency, where I represent. And I just wanted our nominee just to give some clarity on how many foreign investors so far have expressed their interest vis-a-vis the local investors. And if it is true that local investors have been denied to be given land for investment, I just want him to answer this so that he gives clarity to Kenyans. And my question, Honorable Chairman, it is on the...
Is that a rider or a...
That is a rider because there's already talked about special economic zone, Chairman. But he didn't mention about Dongokundu Special Economic Zone. That is why I had put that rider. Honorable Chairman, my question, it is on the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto, which was talking about establishment of leather industry clusters, which was to be in Athi River, Narok, Isiolo, and Wajir. I just want to ask our nominee, what specific strategies are you going to employ to ensure that Kenya Kwanza government will realize this agenda And on the same breath, what policy intervention are you going to employ to help reverse the current unfortunate trend of closure of industries? And more so, coming up with new industries like coconut, cashew nut, and Bixa, which is grown in where you come, Kwale County. I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Mukami. Honorable Mukami.
Honorable Speaker, my question is, considering the legal challenges to the Finance Act 2023 and the significant role of small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, in Kenya economy, what steps will you take to ensure that new tax regulations are fair and supportive of SME growth, while also addressing the broader goals of economic stability and trade enhancement? Thank you.
Caleb.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Our nominee, you must have looked at the developmental states and how their path to development was based on, especially the ones that took the route of trade surplus, that is the advantage of the exports over the imports. Some they call it mercantilism, where you put more rules and the standards to make sure that the exports surpasses the imports to develop your nation. It has proven in many, especially the South Asian countries of Taiwan, South Korea, and Japan. This one requires a regime, a set of rules and principles to guide it. The general agreements on tariffs and trade is one of the regimes. Of course, it has transformed now to the World Trade Organizations to encompass the service industries and the intellectual properties. But where does it put the Kenya, the global south? Do we find it fair? Are we guided by fair regimes at the World Trade Organizations that enable us to have this mercantilism advantage to us, the trade surplus, as a factor of development? You, as a new coming minister, if you are approved, which regimes and how will you maneuver through these international organizations that are always unfair to the global south? But the last which I had to raise as a point of order, but I knew I'm going to speak, the question of Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah was very pertinent, Mr. Speaker, because I'm also aware a lot of money has been put to survey by the NIS. But most importantly, Speaker, is that most of the nominees we vet here, they have a lot of promise on what they are going to do. Once they get to the office, they say there's no money for implementation. But we need them to tell us, is there even a paper you wrote requesting for funding that if this one is provided for, then this one will be actioned upon?
Nominee.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I want to begin from Mheshimiwa Caleb. I think I want to be very clear on the issue of mapping of minerals. As I said earlier, this process was done. You know, the resources that were allocated for that activity, it was okay, it was done. Identified 970 mineral occurrences. Then the process of ground truthing began also with the budget that we had. And now 24 counties have been concluded and it will continue. I want to be understood that on matters mining and all other areas that have been put before, these are areas that you need to do initial investment before you reap the benefits. I think that is the...
I've said that 3 times.
I have said it 3 times, but now Mheshimiwa brought it back. That's why I'm saying it again.
Allow me to save time.
So it is not an issue of...
The question was just clear. If there is any evidence of you requesting maybe the Treasury that if we have this funding towards this project, then we're able to discover our minerals. Just that.
Mr. Speaker, I didn't complain. I was giving you the concept of investing and reaping. However, all that I committed in the first vetting, I was able to do. So on that one, I can pen off on that one. The other issue about World Trade Organization and engagement with Kenya government. The World Trade Organization, in my understanding, is an organization which gives broad policy framework for countries. However, when now you want to do specifics, you do negotiations specific to the area that you would like to have advantage. And therefore, I want to confirm that upon approved by this House, I will engage World Trade Organizations at the global framework level and also provide leadership on now specific negotiations. For example, if you are doing negotiations with a certain region, then that is a specific discussion. However, the general framework has to be within the World Trade Organization framework. So the World Trade Organization may not necessarily be a hindrance, but when it comes now to the specific discussions, that is where negotiators and governments have to be very careful to ensure that their national interest is upheld. And on the matters of tariffs and many others, I want to give an example. You know, last year, just one statement, imposing levy on clinker has been able to bring a lot of investment in clinkerization in our country. So the tariffs are being employed by government selectively and deliberately to address a particular policy implication. And I'm sure these matters of tariffs and taxes, the ministry will not just conclude. The House of Parliament will be very critical in having discussions on the kind of levies and tariffs that will apply for certain agreements, for certain products, and for certain negotiations. So I think I want to commit, Mr. Speaker, that the ministry, upon approval, will not make these decisions in isolation. We have National Treasury, we have the National Assembly, and the matters of tariffs will be for all of us. The other question that Mheshimiwa Shurie had asked, whether the KIPES will be white elephants. I want to confirm to you, Mheshimiwa, and this House, and Mr. Speaker, that the KIPES will not be white elephants, because if you look at all the counties, they are addressing a particular value chain. And that value chain is so dear to those counties that we cannot afford to drop the ball. So I will use all my skills to ensure that we properly engage. I will use my skills to ensure that we get the right business model strategically to ensure that the KIPES do not become white elephants. The other question by Mheshimiwa Mishi on Dongo Kundu. And I want to say that I have not skipped Dongo Kundu, Mheshimiwa. It's a very, very important project for Kenya. And it covers Kwale County and Mombasa County. The current situation with Dongo Kundu is that we are now moving on with the implementation of infrastructure. JICA has come in to support the government of Kenya, and also KPA is providing leadership in this project. We have 1,648 project affected persons who will be compensated. There's 384 acres of land in this area. They will be resettled and properly compensated before the project begins. Currently, there are 72 investors who have expressed interest. Unfortunately, I have not been able to dichotomize whether local or foreign. But I'm sure going forward, we will have a chance to classify them, and then we will see who is foreign, who is local. But the commitment I want to say, Mr. Speaker, is that we will ensure that there's fairness in the allocation of land in Dongo Kundu. On matters leather, it is a very critical value chain in the Kenya Kwanza plan. It is also a critical value chain in MTP4 because Kenya has abundance of leather, and we actually have a target to, get income from leather to the tune of 120 billion every year. What is happening, Mr. Speaker, is that right now we will be working on the value chains, and upon approval, there's already Kenani in Athi River, which has been identified, as part of the leather industry that is going to host the value chain there. And therefore, we are on schedule. We know there's Isiolo and many other counties that will participate, and we will work, I will provide leadership to ensure that we work with everybody and all counties involved to revive the leather industry in our country. That also goes for other value chains. I think Mheshimiwa also raised the issues of cashew nuts. And already with Kirdi, we'll provide leadership with Kirdi. There's an open area in Malindi, which is earmarked for cashew nut value addition. So we'll be working with government agencies and also the private sector to ensure that we get value addition investments in these crops. And part of what we're already doing is that on coconut, we have an investor, Kentest, where they are also doing value addition for the products within coconut. So this is a trajectory that I commit to continue to ensure that we capture all the value chains that are going to be useful to the economy of our country. Mheshimiwa Mukami, on the issues of finance bill, I think both the 2023 and the 2024, it's not all lost. There are good things there, and I commit to keep the good things, to engage widely, to ensure that those that will be supporting the micro and small enterprises are also brought forward to support Kenyans.
Nominee, a few questions sent in by members of the public. As one, he must be probably from your county. Wish you Allah's blessing. What will you do if approved to invest in digital technology, especially in agribusiness? Another one, why is titanium shutting doors under your watch with the locals losing jobs? You have taken away mining of titanium from Australians and handed to Americans. Why?
Chairman, can I add one?
Let me finish, then you add.
Okay.
Another one, what specific trade and investment policy proposals would you suggest to create jobs and unlock new economic opportunities for ordinary Kenyans, particularly the youth? Kenya has, the next one, Kenya has a vibrant startup ecosystem, but many young entrepreneurs face challenges in accessing funding and support. How will you foster a more supportive environment for startups? And what measures will you introduce to attract investment in tech and innovation? Next, with the rising cost of living, affordability is a major concern for many households. What measures would you recommend to reduce the prices of essential goods and services? And how will you make it easier for local businesses to provide affordable products to the public? The next, small businesses are the backbone of our economy. Yet they often struggle with challenges like access to finance and markets. What specific strategies would you propose to support small and medium-sized enterprises, SMEs, and make it easier for them to thrive? The next, with the rapid growth of the digital economy, many Kenyans are looking for ways to leverage technology for businesses and personal growth. What proposals would you recommend to support digital entrepreneurs and ensure that all Kenyans have access to the benefits of e-commerce and digital trade? The last is, Kenyans are proud of locally made products and want to see more made in Kenya goods in the market. What initiatives will you pursue to support local manufacturing and encourage the production of high-quality Kenyan products? Those are some of the questions from Wananchi who are watching these proceedings that have sent us to ask you.
Honorable Speaker, can I ask mine?
Yes, yours or Kenyans?
Kenyan.
Yes.
We wanted to train on beans, githeri, dengu, lentils, and bazi. But from the letter, it says it will cost us 120,000 for every product. That is killed. That means per product, per formulation. How are we going to afford that? And yet, we are urging our young Kenyans to start small businesses. Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you, Speaker. What emerging markets hold the greatest potential for Kenyan exports, and what support is available to help businesses penetrate these markets?
Mr. Speaker, one more.
Yes, Caleb.
How will the nominee for trade ensure there is balance between the government's appetite for tax and enable environment for investors in the country? This is because reduced taxes is one way of enhancing an enabling environment for trade and wooing investors, ensure predictable tax regime.
Okay, go ahead, Salim. Those are Kenyans who are watching you perform here, sending in their questions. Some of them you have been touching on them along the way, but you can answer those that are fresh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank all the Kenyans who are actively watching this vetting, and also for their questions that they have raised to ensure that they get responses. The first issue of digital technology. Digital technology, there's a commitment to have Konza Technopolis, to provide that opportunity on technology, and I'm sure young people will be beneficiaries of this. What I want to commit to this Kenyan who has asked this question is that I'll be part of this program to ensure that young people benefit from this program. The second issue about titanium and closing. I want to make it very clear to all Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, that the closure of base titanium has no relationship with me, the ministry, or the government. The closure of base titanium is related to the depletion of resources. Last year in October 2023, they wrote a letter.
Financial resources or mineral resources?
Mineral resources. Last year in October, they wrote a letter to the ministry indicating that they have now exhausted the the titanium that they have been mining in the area that they were given a license. The same base titanium has applied for other areas in the country. They have applied in Lamu. They have applied in Tana River. They have applied in a very small area of Kwale County. And those applications have been gazetted. and they are under consideration. I'm sure my colleague will be taking over the decisions of those applications. I also want to make it clear, Mr. Speaker, that as government, we didn't have any role in the shareholding by Americans or Australians. Base Titanium is a private company, and therefore when people buy shares, it is not that I'm the one who has given it to Americans. So I want it to be very clear. But I also want to say that we have a post-mining land use committee, which I did institute, and it is going to discuss with the stakeholders on how the post-mining land is going to be used. And I want to urge this Kenyan who has asked this question to also participate actively in this forum so that they can decide on the post-mining land use. The other question related to issues of trade. As I said earlier, we will work with the Parliament to ensure that we review the trade policy and trade law so that it can be more inclusive to support local investments and have a framework that can also support funding. The issue of support ecosystems, as I said earlier, Mr. Speaker, already we will be working under KIRDI to provide mentorship and business incubation. I will also provide leadership to set up the industrialization fund so that those business incubators can benefit from this program. Yes, the cost of living and issues of prices, I think this may not fall squarely on me as the CS when I'm approved by this team here, but it is also
Not
relating
when,
to many other.
Not when, but if.
If approved by this team, Mr. Speaker, the issue of prices and the cost of living, it touches, many aspects of government, and therefore, as multi-agency, we will be working closely to ensure that this is done. However,
there's a point of order from Jeanette.
However, yes.
Okay, carry on.
However, there are also some aspects that we can handle as investment, trade, and industry, especially on working with the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, to ensure that we inspire and encourage, production. And when the production is enough and it has surpassed, like now, what we have, then I will provide leadership to ensure that we have a warehousing receipting system, that takes the surplus to the warehouse, and that then we can use it to bring down prices at some point in the year. So we'll be working to make sure that we have that warehouse receipting system to aggregate surplus produce and to make sure that farmers and other business people in that are not captive of cartels. The other issue about SMEs and access to finance and markets, part of the reform that I will propose upon approval is a situation where the big manufacturers work with the small, medium enterprises. We have a situation where manufacturers are the ones transporting their last mile product. We want to bring regulation, we want to bring a policy and a law that allows the small, medium enterprises to be subcontracted, to be able to deliver to the last mile. This is part of the reform that I will be proposing upon approval. Again, on matters of e-commerce, now that we are focusing more on technology, the ministry will also be working on making sure that we strengthen our presence through e-commerce. People can make the advertisements, they can have systems to pay, and all this. So we'll be working with stakeholders and Parliament to ensure that this comes to fruition. The issue of local products in the local market, I think I also agree that as Kenyans, we are very proud when we buy Kenya and build Kenya. So in this front, I'll be activating the Ken Invest and the Kenya branding agency to ensure that we promote the local products. Most of our products are not properly advertised. And part of the reform is to ensure that Ken Invest and the Kenya Export Promotion and Branding Agency come to this field so that we can have a lot of advertisement of our local products and of course work on other issues of quality, look at our quality laws, whether they are sufficient, and propose amendments where need be. The other question by Mheshimiwa Mukami, which is very specific, it has a very specific cost. Mr. Speaker, I would wish that I give commitment to work with Mheshimiwa and many others to look at this issue of training at 120,000 per value chain. I'm sure many small business people will not afford this. And this is a commitment that we'll be discussing on how this can be reviewed and how we can strategically position Kirdi to support more Kenyans in the value chains that are being suggested. Mheshimiwa Raso talked about how Kenya is positioning herself on emerging markets. Mr. Chairman, we already have efforts that I wish to continue upon approval by this House. One is that we already have the APA, the Economic Partnership Agreement, with the European Union, which is giving us an opportunity as Kenya to consider a new export market. However, Mheshimiwa Speaker, this APA, or the Economic Partnership Agreement, many investors locally and even producers may not be aware of some of the advantages and opportunities that exist. I want to undertake to ensure that we do a robust dissemination so that people can understand what
is duty-free, quota-free, right?
Yes, but you know, there are products that have been mentioned there. Like when I read it last, immediately after signing, I realized that there were a lot of things to do with fisheries. So we took it upon the ministry to engage the EU on how we can have specific actions and specific implementation framework on matters related to fisheries and blue economy. And that discussion has gone on. There are many others, you know, that affect different ministries, different agencies, and these are 900-page document, Mr. Speaker, so it requires dissemination positively, especially for those that...
You will be the focal point if approved.
I've already committed to do that.
It will be your duty then to tease out everything and disseminate to action areas.
Exactly, I've already committed that, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Secondly, Kenya is also opening new fronts, especially now. I know we have COMESA, we also have SADC, and we have the East Africa Community. East Africa Community is giving us a new market of around 300 million. But that combined, we are also, will also provide leadership in the tripartite free trade agreement discussion so that we can open a new market of 600 million people in North Africa, East Africa, and South Africa. That will also become an advantage. But I think as Africa, we can open more the 1.2 billion population through the AFCFTA, the Africa Free Continental Trade Area, that is going to be useful to open emerging markets. So I think what I want to confirm, Mr. Speaker, is that I'm cognizant that there are new markets, and I'm also committed to continue the conversation to make sure that Kenya takes advantage of these markets for our products, but also for movement of goods and people.
Thank you.
The last question from Mheshimiwa Caleb was basically asking me how we will be able to balance between appetite for taxation and incentives for production and investment. And I think that is the dichotomy that we will all be working on to ensure that we don't overtax, we don't introduce levies that Kenyans will not be able to pay, but also give incentives that will inspire investment. I want to give an undertaking, Mr. Speaker, that I will be committing to ensure that when we are doing this discussion, of course, it does not just rest with my ministry, but even other ministries, we will be alive to the fact that we cannot overtax Kenyans. And we will continue that trajectory in a manner that we have fair, but also inspiration in our investments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Muvuria, I will be requesting at the end of my explanation that you give us an undertaking that you will do certain things. You have said something very profound. You have said that you got money for geophysical survey, but did not get the corresponding fund for truth, what do you call it? Ground truthing. So it beats logic to get one and not get the other. So the challenge here, when I've heard you speak, is that we have a problem with sequencing government projects and programs. For example, Rivertex in Eldoret, investment was put into it, state-of-the-art factory. But unfortunately, you did not promote local growing of cotton first. Therefore, they are importing cotton, so it's not benefiting the locals. On edible oil, there's been a lot of talk about we don't want importation of edible oil. But by now, we should have marshaled all our farmers to grow sunflower, canola, coconut, so that by the time you're bringing the industry to come and make edible oil here in Kenya, we have the raw material. When it comes to rice, again, we want to stop importation of rice, but there is no corresponding program to promote maximizing the growing of rice. So even if we say we are going to be milling our rice in big numbers so as not to import, we haven't done the first things first. Sequencing is a clear problem. On the issue of clinker, we have put levy on clinker, but we did not ensure that we have sufficient clinker deposits in the country and that are already being mined, so that as we put the levy, we ensure that we have enough deposits in the country. That is why the price of cement has hardly changed. So can you confirm that when you become the minister, if we confirm you, of investments, trade and industry, you will ensure that you have a Gantt chart at your desk, a dashboard where you can actually make sure the sequencing is correct for it to make economic logic? Because that seems to be the only problem. Do we have your confirmation, sir?
Speaker, on the same, during the finance bill on the sanitary towels, it's the same thing. The raw materials are expensive for the manufacturers, local manufacturers, and that is why during the amendments, Honorable Leah now brought amendments to exempt the raw materials. So there has to be a sequence, not just putting taxes on the imports, and we're not dealing on the raw materials.
He hasn't given assurance.
He will give when he starts answering.
Mr. Speaker, there is one issue I wanted to bring in conclusion to the attention of the nominee. Mr. Speaker, in the ministry is going to, in the 2 years that have passed, or 1.5 years, there was a program that was done in that ministry of importing edible oil of billions of shillings through KNTC. And that edible oil ended up staying in the stores of KNTC close to a year, I think, until it's expired or it is still there or it was sold. I can't ascertain. And recently, the managing director of KNTC was taken to court, I think last week or the other week. And the government looks like the government lost colossal amount of money, billions of shillings. And that program was meant to lower the cost of living. At that time, the cost of, edible oil was very high. So it was thought that if it is imported, it can reduce. But it ended up coming here more expensive than the locally manufactured one. So how do you, that ghost is waiting for you in that ministry if you are approved by this committee. Are you willing to go into that ministry with that kind of ghost, or what do you think? I'm sure you have done your survey, or how will you handle that matter? Because it's going to wait for you there.
And maybe as a supplementary to that one, a quick one, do we still need KNTC as a trader of commodities in the current world, free market?
Mini, can you start with the undertaking, then cascade down?
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You see the question that Honorable Gladys raised is not a yes and no. I have to say something to affirm. Of course, I will be affirming.
We are running out of time, so be very...
Yeah, but this is pertinent, Mr. Speaker. If I don't get it right here, I'll be misquoted.
Okay.
First thing is that the geo-survey and the ground truthing were funded. Geo-survey, then we realized we needed ground truthing. We requested for, not simultaneous, separately. When I went in, I then made the proposal to do ground truthing. It was funded. Some money was removed during supplementary, but as I said earlier, some work has gone on in 24 counties. Secondly, on the issue of Rivertex and all these others, I want to give an undertaking. Using my project management skills, the sequence will change. I know the sequence also involves other government agencies. My undertaking is that I will provide leadership to ensure that if it is funding, if it is decisions, we do on all steps so that we don't end up where we have ended.
Okay,
I know, right?
Thank you. Then I now have an audio-visual evidence of
exactly. And I want to, we will be playing it, Mr. Speaker, at some point to see how things are moving. And I know there is an issue with edible oil about the imposition of levy for crude palm oil. It is the current matter for discussion. And as you rightly put it, Madam Mheshimiwa, the levy was not in bad faith. However, it is the sequencing, because the levy was meant to promote the local manufacturers to, at this time, to have worked with farmers, sunflower farmers and other farmers, to have edible oil value added here in the country. So sequencing, again, has brought a challenge. On that particular matter, I'll be working with the National Treasury, the manufacturers, so that we can see an amicable resolution to that matter, which is very live in public. I'm sure Mheshimiwa Naisula was adding the sequence issue, so I really don't need to respond to. Mr. Speaker, I want to assure this House, even though there are challenges that have happened with the KNTC, upon approval, I will report to the ministry. I have no fears, Mheshimiwa Junet. I will go to the ministry. I'm aware that there are legal proceedings going on with the issues that have been raised. We will allow the legal process to continue. But the action for me upon approval is to now rethink KNTC and see how we can do basic reforms to make it more effective or make other decisions. So, Mheshimiwa Ichung'wah, that is something that I'm also thinking about, seeing the kind of reforms. It is not responding to whether we need it, but when we do an analysis and the reforms, then we will come up with a good decision.
Is it under the among the 47 that you passed in cabinet to get rid of?
I'm not, I haven't looked at the list, Mr. Speaker, but what I'm saying is whichever way we look at basic reforms to make it more efficient.
But my question was CS, because we are here to ascertain your capacity and ability to take over that ministry. In your opinion, under the current liberalized market, KNTC is the old thinking where you needed the government to trade in commodities to regulate pricing. Do we honestly need KNTC, in your own opinion?
In my own opinion, Mr. Speaker, we don't need the KNTC in its current fashion. And that is why I talked about reforms.
And you must have the courage to do those things to save public money. Now, before I come to mundane questions,
Mr. Speaker.
We must come to an end. We must come to an end.
Okay.
Yes, there is only one question that has been sent asking you, nominee, that there's a company called Kenatco, which is still in GOK books as a parastatal 100% owned by ICDC. It has been under stage managed receivership for over 27 years. What measures will you put in place to simply wind it up or privatize it?
Mr. Speaker,
you know Kenatco?
Yes.
Yes.
The measures upon approval, my first assignment will be to understand it, because I think the Kenyan has put some basic information, but there will be more that we will need to find out, and then appropriate action is taken. So I will take it up, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that we get to the bottom of the matter, and then we make the necessary decision.
Okay. Yes, Russell?
I think unlike KNTC, with Uber, Kenatco should go. Do we need it really?
Yes, yes, it does. Yes, Salim, and I think we'll direct the Committee on Trade to follow up in case you are approved to account for the 27 years of receivership of this company. 27 years under receivership. That is unacceptable. It is not your fault.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
In case we approve you, yes. Now, Salim, we'll ask you a few mundane questions. Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No.
Apart from the no evidence statement by Robert?
No.
No. Do you hold any position in any political party?
No.
What is your net worth?
158 million.
158
million.
Million.
Yeah.
Made up.
I have given a breakdown.
Yes. Which page? Your assistant is just laughing there. He should be helping us to identify the page, because you should have carried documents. Is that your assistant? Yes.
I can't see, because you know now I'm facing you, Mr. Speaker.
There's a gentleman who walked in with you. I believe he's your assistant. He's sitting there looking very happy. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, it's page 666.
The assistant is fired. The MPs have found the page.
Yes, MPs have found the page and have done the work of your assistant. Yes, we see what you have. When we last vetted you, what were you worth?
120.
120.
Yeah.
So you have had a growth of 38 million.
Yes.
How did it come up?
The value of the property, some property were completed, and Yeah.
Good.
Mr. Speaker, point of order.
Yes.
In his CV,
yes,
he says he went KCPE in 1779.
those are typos.
He's
That
not
is
from the
more
ancient land.
That's the more reason why you should fire your
assistant.
Your assistant.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Just, Waziri, from your declaration of wealth, have you benefited from the mortgage scheme as a cabinet secretary?
Recently, but it is not concluded yet.
Not concluded yet, so it's not part of this.
Yeah.
Okay, nominee, we are coming to an end. Make sure you take your documents with you. We have checked with what we have and we have found them correct. We have also found the issues that were sent through memoranda against or for you, 21 of them, you satisfactorily responded. So unless you are lawfully held, you are discharged to go to your other duties.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity and members of this committee. This discussion has been very good. It's a good opportunity to engage. And my final appeal is that this committee finds me suitable to serve in the Ministry of Investment, Trade and Industry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Good afternoon.
This has been perfect on time.
Sergeant, you may escort the nominee. Members, you have 5 minutes to allow the... Pardon? You need to pray. My Muslim friends normally pray for 3 minutes. No lunch. Lunch will come later. Yeah? Yes.
Yeah, 3 in the
yes.
morning.
You have 10 minutes to come back. Don't go for lunch.
This one was well managed.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Members, take your seats. Honorable members, take your seats. Sergeant, you may bring in the nominee. The accused. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Take your seat. For the record, you are called Rebecca Miano, AGH. Use the mic.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Yes. My name is Rebecca Miano, EGH.
Good. Welcome to this Committee of the National Assembly, Committee on Appointments, to vet you or have approval hearings to assess your suitability, to recommend to His Excellency the President to appoint you to the position of Minister, Cabinet Secretary for the Tourism and Wildlife Ministry. This committee is a committee of the National Assembly, and I'm the chairman. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Boss. My left is the Clerk of the National Assembly, Samuel Njoroge. I'll invite members to quickly introduce themselves.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Nelson Koech.
David Kosing.
Gikaria David Nakruist.
Masemeri.
Abdul Rahim Daud.
George Gitonga Mrugara.
Owen Bayer.
Stephen Mule.
Dido Raso.
Mishimboko.
Rehab Mukami.
Caleb Amisi Saboti.
Rebecca Miano, you are one of the few with the luck to be vetted twice. We did vet you just about 2 years ago, and here you are again. We'll start in earnest by inviting you to take an oath. And the oath is on the holy books, either the Quran, the Bible, or the Hindu holy book, whichever is your faith. Which one?
I will take the Holy Bible.
The Holy Bible. So be upstanding and take the Bible in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, Rebecca Miano, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help me God.
Thank you. You may sit and sign to the oath. If you have your documents, as you should, you'll give them to the sergeant to pass them on to the clerk to cross-check with what we have in our possession. And when we are done with you, you leave with your original documents. In just under 5 minutes, Rebecca, for purposes of these proceedings, members will be referring to you, including myself, as nominee. So nominee, tell the committee your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences that make you suitable for being recommended to take up the appointment for which you have been proposed.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and honorable members. My name is Rebecca Miano, the nominee for the docket of tourism and wildlife. I am a lawyer by profession, having graduated from the University of Nairobi, and also an advocate of the High Court of Kenya of good standing. I have been able to do leadership trainings at Harvard University, at the IP3, and many others. I am an alumni of Strathmore University and Navarra University, Spain. I am also a certified PPP expert, having obtained that at the IP3 Institute. I have been trained on advanced negotiation skills, and also a member of the Fast Forward Premium Leadership Group that consists of leaders in Kenya. Mr. Chairman, over time, in my workstations, I have ended up in the C-suite offices, the last one being a CEO for 5 years. And in that docket, I acquired critical skills in terms of leadership, in terms of managing organizations, their operations, finance, strategies, and I'll hasten to add that one of my strengths is strategy formulation, the discipline of execution and follow-through, and to rally teams towards work plans so that we can deliver on the mandate that we have been given as a team. I have been a legal advisor with experience of over 30 years, handling all matters legal, overseeing litigation, commercial transactions. I am very conversant with the international financing models, having negotiated financing for many infrastructure projects. Mr. Chairman, I was later then appointed or sworn in as a cabinet secretary after vetting by this committee, and I took over the docket of East Africa Community, and thereafter, after a reshuffle, I moved to the Ministry of Investments, Trade and Industry. In those dockets, I have come to get a deep understanding of the operations of government, the strategy and the manifesto that is being implemented. And Mr. Chairman, I feel that the competencies I have, which I have described, that is academic qualification, managerial and leadership, the technical skills, all those have gone a long way to hone me and prepare me for even another docket.
I will now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to go to ask you. And your answer should be concise and precise.
Thank you.
Yes.
Mine are really not questions, but something that, issues that have been raised at with the hotel industry that we'd like some assurance, should you be approved, that you will undertake. Hotel industry is complaining that the classification or star rating of hotels was last done 6 years ago. If we approve you, will you ensure that that is done in the quickest time possible? Because it's making it difficult to attract tourism. Also, there is the issue of Airbnb accommodation that has caused some security challenges. And this one will require an answer. What will you do, if approved, to ensure that the Tourism Regulatory Authority has the ability to do it, or the vision you have to do that, since it's an emerging market? And lastly, the two funds, the Tourism Fund and the Tourism Promotion Fund, what can they do to support the tourism parastatal so they can execute their mandate? Thank you.
Go ahead and respond.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. On the question of classification, it is indeed very important that hotels are classified, because then they give them world-class practice. We know that world over, classification of hotels is a necessity. And besides that, it is a requirement of the East Africa community that hotels are classified. And back here in Kenya, if we do not do that, then our guests and the occupants will be left to classify it for themselves, which will then distort the pricing, which will distort the classes. And if I am approved, I will undertake to conclude the work that is pending on classification so that we have an objective classification system that has integrity and that will enable our hotels compete globally and even maybe be included in some of the chains because of the classification. We know that if you do not classify yourself, you find other people classifying you. And I know that if we look at the world best practice, we cannot leave our hotels without classification. It is true, and I have been briefed as I met the industry, as I met the ministry. This has been pending for the last 5 to 6 years, and indeed, this will be an imperative. It will be a priority in case I am approved to take that docket. The next question was on Airbnb. My view, Mr. Speaker, is that the case of Airbnbs is a classic example where an industry is overtaken by the growth of the industry. And I will not hesitate to say, because we have research institutions, research organizations dealing with tourism, they must be on top of the game with what is happening, the contemporary changes, so that as a country, we keep up, we foresee, we prepare ourselves. When I look at the Airbnbs, we are lagging behind as a country, as a region. We are trying to catch up, trying to avoid and maneuver issues that come up. And therefore, that being the case, if approved, I will ensure that this is also a priority so that in consultation with the other arms of governments, with other ministries that have a stake on this, we finalize the strategy, the regulations, any legislative and policy agenda that is required, so that we tidy up that space that is currently untidy, getting into security issues and all manner of things. The third question is on tourism fund taken together with the Tourist Promotion Fund. The Tourist Fund is the one that funds, the one that collects levies in the hotel industry, previously the catering levy, and the Tourism Promotion Fund is the one that collects levies from travel, international travel, and local travel, and there is a specific amount of money that then is attached to the two levies. Mr. Chairman, I have looked at the information and I have been taken through. I believe that these funds give resources that should catapult the tourism sector, the hotel industry, so that Kenya is able to compete. Mr. Chairman, if you look at the Kenya Kwanza manifesto, and I was reading the manifesto, it recognizes that the tourism sector is one of the key sectors, but it is, Kenya currently is punching below its weight. So that's a description of what we have as the tourism sector. A lot has been done, but we are still punching below our weight as a country. If you look at the numbers, Mr. Chairman, with a population of 55 million and counting, and our tourist data of about 2 million to 2.3 million visitors, that confirms that Kenya is punching below the weight. Many countries that have succeeded in tourism actually are now getting more visitors than residents, or the ratio is a little better than we are seeing in Kenya. But the contradiction that I see is that Kenya is a destination that is much better than many other destinations that are attracting very many tourists. The Creator has endowed Kenya with the weather, natural resources, people who are hospitable, and many, many other tourist attractions. But then we are still punching below the weight. So these two funds should then be structured in a way that it addresses this burning platform. I'll call it a burning platform because it is urgent. It is something we need to do. And as a country, this tourism sector will be the one that will take Kenya, among the ones that will take Kenya to the next level. And therefore, we will structure, we will organize so that the fund is able to fund the critical priority activities that are required to develop and promote tourism.
Majority Leader, you have any question?
She has said what I would have asked in her preamble. I have no question.
Minority Leader? Okay, Naisula?
Honorable Miano, leadership requires that you're not only seen or heard, but your leadership must be felt by the legacies that one leaves wherever they have been. So very briefly, just mention two things that you have left as a legacy in the two dockets that you previously held in a short period of time, 2 years. What can you say are those two things? And what is the legacy you will want to leave in the docket you will hold if this committee and the National Assembly approves you? Lastly, having worked as the CS of East Africa Community, do you consider Kenya to be competitive in its tourism? There's one day I landed at JKIA. I was so happy because there were so many people from the international community who had landed at JKIA. And I was like, wow, all these people are going to Masai Mara, to the coast, or somewhere else. But then when we got to where we branch, us, the locals go, and those ones who are on transit, they all went to the transit. I don't know where they were going. So please tell us whether we're actually competitive as a country.
We'll take another. Nelson?
Thank you. Madam Miano, Masai Mara Game Reserve. The wildebeest migration is one of the 8 wonders of the world. There's a lot of activity, human activity, that is happening in the Masai Mara Game Reserve. I'm sure you've visited, and if you've noticed, the hoteliers there have complained of a lot of human activity. The other one is the county government of Narok. Recently, arbitrarily increased the fee, the entry fee into the park, which has sent so many of the tourists out to Tanzania's Serengeti. What we want to do to reverse the trend?
Go ahead and answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On the 2 things that I can say I'm proud of, I have achieved in the 2 dockets that I have served, in the East Africa community, arid and semi-arid lands, I am glad that we managed to make Kenya a strong partner, and our participation was visible. Because of that, we were able to resolve many non-tariff barriers so that we could have products from Kenya being taken to other countries. I remember the case of juices in Tanzania and other products. So that is one. And then the participation last year in May, public participation for the East African Confederation Constitution. Kenya was among the first countries to finalize the public participation. We went around the country explaining about the Confederation, while at it, a good appreciation across of what the East Africa community is, the positioning of Kenya, and the benefits. Under the arid and semi-arid lands docket, I took that docket or that department when we were at the worst drought in Kenya that had not been seen over the last 40 years. We were able to put strategies to manage, glad that we did not lose human lives. I remember, Mr. Chairman, that every time we had a cabinet meeting, the drought, arid and semi-arid lands being a contemporary issue, I always had a brief. I always brought together the whole of cabinet and government to appreciate what is happening, and I learned the power of communication, the power of disseminating information so that everyone can rally together, especially when there is a crisis or when we are facing trouble. The question on whether Kenya is a competitive destination, my response is that we can do better. And Mr. Chairman,
sorry, the Ministry of Trade, you were there for almost a year.
Thank you very much. In the Ministry of Trade, I am very happy that for the 7 to 8 months that I was there, we were able to register significant and tangible results. We hastened the conclusion of the European Union Economic Partnership Agreement. We took it through the process of ratification. We signed it. And right now, there is a process to disseminate the information across the counties in partnership with the industry so that the country can appreciate the opportunities that are available in this great market covering 26 European countries, and it will be quota-free, duty-free. We were able to achieve that. Mr. Chairman, we have managed to create a robust relationship and participation with the private sector, roundtables to discuss issues. And based on that, I was appointed to chair the Business Reforms Action Plan with a timeline of 3 months, We met many stakeholders. We have a catalog, a whole menu of what issues are ailing industry, especially regarding the cost of doing business. I submitted the action plan to the cabinet. We then distilled it, and each ministry right now has a list of issues that they need to address if we are to strengthen investment, trade, and industries. And it was a very good document which can even form the backbone of what the government should address to create a conducive work environment. But finally, the global stage. We were able to have trade and business forums in various countries where we showcased Kenya as an investment destination. And I saw the rankings that were released in the last few months. Kenya was rated as the best destination for investment in 2024. We attracted a lot of startup capital, much more than our contemporaries in Africa. And we have quite a significant number of rankings. And if you recall, something that touches on tourism, a renowned travel agent from America did announce that Nairobi is the best city to visit in 2024, beating Montreal, Paris, and all the other cities. And so we have significant work that is going on, and I'm sure that my successor will find a lot of systems already going, and it will just be plug and play. On the question of competitiveness of our tourism sector, Mr. Chairman, I would say that we have room for improvement. And the reason I say this, competitiveness is measured not only in terms of monetary value, but what services go with it and what products that we have. We know that for a long time, Kenya has been known for its beaches and safaris, what we call beach and bush. But the endowment we have in this country requires that we have diversification of products. We have heritage attractions. We have cultural, sports, and many other things that we can cement and package. If you look at the monetary bit of the competitiveness, local tourism does seem to suggest that we are not very competitive. Our local tourism is still very low. We have not managed to convince the population that tourism is not only for visitors arriving from other countries, but we can do better in local tourism. But when you start that discussion, many Kenyans feel the hotels are expensive, other tourist attractions are expensive, and therefore there is quite a lot of room for us to position Kenya and rethink our strategies so that we are competitive in terms of monetary, in terms of product, in terms of service, and everything else that goes with tourism, including digitalization, and many other things that contribute to the competitiveness. Mr. Chairman, on the question of Masai Mara, and this is one of the wonders of the world. We have seen the uniqueness. I don't think there is such a park in the world. And we are glad that Kenya has that. But we are having quite a lot of challenges in terms of the numbers, in terms of the services. As I was preparing to appear before this committee, Mr. Chairman, I did meet with the ministry officials. I did meet with the sector.
and had a discussion with Narok County. And I want to share with you the information I gathered, that there was a strategy, tourism strategy 2021-2025, that was formulated with the participation of all the stakeholders. Some of the findings in that strategy and that work that was done is that there are things that needed to be done to make Masai Mara more competitive. And one of the proposals that I will discuss is that the rates for Masai Mara had not been increased for the last 15 years, despite the cost of managing the parks, despite many other costs coming up, operations and maintenance. And the stakeholders in that strategic discussions did recommend that there should be a review of the rates that are applicable so that there are enough finances to develop Masai Mara, to maintain it, to modernize it, and do all that appertains to make it more sustainable. These rates, the revised rates, were to be implemented and were actually implemented from January 2024. But to clarify that the new rates that were implemented were actually slightly lower than what the strategic plan had recommended. And therefore, the rates were implemented from January 2024. The data that I have seen is that Masai Mara in this high season has been up to 90% full and counting. And Mr. Chairman, I tried to check empirical data to show or to prove that tourism have shifted elsewhere. We do not have that empirical data yet. This reporting gained momentum a few weeks ago, despite the increment having been done in January. But what I'll say, if approved, and I assume office, I will equip myself with the right information, the right data, to have an informed decision and announce to the country the correct data, so that we are not having a reporting that is disadvantaging Kenya and maybe it is not correct, so that I'll promise to have accuracy and a strategic direction going forward.
Thank you, nominee.
Just as a point so that you note, let's be very careful. I get the feeling that they have actually captured you in your communication. Narok County collects a lot of money from those parks. There's nothing to show for it. In fact, you shouldn't have gone to the ministry to fact find. You should have done it independently. The fact that you went back to the same ministry to ask, I can tell you for sure they are colluding. Just take your own independent research and find out exactly what is happening in the Masai Mara Park.
That's a comment. Posing, anything? Kikaria?
Honorable Chairman, you know, recently I've seen so many transfers of game reserves, national parks, from the national government to the management of counties.
How many apart from Amboseli?
Okay, let me say that one, Amboseli. Now, is there a policy guideline on how these transfers should be done? And I'm saying this in line of whether, like transferring Hell's Gate or Lake Nakuru, for purposes of the county, giving license to fishermen in Lake Nakuru, which is a very big business that is being done illegally. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, nominee, let's take one more, probably two more, and try and give short answers, short and clear. Mary?
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is also one and very short, and I'm picking it from the statement from the nominee. that Kenyans feel hotels are expensive. And I can't agree with you. I agree with you totally. Hoteliers have expressed concerns over the multiplicity of taxes, including tourism levy, housing levy, VAT, NSSF, income tax, PAYE, NHIF, trade license for counties, and
meter.
You
yes,
have to add now operating expenses where they must invest heavily on marketing, on technology for them to get guests into these hotels. So if you are a successful nominee, what plans do you have to ease this burden? Do you foresee the likelihood of merging some of these taxes and levies as an incentive to investors? Thank you.
Daud?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There is the compensation of wildlife cases. This is a comment. You need to, if you are confirmed, you need to look at it because it has stayed a long time and the paperwork is not the best. But what I want you to look at, the first thing is Section 35(2) of the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act. It needs to be relooked vis-a-vis the county governments, because in Meru, and I believe it may have happened somewhere else, the county government went and demolished one of the lodges in the park, and apparently they have to pay more than 300 to 400 million, and it's a foreign investor who has been there for long. So what kind of investors will come if those things are being done?
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Wildlife Management Act actually stipulates and spells the role of the two levels of government, the county governments and the national government. And on the issue of transfer of national parks, I am aware that there is a task force that was formed to look at these matters, the merits, the demerits, the regulations, the processes, and the procedures that will be used in case of any transfers, like Amboseli and any other that may be in that category. The task force, I am informed, has finalized its work, and in the next couple of weeks, will be presenting this report. And I will be looking out at this report for my contribution, for contribution by the whole sector, so that we are able to come up with clear guidelines, clear advantages, and clear processes of how this matter of transfer of national parks should be handled. Mr. Chairman, if approved, and I get into this docket, the list of priorities is forming up and it's becoming clear, so that we have clear policy directions and guidance, and that will enable actions to move much faster and with clarity, avoiding disputes and other issues that at times derail processes, make them take much longer. And I will promise, if approved, I will be able to look at this as a priority. On hotels, licenses, and levies, there is duplicity and multiplicity of licenses and levies. In preparing for this vetting and this hearing, I came across upwards of 16 licenses and levies that apply to the hotel industry. And Mr. Chairman, this speaks to the ease of doing business, the cost of doing business. I've also come across quite a lot of work that has been done in trying to address these issues. I know that there is a bill on county licensing unified bills, and also some work that was being done by the Commission for Revenue Allocation. We will be able to finalize this work and, where applicable, merge, eradicate, and be able to consolidate some of these licenses and levies. We can use technology, but of course is in consultation with the stakeholders, including county governments, so that we support our hotels, which form one of the anchors to our tourism, so that we can develop and promote the tourism. The other question on Section 35(2) of Conservation Act, we need to work very closely with the county governments. I believe that under that section, we need to come up with clear procedures that will be followed and guidelines so that we are able to attract investors that will take up the opportunities that are so much needed. We require to upgrade our infrastructure in terms of hotels and other tourist attractions, and we need a very good coexistence between the conservation areas and our tourism. The conservation areas form the backbone, and we need clarity. I have realized that many of the issues that face many industries, including the tourism industry and sector, all are due to lack of enough clarity in procedures, in regulations and processes. Mr. Chairman, if approved, just like I have done in my other assignments, I promise to bring a lot of clarity, streamline processes so that we get efficiency.
Murugara, anything? Owen?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker and Chair. I just want to ask one question on problem solving, another one on policy, and another one on strategy.
No.
Okay.
Either one, or at the very most two.
I will put all of them in one question. One, nominee, my question is, how will you solve the problem of the Ronald Ngala Utalii College, which was a legacy project by the late President Kibaki, but up to today, we are still waiting, and it is actually affecting the tourism sector in terms of training. Also, in the same breath, our nominee is to ask you, what is your take on the open sky policy in terms of promoting tourism, given that you need infrastructure, you need people to fly into the country, and probably you need to expand that space. And countries have benefited so much from having what would call tourism social economic zones, special economic zones. And these countries have developed special economic zones specifically for tourism to ensure that tourism moves forward. As you take, if approved a nominee, how will you uptake this idea, develop special economic zones, just like you have handled special economic zones in the Ministry of Trade, but now transfer that into tourism and expand tourism so that we move to double-digit growth within the tourism sector? Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for that one question.
Yes, Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee Rebecca Miano, Kenya Kwanza regime have arbitrarily raised the cost of government services across all sectors in the recent past. And recently, they increased the park charges very, very significantly, making it, of course, expensive for local tourists and probably even discouraging some of the foreign tourists whom we have lost to our neighbors. Now, this was done, the local game charges were done despite the Committee of Delegated Legislation actually discouraging the ministry from doing it. Now, I have two questions on that. First and foremost, will you respect Parliament so that whenever you have any proposals, you have a discussion with Parliament before implementation? And the second one is, what will you do so that you can return the sector back to competitiveness? Might you consider reducing those charges? Because the increase is extremely high. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. CS nominee, Tourism, Honorable Miano. In March 2024, the Kenya Wildlife Service launched the National Human-Wildlife Coexistence Strategy Plan 2024-2033. The strategy aims at fostering a sustainable wildlife conservation while effective mitigation mitigation on human life conflict, which has been a menace in this country for most of the parks within whereby most of the communities are living. What action plan and measures are you going to put in place to make sure that the entire national strategic plan is implemented in totality? And how do you envisage, not thinking on the normal parks we are looking at, that is Tsavo, Masai Mara. There are also other destination areas in this country which need to be opened up for new corridors to attract tourism. We want to hear that from you. I rest my case.
Go ahead and respond.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll go straight to the point. The questions asked by Honorable Baya on Ronald Ngala Utalii College. I am informed that the college, the infrastructural work and buildings are about 85% complete, and it is anticipated by the month of October, most of the work will be completed and intakes will start happening. I am glad that that is the information that is coming up to show that eventually the Ronald Ngala Utalii College will become operational and offer the very much needed training after many, many years. I will follow up in case I am approved to ensure that the timelines that have been given are adhered to, because I have seen a report giving those timelines. On the matter of open sky policy, I've seen a lot of discussions with the Ministry of Transport, and learning from my experience in the trade docket, we need to move away from open policies, open trade, open skies, and work on strategies of easy access, enough access, robust access. For example, for our tourism, if we are able to attract many, many more airlines from various destinations and bring our visitors and tourists to Kenya with much ease, easy accessibility, then we will not have a debate that is seemingly emotive, but be able to attract as many arrivals with ease. I'm also aware that before COVID, we had airlines that had access to some of our airports, and especially in Mombasa. I do believe there is merit in working with those so that we can have a lot more access and visitors being able to access our country, not necessarily through Nairobi, Jomo Kenyatta, but the other airports. Special economic zones is a familiar topic to me, both in the East Africa community, because in the Council of Ministers, we were able to approve the policy and strategies for special economic zones in the East Africa community, and so we have common policies. In the Ministry of Trade, I was in charge of the special economic zones. I am very well conversant with the incentives that are attached to the special economic zones. We have actualized quite a number of special economic zones as a country, and based on the policy that we have, it is envisaged that there will be various special economic zones, and then we can have sector-specific zones that accrue to it. For the tourism, I am a supporter that we should have a tourism special economic zone. There is one that was gazetted in Lamu County, though not operational. To be precise, Mr. Speaker, that is the way to go. On the question of the cost of entry of the game parks and the national parks and the increase, Mr. Speaker, there was a strategy by stakeholders that recommended some of these changes. But I want to say from the word go in the affirmative, I will respect Parliament. My record speaks for itself. Whenever invited to Parliament or committees, I give it utmost priority. And if there is any compelling reason, always liaising with the committee and Parliament to be able to reschedule and get another suitable date. I have been asked whether, if approved and I take this docket, I will look at reducing these charges. My response is, I will look at all the reports so that I'm able to make an informed decision so that I do not pronounce myself today in haste, but again, it is urgent and a priority in consultation with stakeholders to put this matter to rest. Again, clarity and efficiency of policies, the robustness of them will help faster execution of the work plans and be able to move this country forward. In terms of human-wildlife conflict, yes, I'm aware that there was a strategy that was formulated.
Point of order, Honorable Chairman. No. Honorable Chairman, my point of order, I just want to tell our nominee that when you are going to involve the stakeholders, don't forget the local communities and the tour operator, because on this issue, they were not involved. And that is why there is a lot of outcry.
Mm-hmm. The comment, well taken. Have already mapped out the stakeholders in the tourism sector. Yes, and I want to confirm that it will be comprehensive, consultative, and leaving nobody behind.
Thank you.
Human-wildlife conflict, in terms of the strategy, Mr. Chairman, I have seen that the strategy promotes alternative sources of income so that there is not too much conflict between wildlife and human fighting for the resources. I have seen it is necessary to have fencing and just secluding the conservation areas. We need a lot of civic education and information on the coexistence between human and wildlife. On the matter of compensation, we need to streamline the procedures to make them more efficient, to improve governance so that the people affected are compensated on time, with integrity, correctly, because we do know that at times very delayed compensation does not even help the situation. And so this is one of that will be a focus area in case I am approved, together with the suggestion or the comment on attracting new corridors for the animals. And Mr. Chairman, this docket is starting to be very exciting, looking at what lies ahead, what as a country we can do to make it robust. And if there are any other manifestos or later manifestos are written, Kenya will not be punching below its weight. And that will help us to have increased our tourists, conserved our wildlife better, increased our foreign exchange earnings, created jobs. And if you imagine all the benefits that will accrue in streamlining and transforming and positioning this industry and this ministry to the position it should be, there is a lot of hope and a lot of promises in regard to this industry.
Thank you. Russell?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'll just ask one question. Madam Miano, those communities that live close to wildlife sanctuaries have suffered, but this time around, what I want to hear from you is leadership in terms of what benefits is likely to accrue to them for actually preserving that wildlife and also not interfering with the sanctuary in terms of giving them water, scouts. There are many things that I'm sure those communities would want, not just the fence that will protect them. Maybe I will just want a comment from you. Thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, you know I come from Coast Region where tourism is, so I need to ask some few questions. Honorable Chairman, you know Kenyans have lost some hope in terms of this docket.
I will allow you to.
Only two I'll do. Yeah, Kenyans have really lost some hope on this docket. In fact, when the cabinet secretaries were dismissed, Kenyans were just saying that at least now maybe we'll have somebody who's going to have a zeal and will be ready to do some reforms. And for me, I want to ask Rebecca Miano, what kind of intervention, which are immediate and short-term, so that you can give hope to Kenyans to see that something is being done. Chairman, I'm just looking at something like Mombasa Beach Hotel. And during your time, I know you used to go to Mombasa Beach many times, and that was the best beach hotel, and it is under government. But today, even with the state officer, civil servant go for meetings, go for conferences, you just see about Serena, White Sands, Pride Inn. What is happening? This Mombasa Beach is really dilapidated. It is like, I don't know what is it. In fact, one of these few days, I have to negotiate with the government so that I can buy this hotel and I revamp it. Because I have seen the government is not seeing that. That is what I'm asking. Those immediate intervention that you are going to do so that Kenyans will have some hope on that. My last question is about Mama Ngina Waterfront. Mama Ngina Waterfront used to be a cultural and heritage site, and it used to be under the municipality of Mombasa and then county of Mombasa. Now this site has been taken back to Nairobi, and it's been managed by people from Nairobi. So what are you telling the community around Coast Region, from Mombasa County, about this issue? What is your take? Don't you see that you have to give us back to the county this site so that we can do more and more to attract tourists? Thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Rahab, do you have anything? You'll pass. Ramisi?
Mr. Speaker, I have some information I've been sent by a senior citizen on touching on nominees' credibility. So I'm requesting if you allow me to read, maybe she can respond or clear the air, though maybe it's not part of our records. If you don't, then I go to my question. Do you allow me to read? Okay. So, Honorable Speaker, Kenya, rich heritage. From where I sit, I don't think that is fetching from the world tourism market. When you see government officials visit on benchmarking, they'll go to Thailand, Dubai, European states from the historical sites. And then they come, they just wow at the tourism attractions elsewhere in China, and they come and sit. Tourism in the modern times has gone through a lot of innovations. There are different sustainability measures on the tourism, but in this country, we are just on Masai Mara, coast beaches, and all that. If you look at the statistics on why people go to Singapore, for example, they don't have all those natural resources that we do. But it's about innovation, modernizing tourism. That is some aspect that I have not seen in this ministry. We are on the traditional, tired, we are not innovating on it. What is this new things we are going to see from your ministry going forward? Thank you.
Thank you. Nominee, you can answer Honorable Mishi and Amisi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I will start with a question on the arid and semi-arid lands. I served as minister in the arid and semi-arid lands, and therefore very well conversant with the issues, the benefits, the challenges that face the arid and semi-arid lands. Happy to note that most of the animals, the wild animals, 70%, actually almost 90% are found in the arid and semi-arid lands, 70% of the livestock, most tourist attractions, conservancies, and this is one of the frontiers of development in this country. And having worked in that ministry, the policies that we were putting in place, discussing with all stakeholders, and especially development partners, of how to shift the conversations from the traditional conversations of how to support these areas in terms of drought, but to bring real development and have contribution to GDP much more improved. But on some of the strategies and actions that I will take, because I believe the communities must benefit, is to offer leadership in the conversations and discussions about benefits sharing of the resources that are found in those areas, increased economic benefits, development of infrastructure, benefits in terms of security, and even other alternative sources of incomes and activities, working together with the relevant ministries, the Ministry of ESC, Ministry of Water, Agriculture, a whole of government approach. We continue giving a focus on the potential of the arid and semi-arid lands, because these are lands that are very well endowed with resources and many other advantages. On the question of the coast, Mr. Chairman, our coast area is a jewel. we have not scratched the surface yet. The potential there is able to move our tourism to levels that we can only imagine. The beaches, the culture, and other exotic tourist products that we have are all found at the coast. The cruises and many other attractions. I want to commit that working together with the counties, we should work on identifying the niche tourist attractions, be able to form a circuit of the coastal counties so that when our visitors come, they have a full experience, be able to take advantage of what our coast has to offer. We need to have good infrastructures, our hotels in good order, more investments in hotels and other tourist infrastructure. We continue to make our coast area as a premier and best tourist destination in Kenya. We know that we also have some cultural sites. We have seen the Mama Ngina. And Mr. Chairman, to respond to the honorable member, on the issue of Mama Ngina, we need to work together with the purpose of getting maximum benefits, increased tourism, increased earnings, something that will just blow that region into economic activities and to success. And therefore, reason together, consult with the counties and see the formula and the strategy that will achieve maximum benefit for this installation. May I respond to the question by Honorable Hamisi about the heritage? Again, we continue saying in terms of tourism, Kenya is punching below its weight. We have consistently focused on only a few areas or a few attractions, especially the beach and the safaris, but Kenya has a lot more to offer. The honorable member did indicate that some of the benchmarking trips go to other countries and maybe do not bring back enough information to spur and catapult our tourism sector. Mr. Chairman, there are quite a lot of things that we can take advantage of. The first one, we now know that our highest visitors and tourists are basically from the USA, followed by Uganda. And while I mention Uganda, Mr. Chairman, we used to have a lot of Ugandan citizens wanting to bring their functions at the coast, the beaches, weddings, anniversaries, but we got into a little issue with our systems and the Attorney General's office, and that has denied the country a lot of revenue that we used to have and marketing Kenya as a destination.
What was the problem? When under the East African Community, we have a protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services.
Mr. Chairman, I'll say it's a non-tariff barrier, but we will get the real issues and be able to resolve what it is and open up again this niche market of affording countries that are landlocked with opportunities to experience the beauty of the beaches and have memorable functions, anniversaries, and all that. But on the issues, on what we can do to spur our tourism, Mr. Chairman, we need to diversify the origin of our guests. We need to attract new markets, the Middle East. When I looked at the numbers, we are not getting enough visitors from some of these good destinations. The East, Japan, China, we need to diversify the source of our guests, while at the same time, diversifying our products so that we can do a lot more. As I finish, Mr. Chairman, branding and communication in our tourism has to take the center stage. We must package our country as a product to be consumed, produced, packaged, sold, and consumed. And so we should not spare any effort. We need also to take advantage of innovation, technology. I have seen information that we do not have a one-stop shop digitally where tourists can visit and get all the information they need, and that will also be a priority so that we can package our country. Mr. Chairman, recently, Kenya was ranked as #1 in the world in use of social media and use of technology. If we convert such abilities and rankings to sell our country for tourism, I think we will take this world by storm and attract a lot more tourism and a lot more visitors in Kenya by marketing aggressively. And when we sort our brand visibility, our visibility index, I think we have what it takes to brand and market Kenya as a near-round destination for tourism, and not just the peak and low season.
Chair, on a point of order.
Yes, sorry, yes.
On a point of order, Chair, because I missed the opportunity to ask a question earlier, but from what now CS Miano is saying, she's elicited a question from me. You have severally repeated that we are punching below our weight as a country in matters tourism. And you've said branding and communication is what will take our tourism to where we want it to be. You've also asserted that we can use alternative media like social media. You said you are ranked #1 in use of social media.
Yes.
So members are asking, is it use or misuse? And from what I hear, Honorable, and by asking, it's actually use of social media, not misuse. But it could also be misconstrued as misuse depending on how it's used. I want you to focus on the positive use of social media. And now that you are saying we are punching below our weight, how then, as a cabinet secretary, are you going to leverage on that strength by young Kenyans? One, to create employment for them in terms of using, and I'm thinking about content creators, to positively use their time on social media to market our country and make an earning for themselves, and also in branding and communication. And may I also put it to you that, and I have in mind a question I had asked to the nominee who was here before you in the ministry that you are in trade and industry, that you failed the people of Kenya in communication when you are Minister for Trade and Industry. And I said that in view of the good things that you know of that were supporting our manufacturing sector in the finance bill, but we never saw your ministry anywhere communicating to Kenyans the positives that came with that finance bill. Are you telling the people of Kenya that we will now continue punching below our weight in terms of communicating, or will you, finance bill, Junet wants to say that finance bill is treasury. Far from it. It is an omnibus bill that included a whole package of very positive things that the CS nominee knows on matters to do with manufacturing. So I was asking, will you be punching below our weight again in tourism? Because it's true what you say, tourism is about branding, communication. Why would a country, a small country like Rwanda, be beating us in terms of branding and communication and advertising around the world.
If I take
Chairman, Chairman, this is...
Sorry, Chair, I said, let me withdraw the country. I don't want to get into trouble. Smaller countries and smaller economies than ours.
Chairman, this is linked to what Honorable Ishungwa said, and I just want to say that Kenya is renowned for its exceptional athletes who compete on the international stage. If appointed, how do you plan to leverage their achievements to promote Kenya as a premier tourist destination? And what strategies would you implement to integrate sports marketing? There is sports marketing with tourism promotion to enhance our global reputation and attract more visitors. We have seen a cabinet secretary in the past use an international figure to market Kenya, while we have our athletes and we also have sports who can be used to market our country. Also, they are known, Honorable Junet, and they can run. Secondly, tourism benefits often do not reach marginalized communities, including indigenous groups and people living in rural areas. How will you ensure that tourism development is inclusive and that these communities receive fair benefits from tourism activities? And lastly, just on that, tourism can sometimes lead to the commercialization or misrepresentation of local cultures. For example, the Maasai culture, Samburu culture, is often showcased in tourism marketing materials, but there are concerns that their culture is sometimes presented in a stereotypical or superficial manner, and some people using their photographs without their consent and making money out of them, and also respond to the issue of e-citizen. When we use it to pay money at the parks, is it that Kenyans, we are slow to accept change and technology, or was it implemented without good communication and without testing it first whether it works?
Chair, if I just a quick one. 1 minute.
You've had your share.
1 minute.
But Chair, you are allowing this
Order.
to ask
Then everybody will talk.
Speaker, that is Speaker, don't open that door, please.
From our electorates.
Yes, Owen.
Chair, I thought we had agreed one question.
Speaker.
I also had
This is important. This is important.
Owen, order, members. Owen.
There, Honorable Speaker,
the only person who has had a second bite is Naisula, and from what I saw, she was reading some rehearsed statement from somewhere.
Yes.
From the members of the public.
We have
Kenyans.
from the public.
Chair, the nominee has spoken about almost everything in tourism, except one thing which she must tell us how well prepared she is about. Tourism is very sensitive to security. And the decline of tourism in Kenya is associated to insecurities that happened, especially at the coast, in Lamu and other places that affected tourists. What is your plan to secure the tourism fold in terms of ensuring that tourism? And then the aspect of the tourism police is now hindering the development of tourism. How will you handle that? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I just wanted to ask about Ushanga Initiative, because it's underfunded, and that is a program for the Asar area. And I expect Naisura to ask that question, because those women, they normally get that money so that we can empower them, but they are not getting any money.
Thank you.
Chairman, I have a question from a Gen Z. I have a question from a Gen Z, Honorable Chairman. I want to read it. In early 2024, a lobby group filed a petition at the High Court accusing Miano of spending Kenya shilling 94 billions of taxpayers' money on ineffective power generating projects during her time as CEO of Kenya Electricity. This accusation included commissioning unusable high voltage transmission lines and conducting feasibility studies for 2 new power plants that never became operational. What is your take, Honorable nominee from a Gen Z?
Chair, the last one from the public to Honorable Miano. I've just received a message whereby the public is asking, are you going to continue?
Why are you breaking the protocol we have been following?
I'm sorry, Chair.
The chairman has been reading the public.
Okay.
Then when I finish, you compliment. Now everybody's jumping in. What are you doing, you guys?
Okay.
Go ahead.
Chair, may I respond to this because they are becoming quite many?
Let him finish. He had started.
Thank you, Chair, and apologies. The public is asking, as a nominee for tourism, are you going to continue using the conventional way of marketing Kenya, or what is your take on how you'll rebrand the country and forget those odd methods of branding the country?
She already said she will use social media beyond the conventional marketing tools. Can you answer the ones that, and concisely and precisely, no speeches, just answer the questions.
Mr. Chairman, let me start with a question by Majority Leader, Honorable Kimani, about the branding, but start to clarify that punching below its weight as a country is documented in the Kenya Kwanza Manifesto. And that is where I am coming from, which is a reality. And then you asked about the use of social media and how we can leverage on what we have seen as abilities, innovations, energies, and new ideas from our youth. Looking at some of the infographics, looking at the content that our innovative and energetic young people have done or can do, I believe this is an area that we can take advantage of. I've seen occasionally people taking a lot of time having consultancies when we have a youth that can turn around material, that can turn around content that can be used. I will be taking it up with the ministry and see how we can accommodate this creativity towards increasing our branding and our marketing. And I think together with the private sector, we can use the positive social media to position our country and showcase it out there. In terms of communication, I want to confirm that some of the proposals that we had made as a ministry to promote local manufacturing, to stop unnecessary imports of what can be produced locally. We had endless meetings with the industry, with the manufacturers. We had discourses and discussions, and eventually we had a convergence on what we need to do. I want to confirm that we had enough consultation and enough communication in that regard. In terms of athletes, Mr. Chairman, the question asked by Honorable Naisula, it's very special that we have our athletes who is a pride of Kenya. We can position them as our tourism brand ambassadors, working with them in the countries that they go, so that while there, we can showcase what Kenya has to offer. We can come up with marketing material and content to convince the world you will not have lived until you go to the home of athletes that is called Kenya, to just experience their talent, their brevity, their courage, and just find out what it is that makes them stand out, what makes them sweep the Kenyan stage. And I agree, it is a very niche market for tourism. On development and benefits of some of the marginalized communities, like I responded in the earlier questions, it's to ensure that there is fair sharing of benefits, that their cultures are respected. We should explore opportunities to even have intellectual property rights so that we can respect and safeguard the usage of the cultures that those communities have to offer. I believe they need to benefit in terms of the ripple effects of tourism, offer economic activities, offer employment, so that it is a win-win situation in the country. In terms of e-citizen, we are aware, and even as I was preparing, there is information to show that there is quite a lot of improvement needed, and especially even in tourism. I got information that occasionally when paying, especially as a foreigner or for services, it takes long, it may not be clear, but I'm aware that there is a lot of work going around to strengthen and to streamline the e-citizen platform, and I believe this will be one of our quick wins because it is digital and will hasten and make it efficient. In terms of the question about the power industry, Mr. Chairman, I do not have the actual information, and I'll be ready to respond to any issues that come through, but I want to confirm I've served with diligence, a good record, and I've done what I should as the CEO or as a strong leader in the energy sector, and I'm proud of the achievements that we received, but Chairman, I'll leave it there. But I also want to talk about how to refresh the Kenya brand and what...
Talk about Ushanga.
About Ushanga initiative, Mr. Chairman, this docket is in the Ministry of Heritage, Culture and Arts. They will be much better suited than myself to give comprehensive and convincing answers.
Honorable Mole's issue? It was answered?
Yes.
Okay. Yes, yes.
There was a question about security.
And tourism police and so on. Can you answer that?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Chairman, the Executive Order number 1 of 2023 that organized ministries, there was envisaged a creation of National Tourism Service, which has not been operationalized. And again, it will be one of those priority areas because we need to ensure that there is enough security, not only for tourists, but also for the citizens. I will also propose that we take advantage of technology, the closed circuit TV, CCTVs for surveillance. We work with communities to disseminate matters of security, and that it is a collective responsibility for all of us, working with the relevant ministries and state departments that handle matters of safety, so that our tourists then come and get the product that they came for. Tourism is the product that sells joy and adventure, and security easily kills that, that reason why tourists visit, and also working together with police so that they become enablers and facilitators and do not hamper our security. We need community policing, also information to the tourists on security briefs. And I want to say that there is a lot that can be done, tangible activities to enhance security and safety in the tourism sector.
Jeanette?
Mr. Speaker.
I'm giving Jeanette because he didn't ask any question. You already asked questions. Yes, Jeanette?
No, Mr. Speaker, I wanted to say that my constituency borders the Masai Mara. So I have a lot of information from there which I wanted to share with the committee and bring to the attention of the nominee. Mr. Speaker, for example, between the Mara and Serengeti, there is a lot of interconnection. The government sometimes, I don't know whether they are serious about tourism, because there's an airstrip in Migori which was tarmacked recently. When the tourists come from Nairobi, they land in, let's say, Kichwatembo in Mara, then they are connecting to Serengeti. Mr. Speaker, they are lifted from Serengeti, from Mara to Migori, then they disembark, they get into a bus, they go to the border in Hispania so that their passports can be stamped, then they are brought back by a bus, then they again board, then they go fly to Serengeti. Or they fly from Mara to Kisumu, just for immigration services only. And they are around between 5 and 10 flights every week. So sometimes I wonder whether we want to make people comfortable or we want to make their life difficult so that they disembark, go to the border, just stamp his passport so that he can go to Tanzania, then come and board, and then go to Serengeti. Madam Nominee, if this committee approves you, what do you think you can do about that? Or you have no powers over that? It's an immigration issue.
Yes, Mary?
Honorable Chairman, this is from a Kenyan, and I think it's a Kenyan from Busia. He's saying, ask Mrs. Miano when new places like the ancient rock art in Busia will be considered in the tourism circuit. I think it's helping you to boost local tourism by enlisting new ancient places or new tourism sites across the country.
Nominee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the information by Honorable Junet and undertake to consult with the Ministry of Immigration, to the Department of Immigration, because I said easy access is key to supporting tourism.
Nominee, it doesn't need any consultation. If you confirm that information is right, call your counterpart and tell him go and open a Department of Immigration at this point. There's nothing to consult.
You've read my mind. I was getting there.
Yes.
Because we have to consult, we work together, and go for action.
Yes.
I'm an executor.
Good.
Yep.
And
on Busia, I agree, our counties, we need to map out the tourist attractions and what counties and regions have to offer so that we package the diversification that I so much believe in and I talked about, that we need to diversify the products that we have. I will take up not only specifically for Busia, but other sites that can help boost tourism in this country.
Nominee, I want to tell you that not once, not twice, not thrice, the ministry that you have been proposed to lead has mapped out Kenya over and over to see where new sites for tourism are. I've seen them in Bungoma, I've seen them in Trans Nzoia, I've seen them in Pokot, I've seen them everywhere. So don't reinvent the wheel. Focus on actualization and execution. That is what is required. Let me also ask you, Honorable Rebecca, you are coming into a ministry that has at one time been the highest foreign exchange earner for the country. And many, many of your predecessors, there was one who appeared before a committee such as this, chaired by my predecessor, assured parliamentarians how he's going to market tourism, how he's going to use Kenyans to market tourism, how he's going to do everything for tourism to flourish. We saw him turn up with a British citizen of African origin to market tourism in Malindi. Is that how to assist Kenyans participate in this important industry? And if you are confirmed, because tourism in Kenya is a clear highway, what is it you are going to do that is different from what the others have been doing to improve the arrivals in Kenya from the current 2.2 million to 10 million or even more. I saw the other day on BBC television, citizens in Barcelona were demonstrating, demanding that they reduce the arrivals of tourists, that there were too many. What do they go to see in Barcelona? Probably the beaches only, or Barcelona Football Club. We have wonderful game parks, we have wonderful beaches, we have wonderful wildlife everywhere, we have wonderful culture, we have scenery everywhere. What are you going to do that will be different from those who have come before you to profile Kenya as a #1 tourist destination? That's what this committee and the country wants to hear. Robust management, whatever, what is it you'll do that is different? Because those slogans, we have heard them before.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Tourism is a great exchange earner. Currently, it's not the first, as it should. It's #3 in exchange earning. And we have an opportunity. I believe the tourism sector is easy to turn around, much easier than others that require a lot of work. Mr. Chairman, what I will do differently is to know that people support what they believe in. We must then use our citizens, use the local people, our fellow Kenyans, to take the pride of Kenya and market it ourselves. I believe if we do that, we get the patriotism, the love of our Kenya, and then we give opportunities to the people with the talent. And by the way, Mr. Chairman, all the employees in the tourism sector and hotel sector are 80% youth. That is a low-hanging fruit. If we partner with them as individuals, as corporates, as companies, and support them fully, and we tap into their creativity and their prowess, I believe if I take that trajectory, we will see numbers. And Mr. Chairman, 10 million is still below the weight of Kenya. At 55 million, we should be talking about beyond 20. And Mr. Chairman, with the support of Parliament to put the right policies, and with all the stakeholders, we have a very robust private sector, development partners. We must go out there and turn around this tourism and increase numbers. I want to give you comfort that I am an executor. I'll give it my all, more than ever before, and especially because when you get a second chance, you must also double up your efforts, your delivery, and that is the reciprocation that I will owe. If I am found fit and I am approved to hold this most progressive, exciting docket that can just turn around this country of ours.
Will you also consider, if you are confirmed, to revolutionize organizations like Brand Kenya? I have gone to functions out of this country, and you see a banner there, Brand Kenya. When you go there, you see wood carvings,
And
tea, coffee, Masai shukas, and that is all. Nothing else. And they say they're branding Kenya. We were in London last October, I think, for celebration of the 75 years of the Commonwealth. part of the participants in the preparation was the Kenya High Commission. When we went to the opening of the event, on the list was Maasai dancers to celebrate the 75 years. Who turned up? Black men with the heavy muscles from West Africa as Maasais. And when one of our colleagues asked which part of Maasai land you come from, they disappeared after a very poor performance. Now, you know, those misrepresentations undermine our tourism as well. Lastly, from me, we used to have, when I was in Foreign Affairs, a demand from the Ministry of Tourism to post what they call tourist attaches and trade attaches. And let me tell you how fallacious it is. And we want to know how you'll do it differently. You pick somebody from the Ministry of Tourism, probably ushered through lobbying, and you post that person to China to sell Kenya tourism. For 2 years, he's learning the language and his way around. The next 1 year, he's struggling to know where to go to market Kenya. The fourth year, his term is over, he comes back. You send another one under the same circumstances. You send somebody to Russia, same thing. You send somebody to France, same thing. What are you going to do differently to market our country in major destinations? China has more than 200 million Chinese going out as tourists every year. If you just get 2, 3 of those, you can imagine the impact on our GDP.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
Depends. Just to add on what you're saying, Mr. Speaker, also it depends on when you arrive at the country. What do you see first?
Yes.
Look at the kind of airport we have. It looks like a bus park, Mr. Speaker. There's no difference between that airport and Migori bus park, where people park matatus and everything. You can't even have a parking space, Mr. Speaker. You go round and round. You don't know where to park your car. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I met an Arab in Dubai. I asked him, why are people coming here like this all the time? He told me the sheikh called the immigration and everyone who deals with visitors and told them, anyone who comes to this country is my visitor, and you must make sure that he's handled well. Mr. Speaker, it also depends on how we handle our visitors. When you are parking them in Migori bus park, how can they be happy?
So, nominee, can you give the people of Kenya an assurance that you will act differently, market Kenya in a different mode and different version, using different tactics and different people?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The tourist industry and some of the things we do in Kenya, we are caught in a time warp. Comfort zone, doing the same things the same way. Carvings, the beach, we have not stretched our imagination. We need to stretch our imagination out of the comfort zone, come with new products, reimagine our tourism sector, rethink, refresh our brand, and that will inform some of the things we are going to do based on what Honorable Junet has said, and how we are going to position our product, how we are going to position our country to attract more tourists. It will mean getting new facilities, or at least renovatory should have. So, Chair, I will be very innovative, transformational, wanting to lead teams that are high performance, and will want to rally this vision through so that we get results. On the matter of attachés, when you described, it reminded me of my experience at the Trade Department or the Trade Ministry, and it is a time for us to get our attachés based on their skills, their qualifications, their competencies, based on what they really can bring for the country. We need to check even their linguistics so that we send the correct people. I am a believer, if you have the right teams, well equipped, with competencies, you'll be able to get much more. And this is...
On a point of order, because I think the CS nominee did not get your question. Because when I listened to you, the speaker was asking, is there a need to have a trade attaché, a tourism attaché? Why not have what you have been calling a one government approach? Whoever is at a mission has the capacity and ability, and you're able to train them on how to market tourism. Because from what the speaker was saying, the example he gave, you send someone, it takes 4 years moving around China. Why not use the ambassador in China to market Kenya, to market Kenya as a tourism destination, and even use their locals there with the branding you are talking about?
Mr. Chairman, if we get the right people, they are likely to do very well in multi-skilling. There will be no distinct or dramatic difference from an attaché who can do trade to the one who can do tourism. And I think if we combine those roles, it will be more efficient, more affordable, so long as we get the right people, a selection procedure that is fair and firm when we are getting the skills that we need, and we will not need to duplicate a Kenyan handling this, another one handling this, while one person can be very well equipped and able to deliver that service. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, she never answered my question about compensation.
Wildlife.
Yeah. The forms are not right and they are not paid. 10 years down the road, we have not been paid. So please tell us what you're going to do differently.
I am aware there is a backlog on compensation. The process has started and it's picking up again. Remember, in my previous docket, I was invited for a function earlier this year, and there was a launch of the compensation. And Mr. Chairman, like I said, and I remember we discussed here that compensation that is delayed may at times not be compensatory as it should be. So in my mind, I thought I had responded to the question, but I think this is something to give priority.
Excellent.
We do know that there are fiscal constraints, but prioritizing cost containment, removing non-essentials will still afford some resources to undertake the needed compensation.
Rebecca, we are coming to an end. You had Naisula read to you what the public was asking. Mary Mase, Mkami, and Mishi, and Mule. There are a few more from the public. What plans will the nominee put in place to ensure challenges of open skies are solved? I think that was asked by Owen. You don't need to answer. Somebody asked us, what are the qualifications for one to work as a tourism driver? I think that one must be. What plans will Mrs. Miano put in place to ensure there's clear database of all Airbnbs operators, as well as mitigate the challenge of conflict of interest between hotel keepers and Airbnb's operators? That one you had, I think, answered. Tourism sector has several statutory funds, such as Tourism Fund and Tourism Development Fund. I think this was asked and you answered. There is widespread concern in the local hotel industry regarding the impact of current budget cuts on domestic travel and hospitality in Kenya. what steps will be taken to prevent further shutdowns and staff layoffs in the hotel industry? And then the government of Kenya still holds substantial shares in hotels like Hilton and other lodges. If appointed, what can we expect from CS Miano in terms of GOK shareholding in non-performing hotels and in safeguarding public funds? Those that you have answered, you can skip. Yeah, just probably the last one.
Mr. Chairman, on the issue of cost containment and how it can affect the hotel industries, I think we need to rationalize industry, and even for the hoteliers to optimize their operations and maintenance costs, get maybe alternative, cheaper ways of O&M, and that way they will continue offering rates that are competitive and affordable. I believe, Mr. Chairman, like we said before, if we are able to sensitize our community on local tourism, and I'll give you just a very quick examples. We have many opportunities to have products together with industries that can appeal to our communities. And because I am a lady and conversant with the chamas, we can have products that those chamas can uptake, get away from the traditional meeting in one home and the other in a merry-go-round and buying hot pots and all that. Maybe that cost, if there is a product, we will give the ladies and the groups a better experience at affordable rates, and therefore we must all put on our thinking, innovative minds and see how to cope with the situation we have by coming up with diversified products, affordable products, and rallying uptake from the groups that we know can have. I must say that maybe the young people are more uptakers of tourism. When I'm going up country and I pass through Naivasha, Delamere, you will not miss a group of youth who have put themselves together to go to a certain destination. The industry must rise to that challenge and that occasion and offer them products that they'll be able to uptake with ease, affordability, efficiency. And Mr. Chairman, I think the possibilities are endless on what we can do to revamp and operationalize and even develop and promote our tourism, not only international but domestic. On safari lodges and government shareholding in some of these hotels, the executive order has given this to the National Treasury, but I'm sure we will work in consultation with the National Treasury to get the best strategies to transform, reform, and work on this.
Thank you. I'll now ask you one or two mundane questions. Have you ever been adversely mentioned in an integrity-related report or investigation?
No, Mr. Chairman.
Apart from what Mish read, that you had no evidence. Do you hold any leadership position in any political party?
No, Mr. Chairman, I don't.
What is your net worth?
Mr. Chairman, my net worth is 444 million shillings.
444. How much were you worth when we last vetted you?
When you vetted me about 22 months ago, my net worth was 397. Mr. Chairman, I have not increased the assets, but what I have done is to revalue modestly the properties, taking into account the appreciation, and that's why it is unrealized, but it is an effect of valuation to be on the reasonable side of things.
Good. We have looked at your documents and compared with what we have. They are in order. We received 21 memoranda on you, some supporting you, some saying some things that we passed on to you, and your responses were all satisfactory. We now want to wish you well and release you to go back to your other engagements.
I think I'm feeling bad that they have not, the messaging has.
Have a good day,
Thank you very much.
Rebecca. Have you taken back your documents? Yes, okay. Great. Five honorable members, we resume at 4. We can break for lunch. Members of the Fourth Estate, lunch is available for you as well.
1, 2. Nasirian. Mambo. 1, 2. 1, 2. I think. Kim. 1, 2. Unaonaje? Acha nisimame penye nikofanya mic. 1, 2. Ongezea gain kidogo. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Unaipata? Ongezea 1, 2. 1, 2. Master kidogo. Yeah. Ona, master kidogo. Master kidogo. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Cordless. Up, lakini hapo unasikia? Si walipukia huko juu. Yeah, iko sawa. 1, 2. Ona. Kuna feed. 1, 2. Chill. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. You're bullying me, man. 1, 2. Ongezea again kidogo. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Yes. 1, 2. Mimi mzee Kimtai Danton. Nimekuja kutafuta job. Ninaapa kwamba 1, 2. I think iko. Who's coming with it? Opio ndani. Pio is tall. Akisimama hiki tu bwana. Utasikia sauti ya Simba kwa speaker. Iko sawa? 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Of course atabend. Lazima bend kidogo tu. 1, 2. Delegate, so number 1, so now usikie feedback. 1, 2. 1, 2. Kolo. Oya. Oya, Danton. Angalia. Mnasikia from there? 1, 2. I think iko poa, man. Zaidi ya moja. Sawa. Vizuri kuconfirm. 1, 2. 1, 2. Kim. Mbona shikia 5? Ina 1, 2. Mbona inasikia inashikia fa? 1, 2. No, file yake ndio hii. So haiwezi kuwa kwa file juu ya file. Ile iko sensitive kushinda hii. Unaona? Ama ngoja. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Ona. One, 2. Kwanza kuna feedback. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Tabida. Mr. Nganga. Ebu. Yes? Come again? 1, 2. Ebu unasikia ka feedback? Hata mimi nasikia feedback. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1. Ona, ebu adjust gain, punguza master. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Speaker kiongea na konga mebendi. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2. Misanga, unasikia feedback anyway? Kidogo. 1 2 sound check. Itabidi speaker ongee. 1 2 sound check 1. Honorable member.
No, I'm saying like this. I'm not saying that's very good.
Siko sawa. 1 1 2 1 2 sound check 1 2 1 2 1 2. Ema, hebu mtusikizie hii sauti na tujaje huko kwenu. Can you? 1 2. What's that? Who's cracking those jokes? You're live. We are testing live. You people need to stop jokes. Mama do karibu. Who's speaking with you? Nani nakuongelesha? Kama nimeonekana shoot with that one. Hizo nini?
live on screen. No, we are not. No, we are the clean radio. No, we are not. You are one? Oh, good. We are the clean. By who? No. What would be? Just give me one. What is happening in Busia? No, all the way from the Green Edge, following the Nile, coming down here, going to Uganda. No, she asked me to explain how we found ourselves there. But sasa amekataa kusikia. The attention span has really reduced. Ameniuliza swali, ameenda kwa street, ameenda huko nyuma, bado ananiangalia. Busia. Busia is a coastal county. Like here, sisi Waluo. Mpaka mtu Busia. Sisi, I meant to say sisi, Waluo, Luos, not mimi Luo. Sisi, Luos,
Hebu sinishaisha kwa ya. Hebu test.
Yes, that's a different. And now Western is perceived to be like
Sasa nakusaidia unaanza matusi.
Umeweka koro.
Nataka nimalizie kwanza. Yes.
This is good.
Sawa.
Oh, jamaa tena. Bro, saidia select.
Tuombe staff. Yote nimwambia hawa alafu nione kama nawadanganya. Unajua mimi niko tafuta bako.
Unajua nilikuwa na
niambia hao hawako.
Nimepigiwa na nyang'asi.
Au huyo unakuja. Kwa hapa niambia.
Wewe it's confirmed na kaka. That is fine.
Hiyo issue mmesort bado?
Umepata sukura.
Hao watu wa microphone wale. Sasa mtu anaenda
I was in the process of kumalizia kusema hiyo master. Okay. Alafu ni internet bundles. Ukikona hapa, unaona internet iko. No, hii yenye connected hapo sasa ni yangu. Sio hapa. No. Naona kama mgusi na yes. Debbie. Hello. Mambo Debbie, Desamai hapa. Moses, nimepata missed call yako. Ni Moses hapa, nimepata missed call yako. Bro, usaidie na tape. Bro. Usaidie na hiyo salad. Acha tukatie sauti. Pana ya huko hizo zote. Anatoa wapi sauti? Nani? Ndio hii na tunaongea hapo ndani. Umesema nini kweli? Baada kana hii. What's that? Yeah. Boss. Yeah. Imezima the main one, No. It was streaming the video from here. Which page? YouTube ya parliament na kwa site ya parliament. Nani wana stream? That's what we don't know. But YouTube ya mbona si BBC? God.
Honorable members, welcome back. Hope you have had a good lunch. We have quorum. Sergeant, bring the next nominee.
Good afternoon, Honorable Speaker and members.
For the record, you are the Honorable James Opio Wandai, EGH.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. My name is James Opio Wandai.
You are welcome to this committee on appointments. We know you are still a member of the House. These are your colleagues. You are appearing here pursuant to your nomination for consideration for appointment as the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum. This committee is going to conduct what in some jurisdictions they call confirmation hearings, what here is called vetting. We're going to engage you as a committee We have already engaged one of your colleagues in the House, and members are advised not to be prejudiced by the fact that you are the colleague in the House, but to ask questions that add value to the process of your confirmation on your suitability to hold the office for which you have been nominated. For the record, I'm the chairman of this committee, the Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Gladys Bose. We have Jeremiah Ndombi, the Deputy Clerk, sitting in for the clerk, and I'll invite the members to introduce themselves.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo. Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
Kosing David.
Turn to your right.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
George Gitonga Mrugara Tharaka.
Owen Baya Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule Matungulu.
Dido Raso Saku.
Abdi Shurie.
Mishi Mboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
Caleb Amisi, Saboti.
Engagement will be with you taking an oath before you answer any questions. We have the Holy Bible, the Holy Quran, and the Holy, is it called Gita? Yes, the Hindu holy book. Which holy book do you swear by?
I will use the Bible.
The Bible. Take it in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, James Opio Wandai, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee on the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
Thank you. You may sign on the oath. Thank you. You may also give the sergeant your original documents to enable the clerk cross-check with what we have on you. As we start, Honorable Wandai, we expect from you precise and concise responses to the questions put, no unnecessary stories. And if we go that way, we'll move reasonably fast. Questions may be put to you that make you uncomfortable or not. Just take them in the stride and answer them, because there is no ill will from any member here. It's all in the course of duty. We'll start by inviting you, for the record, to tell the committee your name, your educational background, your work experience, and your key competences to make you suitable for the appointment to which you have been nominated.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker and members. I was born some 52 years ago in Siaya County. My early schooling started at Sikalame Primary School. That's a rural school in Ugunja sub-county, which I joined in 1979 and went ahead to do my KCPE exams in 1986. Thereafter, I proceeded to Sawagongo High School in the present-day Gemiala sub-county for my O-levels. And I was there until the year 1990, when I did my KCSE, upon which I proceeded to the University of Nairobi. to pursue a Bachelor of Science degree in agriculture, majoring in agricultural economics, which I completed in the year 1996. Later on, I undertook a diploma course in business management at the Kenya Institute of Management. Thereafter, I also did an MBA at Jomo Kenyatta University of Agriculture and Technology. I later on again enrolled for a Bachelor of Laws degree at Daystar University, which I completed last year, I think, yeah. Honorable Speaker, my professional background or job background, I basically worked in the private sector, in the corporate world, all the time before I joined Parliament. As a matter of fact, I joined the British American Tobacco Company in the year 1998 and worked for a whole 14 years before I resigned in early 2013 to join Parliament. During my stint at British American Tobacco, first I started as a fairly junior officer dealing with the extension services within the tobacco growing regions of Kuria, Migori, Bungoma, Teso, Thika, finally Nairobi, and eventually Uganda. But I rose steadily through the ranks, Honorable Speaker, from an field extension officer to an area manager. Later on, I became the regional manager for Western Kenya, based in Malakisi, a place called Malakisi in Bungoma, between Bungoma and Teso, I think. It's in Bungoma, actually, yes. And specifically in Sirisia constituency. I stayed in Malakisi for 7 years as the regional manager for BAT, where I was basically undertaking the business work for the company in charge of managing the contract farming business. Later on, was promoted to handle the operations for the whole country, the leaf growing operations for the whole country, based in Thika from the year 2007 all the way to 2011. And thereafter, I was seconded on an international assignment on a project internationally, but based between Nairobi and London. And finally, I went on an international secondment in Kampala. I was posted in Kampala to manage leaf business sustainability for both Uganda and DRC. I was to be there for 2 years, but I cut short my tour of duty by a year to come back and run for elective positions as the MP for Ugunja, which I successfully did in 2013. But before I come to my role in Parliament, Honorable Speaker, quickly, during the time I was working in BAT, I was, of course, a business manager. Because up to the point I was leaving, I was now essentially a strategic business manager, dealing with strategic business issues and leading teams of diverse backgrounds. In my responsibilities, I was in charge of environment, health, and safety issues as the head of those departments. And therefore, I came into contact with matters energy fairly early in life. Fast forward, Honorable Speaker, when I joined Parliament in 2013, my first term at the 11th Parliament, I served in the committee, among others, the Committee of Environment and Natural Resources. In my second term, beginning the year 2017, I was privileged to be elected the chairperson of the Public Accounts Committee, a role I played for the entire term of of that parliament, serving with some distinguished members who are in this committee, including the Honorable Junet Mohammed, who is now the leader of minority. Honorable Speaker, in my role as chairman of PAC, I interacted with accounting officers of all ministries, all state departments, and all constitutional commissions, but to narrow down to the Ministry of Energy, whose books of accounts I examined for the whole 5 years. Yeah, so that gave me an idea, really, of matters energy and petroleum. I remember dealing with the two accounting officers, one in charge of energy, one in charge of petroleum for the entire period. And fast forward again to my third term, the 13th Parliament. Again, when I came in, I was privileged to be elected the leader of minority, alongside my colleagues, Deputy Honorable Robert Mbui, the distinguished member for Kathiani, and Honorable Junet Mohammed again, who was then my chief whip, among others. But I must also hasten to add that in this term of parliament, apart from being the leader of minority, I have also been a member of the Public Investment Committee, Energy and Commercial, that is ably chaired by the distinguished member for Pokot South, the Honorable David Kosing. That committee, as you know, Honorable Chair, deals with matters energy to a very large extent, alongside other matters under the commercial ambit. So, Honorable Speaker, I come before you confident, truly confident, that with the nomination by His Excellency the President, for me to be the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum, I come with the competencies, the necessary competencies that are required to handle the docket. Yes, I'm extremely confident that this docket I can be able to manage, given my background, both academic and professional, and ultimately, again, parliamentary.
That will do.
Yeah.
That will do, nominee. For purposes of proceedings, all members will address you as nominee. No causing around, it's just a nominee. So nominee, I'll invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask a question.
Honorable Wandai, my first question to you, my question is where you're coming from and where you're going. So where you're coming from, as leader of minority party in the National Assembly, it has been your duty to hold government to account. On many occasions, you opposed government proposals. What shift in ideology will allow you to satisfactorily serve as cabinet secretary in government, and how will you demonstrate your commitment to the bottom-up economic transformation agenda? My second question is about where you're going, something topical that Kenyans are asking. On the 14th of July, 2024, IPRA, the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, announced a marginal increase in fuel prices. However, once people made an analysis, it revealed a notable increase in the road maintenance levy from 8 shillings to 25 shillings per litre, despite the public rejected that increment. What are your thoughts about the surge in the road maintenance levy? Do you propose to address, how do you propose to address it? Should you be approved as Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum? Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, first and foremost, when I was sitting in the House, indeed I still sit in the House before I eventually resign if you agreed to approve my nomination. Honorable Speaker, I was simply playing my role. And it must be understood clearly that under the Article 94, 95, and 96 of the Constitution, Parliament, regardless of which side you are sitting, has got a collective duty to oversight the executive, okay, to legislate and also to represent our electors. It only follows that I happen to have come from the party to which the president and his executive do not belong. And let me say this, Honorable Speaker, because there's a misnomer here. People tend to think that it follows, it goes without saying that the president and his team must come from the majority side. In America, for instance, you know very well, yeah, that despite President Joe Biden being a Democrat, the leader of majority in the House of Reps is a Republican. Okay? When you go to the Senate, it's the vice versa. But therefore, I was simply playing my role first and foremost as a member of Parliament under Article 95 of the Constitution. Okay? But above all, I was the leader of the minority, and therefore I was leading my troops in putting the government or the executive to check without any prejudice. Secondly, Honorable Speaker, there is no contradiction whatsoever in what I believed in then and what I believe in now. I simply believe that I've been called to perform a national duty. And as a patriotic Kenyan, I have responded positively to the call, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, I will be open to
so,
scrutiny.
Honorable Wandai, that's exactly what you wanted to hear, because the Kenyan public
Yes.
wanted to hear and have that assurance.
Thank you very much.
So I think you've explained it well.
Thank you very
It
much.
was not to put you on the defense. It was just for the country to understand the shift.
Secondly,
What's the next question?
the issue of fuel prices is a very emotive matter, extremely emotive. But I will come to it perhaps later. For now, let me just say this, that the road maintenance levy is one of the levies and taxes that constitute the ultimate pump price of fuel. Unfortunately, it doesn't fall within the remit of my ministry if I get approved. The road maintenance levy is a levy which is proposed by the Ministry of Transport and Roads. And it goes through the normal process of parliamentary approval, I believe. Thank you.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. CS nominee, you have said that nothing changes in the things you believe in. And I want to believe if nothing changes, your publicly known stand on the fight against corruption will continue being so even when you join the ministry, if you are approved. And in view of that, you do know the problems that pervade the power sector, especially in regards to the cost of generation of power and what is offloaded to the Kenya Power and Lighting Company. That independent power producers in this country, over the years, since the early 60s and 70s, to date, continue to sell very expensive power to KPLC, while that power that we generate from KenGen, including the green power in Olkaria and Marsabit Wind Power, the solar farms in northern Kenya, are much cheaper. Will Kenyans, or can Kenyans trust you that when you take office, should you be approved, that you will literally do what they call biting the bullet and fight the power cartels in power generation and sale with the PPA agreements that are there, to make sure that Kenyans eventually can enjoy lower costs of power? Because there is power that is cheaper, and it's there. But we are still on thermal energy, when we have cheaper geothermal energy, we have cheaper wind energy, we have cheaper solar energy. Can we get that assurance from you that you can bite the bullet, relook at many of those contracts, of course, within the law, that were procured corruptly to the great detriment of the people of Kenya.
You hold, we'll take another one. Junet?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to put to the nominee that, Mr. Speaker, the nominee is somebody known to me very well, having been his whip for now 2-3 years in Parliament. And there is somebody who believes, the way I know him, he stands with on what he believes. But having said that, I want to tell him that working in Parliament, the way we have worked in Parliament together as a whip and a minority leader, and working in the executive are two different things, two different ball games completely. Having said that, I want to ask him that there are issues that are of energy in nature that require immediate attention. For example, issues of electrification. You know very well, nominee, that there are places, you know and I know, who have not seen electricity since God created Kenya. They are still in darkness. You know very well that those places have suffered quite some time, and they need urgent help, attention. But promises have been given year in, year out by people who have taken up jobs like the way you're taking. So what Marshall Plan or what measures are you thinking of to help in the next 3 years those areas that have not seen light, not the light of God, but the light of human being, who have not seen it? What are you planning? Secondly, that is last mile. My final question is, this country, the way it is now, and your predecessor, the nominee that was holding your docket, has come here to be vetted on for another docket. He has said that the networks and the systems of the electricity has gone down because of non-repair or something like that for many years. So it requires a lot of money to be upgraded. And I asked him about these shutdowns that happen in the country that affect airports, that affect even hospitals sometimes. I am praying that it does not happen when you are the minister, if you are approved. But what are you thinking? What are you planning to do about that matter? Because Kenyans are sick and tired of missing electricity without any notice. Thank you very much.
You can answer those.
Yes, Honorable Speaker. Let me start with the Honorable Majority Leader's question about corruption within the energy sector and whether I am prepared to deal with it. Honorable Speaker, my stand on corruption also remains unchanged. I may not be an angel, but I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, throughout my life, yes, I have fought very, very seriously against corruption in all its manifestations. Honorable Speaker, there are two problems with the matter of the IPPs from where I sit. And I want to explain a little bit. First and foremost, our energy sector has undergone or is supposed to be undergoing what we call unbundling. Unlike many other jurisdictions which have got a vertical integration kind of structure, our sector has been unbundled, and therefore we have got agencies or entities that do the drilling of the wells if it comes to geothermal. There are entities that do the generation of power itself, entities that transmit, ultimately entities that distribute to the consumers. Honorable Speaker, we have these IPPs largely at the generation level, where they compete with state entities such as KenGen and to some extent even GDC. And I'll come to that later again. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to the point of generation, I have noticed a problem that I will have to tackle head on. One, you know that in our mix of energy sources, geothermal is one of the clean energy sources and the cheapest. In fact, Honorable Speaker, Kenya is lucky. It is the 6th largest source of geothermal and in the world. In the world, Honorable Speaker. We are lucky because if you had a look at a satellite image or picture of the Earth, we fall within what you call the ring of fire. Those are areas where we have got geothermal resources worldwide. Kenya happens to be within that region. And therefore, we are blessed as a country to have geothermal resources that could help our energy be among the cheapest, Honorable Speaker. But what do you see? GDC, which is supposed to do what we call de-risking, yes, because not every private player can do the drilling of the wells. So GDC is supported by taxpayers' money to do the drilling and therefore allow the sites to be commercially utilized by other players, including KenGen. But now you find that GDC has dug the wells. They have identified, they have got the sites which are ready for development commercially. And you find that licenses for a number of those sites have been given to private entities, these so-called IPPs, a number of whom are not utilizing the sites. They have kept them for purposes of speculation. And therefore starving KenGen, which has got excess capacity of opportunities to generate more power, or geothermal power for that matter. Okay? So the country is losing on that account alone. Persons who have been given licenses, what we call geothermal concessions, and they are holding those licenses, which are public assets in my view, whilst KenGen, which is a publicly owned entity, at least by 70%, has the capacity, the expertise, the resources, is not able to get access to those sites to be able to generate for us energy. So that I will have to deal with. But I will have to deal with them by way of first engaging with the Attorney General to see what we can do about these licenses that are remaining idle without necessarily exposing the country, of course, okay, to litigation and the likes. But eventually to see to it that in the new dispensation, if such licenses are to be issued, there must be conditions. That you get a license, but you have got certain terms within which to play. That is one. Two, it is this animal that we call take or pay. These are IPPs which have been given, which have signed PPAs, the power producing agreements, with Kenya Power and Lighting Company. And the agreement is such that whatever they generate, you either take it, or if you don't take it, you still pay for it. So really, that is not sustainable. And they are very, very, very long-term agreements, some running to as long as 20 years. Again, I will have to engage the Office of the Attorney General on how to deal with this. But eventually, of course, I'm aware that there is currently a moratorium on the engagement of IPPs following the Presidential Task Force on PPAs that was established earlier in 2021. Even if that moratorium is lifted eventually, we shall have to ensure that whatever PPAs we get into do not put us in that or in such a situation. As a matter of fact, my view is that eventually, because currently we have a very robust legal framework, since the enactment of the Energy Act of 2019, one of my first duties within 100 days, if I am lucky to be approved, would be to ensure that the requisite regulations are brought to fruition, because there are different stages of processing, so that the country can benefit fully, can reap the full potential from this robust legislative framework. But then, if it comes to that, I foresee a situation where this country will not need this kind of lopsided agreements. We may actually want to have an energy auction kind of situation, where you generate your energy, take it to the auction floor, as it were, and then we buy when we need it, as consumers, through KPLC, of course. Okay? That is a futuristic view, my Honorable Speaker. Let me quickly go to the next question, because I'm trying to be, okay. Yes, I understand Honorable Jeanette's view that the executive is not like Parliament. I'm here to experience that because, Honorable Speaker, you know, I have never worked in the executive throughout my life. Throughout my life.
You will get to learn.
Yes, so I will get to learn. And I'm a first learner, I believe, Honorable Speaker. So I don't have any qualms that I will be able to fit in fairly well. Honorable Speaker, the immediate issues, which are of concern to nearly all members of the National Assembly, I being one of them, at least for now. The issue of rural electrification, the issue of last mile. Honorable Speaker, I said from the outset that our energy sector is supposed to have been unbundled. But I must add that that unbundling is not yet complete. Why do I say so? You still find Kenya Power and Lighting Company competing with REREC in last mile connections. Honorable Speaker, Kenya Power and Lighting Company is a publicly listed company. It's supposed to be running commercially. It's supposed to be profit motivated, if you ask me. And therefore, it cannot be able to do what NEREC was envisaged to do. That is to extend power.
Nominee.
Yes.
I want to guide you.
Yes.
You have been nominated to be the CS Energy and Petroleum. Instead of pontificating on what they are, tell us, if you are confirmed, what do you want to do with them? That will be your vision, and that will be your message to the country. Because when you engage in a complaining type of narrative, it doesn't give hope to the country.
Let me endeavor to give hope now to the country. Honorable Speaker, therefore Mr.
Speaker,
yes.
Speaker, the nominee is trying to shed off the opposition leadership slowly.
He said
what the energy called load shedding. He's shedding.
He said he's a very fast learner. So now he's learned already.
Thank you for the guidance, Honorable Speaker. Yes. Let me say this.
Even those parastatals you're talking about, they're going to be under your watch.
Okay,
so
let me say
tell
this.
us what you want them to be.
As a policy direction,
yes.
I would endeavor, first and foremost, to separate or to reduce the overlap, okay, in the functions of KPLC and REREC, okay? And to empower REREC fully to be able to undertake the mandate of last mile connections, okay? So that KPLC can concentrate, can focus on its commercial function, business. Is that better, Honorable Speaker?
You are trying.
Okay.
Yes.
Finally, Honorable Speaker, on Honorable Jeanette's question, it is indeed true that we have got fairly dilapidated infrastructure, especially for transmission. Again, you must also understand that these are legacy problems. Before the coming into being of KETRACO, it was the sole duty or mandate of KPLC to do the whole business from generation to distribution. Some of this infrastructure was inherited, and some improvements have been done, but there's still room for further improvement, especially if we have to take electricity, optimally to those who need it, Honorable Speaker, we have situations where we are not able to evacuate power from the generators, okay, to the end user because of lack of transmission capacity. That's something I'll be working closely with the agencies in my docket to be able to fast track the modernization of the infrastructure. And especially when it comes to the last mile connectivity, we are going to work closely with REREC together with KPLC again, by way of engaging with the development partners to be able to finance this process. I'm aware, Honorable Speaker, before I conclude, that there was a proposal in the now defunct Finance Act 2024 for some money for each constituency. But as a matter of fact, 50 million shillings. In the budget, yes. In the budget, yes. Now that has been removed in the wake of the withdrawal of the Finance Bill 2024. But let me assure my colleague members and the public generally that even with that, all is not lost. We are going to work very systematically with the REREC and KPLC to engage the development partners to help us finance this function. Indeed, even as we speak, there is a project going on which is being funded by the World Bank, okay, in terms of extending powers to those areas where the national grid has not reached, what we call the off-grids. And they have been very helpful, Honorable Speaker. I must commend the management of both KPLC and REREC, because as we speak, there are islands on Lake Victoria which previously had no power. And since the national grid cannot be extended to those areas economically, they have resorted to the off-grid power production, which is really helping those areas. We want to extend this to other areas, especially the far-flung areas of northeastern, okay? Yes, to use solar power to be able to light up those areas.
Thank you.
Yes.
Naisula?
To the nominee, there has been talk about breaking Kenya Power's monopoly. I want to hear your view. This is a conversation that Kenyans have had for a very long time. Shouldn't Kenya have a choice, depending on your, the costs, the operational efficiency, and all that, whether people should be able to have a choice? The second question is that the Auditor General revealed issues related to meters, specifically the absence of check meters, malfunctioning check meters, and inconsistencies between check meters and the main meters. And that is why people get a different bill. It doesn't match. And so I wanted to ask, these are the cartels we have discussed for the last 2 days, people who don't want this country to move forward. And how do you intend to deal with these electricity cartels and address this irregularity in the metering?
Yes, Nelson, we'll take a bundle before you unbundle.
Honorable Wandai, you are heavily opposed to the G2G deal. Now, if this House approves you, you are literally going to oversight the same G2G arrangement because it's still on progress. Has your position shifted, or will your position shift if this committee approves you?
Posing, take the third one as well.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker. Honorable Wandai, it's a big problem in the entire Western Kenya in terms of clean power, blackouts. The entire northern Kenya, Western Kenya, that is from Nyanza, South Rift and North Rift. Should you get the favor of the House, how will you tackle that very fundamental issue that is almost historic? Number two, Honorable Wandai, where is Talo oil in Turkana? Go and find out where that animal is. Should have actually produced oil in Kenya. Should be oil producing country. But disappeared. There's a lot of money that has been sunk and nothing is going on. Where is Talo oil? Thank you, Speaker.
Okay, let me endeavor to answer these three.
Very short, we can take the next Kikaria.
Wow, a mouthful.
Those are 4, and they're all very short. You should answer them as with brevity the same way they are asked.
Thank you, Speaker. Just want to follow up on what Naisula was talking about metering. This is just maybe having been in the energy sector for a while, maybe you need to consider REREC going to the point of even metering a customer, because what happens is that REREC is given the option to take that drop of a wire to a customer, but now they leave the metering to KKPLC, who never take it, and we have over like 3 years. You take 3 years before you're metered. I think it is important for you to look at the metering being done by REREC, and then REREC can be able to inform KPLC for purposes of them now starting to do the charging. But there is this question of customers make applications. Then it takes too long to a point that we encourage illegal contractors to come and put lines and transmission. And then when KPLC realizes there is that, the first thing they do is to go and bring down all the poles. Yet, and my committee then had to go to Navaholo, where they were to be paid 3.5, and they took too long only for somebody else to come in to do that. I think it is important for you to address the issues ailing KPLC, so that we don't. And KPLC is a good. By the way, in the Energy Act 2019, the Kenya KPLC is not a monopoly. By the way, anybody can apply and get a license for them to be able to do distribution of power in the country. And that is in the Act. Thank you, Honourable Chairman.
Okay, Honourable Speaker, thank you. Let me start with the Honourable Naisula. And I agree with the Honourable Gikaria. The 2019 Energy Act has actually laid the basis or foundation for other players to come in the energy distribution space. But even as this happens, because it will only happen again once we have put in place the requisite regulations, the subsidiary legislation. But even as this happens, Honourable Speaker, we still need a robust KPLC. And I'll say why. KPLC, because of the legacy, of course, issues, has got an elaborate infrastructure layout across the country. The competencies, the personnel, and so on and so forth, the technical capacity to do what it is supposed to do. In any event, KPLC actually is the revenue collector, okay? Revenue that goes all the way up the upstream, the transmitters, the generators, and so on and so forth. So we still need to ensure that a KPLC is run optimally, is efficient, is effective, even as we open that space of distribution to other players, as envisaged under the Energy Act 2019. What I foresee as doing going forward, and I will have discussions with my team if I'm approved, is that we may want to create zones, okay, for purposes of optimal utilization of these resources, so that we avoid conflicts if and when this process begins. And therefore, in short, the monopoly by KPLC is no longer entrenched in law. It is essentially a matter of practice, and we shall deal with it in the fullness of time. Two is the question of faulty meters. This I will have to inquire more about, because what I have been briefed is that we have had problems in procurement of both meters, actually of all, really, of all items. Yes, but meters more so, and transformers. What has happened is that these cartels that Honorable Chunga talked about, and Honorable Koech, I think, yeah, saying, these cartels have become so pervasive, Honorable Speaker, that they can't allow a tendering process to proceed to conclusion and awards to be made without creating roadblocks. We all know for sure that KPLC, being a publicly listed company with majority shareholding being government, is governed by the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act of 2015, which act, as we all know, Honorable Speaker and members, gives room for tenderers, yes, for bidders, to lodge complaints at every other stage. But that is being abused, Honorable Speaker, by entrenched cartels. And we shall have to work closely with my colleagues in the ministry to deal with this menace, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Koech, on the matter of G2G deal, the G2G deal, it's indeed true, Honorable Speaker, that I, alongside my other colleagues who are vehemently opposed to this scheme. But let me tell you, Honorable Speaker, that was then. And I was doing it as my duty to put government to check.
I think you already answered that question when you are responding to the Deputy Speaker.
But this is specific. So on this G2G, Honorable Speaker, I am aware that it is running up to end of 2025. That gives me ample time to go and study its impact, its workings, and understand it, and for me to be able to offer appropriate guidance, Honorable Speaker. The Honorable was saying, my chair, my good chair, the matter of power outages or inefficiencies in the Western Kenya belt. Well, but it is more pervasive in the Western Kenya. But I'll explain why.
Sometimes you can have a blackout for 12 hours.
I have already engaged officers, of course informally, in the ministry. And if I am approved, if I'm eventually appointed as CS Energy, I am going to fast track the development of transmission lines, okay, with the requisite capacity to evacuate power and take to the consumers, not only in Western Kenya, but across the country. And in Western Kenya specifically, I'm going to ensure that the Tarkwel or Tum Kitale line is completed and commissioned in the shortest time possible. That will deal with power issues in Pokot, in Kitale, in all that area. I will also ensure similarly that the Kibos or Kisumu, Kakamega, Musaga line is also completed. Similarly, the Narok Bomet line has to be completed within the shortest time possible for the entire southern Nyanza region, including Kisii and Nyamira counties. And Bomet, of course, southern Nyanza includes Migori, Homa Bay, and yes, and the islands, yes, in Lake Victoria. So this is something I will actually give utmost priority, Honorable Speaker. Northern Kenya is, of course, at the heart of this strategy. As we speak, there is a line from Loyangalani to Masabit that has to be completed similarly in record time, and the line from Masabit to Isiolo, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the second limb of this question by Honorable Kosing is on the matter of tallow oil. Honorable Speaker, this project is not dead. It could have taken a break, but I've taken it upon myself, if I'm appointed, to ensure that it is revived. Because tallow oil is on the ground. What it lacks is the requisite financial capacity to be able to commercially develop the oil reserves in the lower Lokichar, in the South Lokichar basin, Honorable Speaker. We are going to work closely with tallow oil, with the guidance of the Attorney General, to source for a strategic partner who can bring in some financial capital to be able to have this project completed. But again, time is of essence, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, you know that Kenya is a signatory to the Paris Agreement on carbon emissions. Kenya is a signatory to the Paris Agreement on carbon emissions. And if you recall, the outcome of the conference, the UN conference on climate change, COP27, in Egypt in 2022, if we don't move with speed and extract this oil in Turkana, we may be time-barred because we'll face serious restrictions, including even restrictions from potential financiers. Because the world is moving steadily from fossil fuels to clean energy, Honorable Speaker. And Kenya is not an island. And therefore, I'm going to treat this matter of tallow oil and the oil in South Lokichar Basin with the utmost urgency. Honorable Gikaria, my good friend, member for Nakuru East, I agree with him totally. Nothing stops REREC from putting in place meters. They can actually do the last mile up to the point of metering. Okay? And then a framework is established for handover to KPLC for purposes of billing, Honorable Speaker. This will create synergy and enhance efficiency and contribute to customer satisfaction, Honorable Speaker. Again, the matter of applications taking too long, I have discussed. And have been made aware of the bottlenecks that the utility companies have been facing. This, again, we shall work on. The question of illegal connections is not necessarily a matter of delayed in processing applications. The matter of illegal connections will still be there even if the applications are processed on time. And we have to deal with it separately or differently. And my proposal, and
it's a crime, you know that.
It's a crime, of course. Yes. It is a crime, but we must also live with the reality that some of these areas where this practice is rampant are not easy to access, even by the officers of Kenya Power and Lighting.
Yes.
Yes. So we are going to work on a proposal, of course, together with Parliament and the Attorney General, to pursue an option of bulk metering. Okay? In those kind of situations, the Kenya Power and Lighting can be empowered to identify one entity or one person who will then be billed, and then he distributes the power to the rest of the
law already
consumers.
allows them to do that. Why don't they?
Yes, that's why I said from the outset, Honorable Speaker, that I will...
Anyway, you are not the minister, so
I will need to
address it when you...
fast-track the issue of the regulations, yeah.
We'll go to the next batch. We'll start with Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the nominee, you know, when Jubilee came into power in 2013, they marketed the last mile connectivity very, very well. In fact, citizens were of the opinion that they would all be connected within like a month or so. And so that has brought a lot of pressure on members of parliament, because whenever people are not connected, they have this belief that the member of parliament is seeking to only power some areas in their constituencies and not others. I would like you to, from your opinion, you know, having of course studied the situation, to tell us what will you do to ensure that this pressure is taken out of members of parliament, because members, you know, the public thinks it's our issue. Now, the other issue is an issue of public confidence, Honorable Andai, in that office, and considering that you have been also with us in the minority, you know, and I'm saying this because you know what Kenyans out there have said, and it will be important for you to address them from this point. What can you tell those Kenyans that believe that you took advantage of the young Kenyan demonstrators, some of whom who died while they were demonstrating, so that you could negotiate your way into government?
Owen?
Thank you very much. After that bomb from your former deputy, I want you, from your former deputy, I just want you to focus on cost of power, Honorable Wandai.
Order, Bossing. Yeah?
It has expired. I would like to get full attention. Honorable Wandai, the cost of power in this country is such that it is over the roof. If you get a power bill, you look at it, you know, you're paying so many things apart from, in fact, the units that you are paying for actually become a small part of what you're paying for. For this country to rise or fall in terms of manufacturing, in terms of production, the cost of living and the prices of items, it all falls and all rises on the sword of power cost, for which, in your statements, you have said this country, in Parliament, many times in Parliament, you've said that the cost of living in this country is very, very high. But one of the biggest contributors of that cost, of that high cost of living, is power. You are in the middle of it. Apart from thinking about reticulation of power, apart from thinking about all these other things, you have a big elephant in the room. How do you bring the cost of power in this country to reduce the cost of life and also to increase manufacturing, industrialization, and all those other things? Thank you, Honorable Wandai.
Rugara.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, the ministry you are just about to take over, if this committee and the House approves you, is one of the key ministries in the country akin to roads, water, and every Kenyan is looking upon you to be connected to electricity. And there are not two options to it. Even before I ask you the question, it's good to know that there are historical injustices in terms of power supply in the country, such that, take the case of the year 2017, the Tharaka constituency was at 9.5% connectivity to the national grid. At the same time, Gatundu South constituency was at 100%. These are all equal Kenyans. There really should not be that disparity. Number two, we have schools. Schools where electricity is just but mandatory. Yet, those areas are not connected to the national grid, and the children are supposed to compete competitively in national exams, which are standard. My question to you is, would you be subscribing to a form of affirmative action in terms of electricity supply to constituencies which have lagged behind? And it's just not to Tharaka. You go to Mwingi North, you go to Mbalambala, which is also my neighbor, Beere North, Beere South. These actually have been discriminated against. And therefore, would you be prepared to take affirmative action in respect of those constituencies?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Honorable Opiyo Wandayi, the nominee. My colleagues have talked about electricity, you have talked about the transformers. Do you see we need to move away from oil-based transformers, because every other day you will hear people removing the oil from the transformers, and we have got transformers which do not work sometimes, or we have got a shortage of transformers. So do you see, will you do research? Because I've done, if you go to the Western world, you do not see any transformer, and I know you've been there. So you do not see transformers there. Do you think we can have KPLC having a company where it will be having fiber optic? I know they are doing it right now, but because of the ICT of this government, to deliver fiber optic to each and every place, because it's a vast network, as you have spoken about it. The last one is about the Kenya Pipeline Refinery. Your predecessor, if you are confirmed, who was here, Davis Chirchir, he said they were looking at it once the oil which Honorable Posing has talked about, the Tullow oil and all that, once it's done. But I believe if that refinery was there, we could even get cheaper fuel and refine it the way it used to be. So do you think it is possible under your watch if you are confirmed? Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Honorables.
You can answer those.
Honorable Speaker. Yes, indeed it is true. That is, with respect to Honorable Mbui's question, that members of parliament are facing serious pressure from the public on the matter of last mile connectivity in the respective constituencies. Because again, it has been taken for granted that this is the work of the MPs, okay? Which they have been doing, of course, very diligently in collaboration with the REREC. Honorable Speaker, what we need to do, in my view, is to properly resource REREC. Properly resource REREC as we work on the efficiencies for this rural electrification to be fast-tracked. As we speak, the data I have is that we are at about 76% penetration. That, of course, is theoretical. Because, you know, in some areas, it's as low as 10%, while in others, it is over 100%. Yes. So I'm very much alive to that fact. In fact, we need also to bring on board counties, county governments. Honorable Speaker, under Schedule 4 of the Constitution, the counties have got a role also in energy, more so in street lights. Okay? What has happened in the past is that REREC has been able to build street lights, which street lights go off soon after they are commissioned for lack of payment of bills and maintenance, which they presume is the mandate of the counties, Honorable Speaker. So my view, this set of affairs is not tenable. We must make a decision, and I'll be coming back to Parliament. Okay? We must make a decision as to whether to empower REREC fully, to be able to be in charge of this street lighting, up to including payment of bills. But more importantly, if we can now move away from the grid, national grid, and establish solar street lights, okay, which will be easy to manage in the long term. That's a discussion we must have urgently, because these are important facilities. Honorable Speaker, on the matter of public confidence, as raised by Honorable Mbui, you know, Honorable Speaker, I am very clear in my mind, extremely clear, because I've been on this space for quite some time. The Gen Zs, or the youth, who are not raising any different issues from the issues you and I, Honorable Mbui, have raised over the years. They could have had a different style, okay? But the issues they were raising were pertinent issues, which you all agree must be dealt with, okay? And therefore, it is not proper to say that we have taken advantage of the Gen Z's clamor to get into government. First and foremost, Honorable Speaker, I never applied to join the executive, but I was pleasantly surprised and felt greatly honored that my name was recommended. And His Excellency the President went ahead to nominate me.
You know the facts. Just answer the questions.
So, Honorable Speaker, I still maintain the view that we are not in any way in betrayal of the cause.
Don't allow Mbui to bully you.
Of the youth, yes.
And have no apologies.
Yes. But again, Honorable Speaker, as I conclude on that one, you know, we are basically coming on board in a paradigm shift. I'm very pleased that the President has actually declared that we have to adopt a paradigm shift in the management of government and state affairs. And I'm most privileged if I'm approved.
In our country.
In our country.
Yes.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. We are living in different times. Yes, so we must also think differently. Sorry. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Baya, you are right. The cost of power is exorbitant in Kenya. Even if you compare ourselves to our neighboring countries, especially Ethiopia and even Uganda, really. But part of the reason why our cost of power is high, is too high, is the exorbitant amount of commercial and technical losses that Kenya Power, especially incurs. Kenya Power loses up to 23% of the power it buys from the generators. Okay? In other words, it doesn't sell. Almost 23% of the power it buys from the generators.
Inefficiency and recklessness.
Yes, there are many factors.
You must assure the country that this will stop.
This is going to be managed. I can't say it will stop, Honorable Speaker, because in any scientific process, there can be losses. But they have to be reasonable losses, Honorable Speaker. Yes. So we are going to work closely with the KPLC, and I'm happy, Honorable Speaker, by the work the KPLC management is doing currently. As a matter of fact, I'm privy to the information that they have done some turnaround. I'm not allowed by the rules of the CMA to get into details. But they have done some turnaround, and they may post some good figures in the coming...
Don't be prejudiced by briefs you have received. You'll get there and learn.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm just being optimistic. Yes. And giving the country hope. To borrow your words.
Yes. Okay. Continue.
Honorable Speaker, let me dash to the question, by Honorable Dawood. Murugara.
Murugara first.
Murugara, yes. Honorable Speaker, it is true, there have been historical injustices. Okay? And we must work together in terms of addressing these injustices or these imbalances. We must correct them, that systematically. But I must also throw a challenge to my colleagues in the National Assembly, because I'm aware that this lopsided allocation of resources, especially on energy and electricity, is also coming from us in Parliament at the budget time. The agencies, the ministries, are receiving printed estimates with figures which they cannot change, they can't touch, which figures are scary, Honorable Speaker. You find one constituency being allocated upwards of 400 million Kenya shillings, while another one is getting a paltry 10 million Kenya shillings in the same financial year. So we must also actually do some introspection as a House to help us in the ministry, if and when I am approved, to deal with this issue. You know, once you bring printed estimates, the ministry, the agencies have got no leg room. They have no room to maneuver. Okay? So these imbalances, these injustices may continue as we watch, Honorable Speaker. There is also the issue of solars for schools. There is currently a very robust project being undertaken by REREC, the solar for schools. We want to follow through this project to ensure that at least every school in this country is able to benefit.
Point of order. No. Point of order.
George?
Me. Point of order. Solar has been tried from time immemorial. It works only for 1 month, 2 months, it just dies. And those schools will remain in the books of KPLC or whoever that they are connected through solar when actually it is not working. So it doesn't make sense whatsoever for Kenya Power or for RELEC to introduce or to go back to that solar business. Let us get connection to the national grid so that we also assured of constant electricity supply.
Point of order, Chairman, on the same.
Yes.
And you know, this was done mostly from the regions I come from. It is so that if you do electricity, the households around the school also are connected to power. But now if you give us solars, you're just giving to the schools, they're vandalized, they're not working, and you continue to marginalize us on issues to do with electricity. We don't want the solars.
Order. Point of order, Speaker. Point of order.
And it is vendor-driven, the solars.
Yeah, point of order, Chair. I just want to urge my colleagues that, you know, the nominee is actually a nominee. And we are addressing the nominee like the CS for energy, a decision
Which
we are
he
yet
is
to
not.
make. Because the pressure is on him now dealing with solar versus, you know, regular energy. So.
No, it's important for him
The
to know.
probabilities. We are working on the probabilities.
You are being warned of landmines ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
I've taken note. Yeah. I've taken note, Honorable Speaker. Let me just proceed quickly to Honorable Dawood. Yes, I've gotten your point on the possibility of moving from oil-based transformers to something else. I need to check with the technical people to be able to give some feedback on that. Honorable Speaker, there's an issue raised, the Honorable Dawood raised, on the Kenya oil refinery. Did you mean refinery or the Kenya pipeline?
Oil refinery with the pipe.
Yes. You know, I am aware that the Kenya oil refinery has or is in the process of being acquired by the Kenya Pipeline Company. I will need to get into the details as to the rationale behind this, but I still foresee a very big role for the Kenya oil refinery, at least its installation. Firstly, in terms of the processing of the crude oil, if and when it finally flows from the South Lokichar, yes, to Mombasa. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, I have come to the realization that this country does not have provision for a strategic reserve of oil. That we can actually, one of these days, wake up and find that we can't bring oil to Mombasa. And then, after some few days or weeks, we are ground to a halt as a country. So I think this facility in Mombasa can still be useful in future, once we work on the strategic oil for the country that can last for at least 90 days. That's the best practice universally, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
You have not answered if KPLC can do the fiber accompany. Would
Yes.
it be possible or not?
I will also pursue this. Yes. Honorable
Mary
Speaker, yeah.
Emase.
Thank you. Nominee, you've talked about customer satisfaction. I put it to you that KPLC customers are the most dissatisfied. And I want to believe that there are serious management challenges to do with the leadership of KPLC. Why do I say that? A simple task, but of urgent nature, like restoring a falling post or a collapsing post, goes a time bomb. It can collapse any time, it posing danger, and in certain instances it has occasioned deaths. It will take forever before it is restored. Actually, there is one about to fall onto my house. You will call the so-called regional directors. There is no response. Secondly, restoring power when there are those frequent outages. A transformer has failed or has busted, and some of them are in learning institutions in our regions. It is adversely affecting learning. In my constituency, some of them have taken more than 6 months, and it's not only in my constituency, it cuts across the country. If you are actually approved, you tell us what you're going to do about some of these management issues. Meter acquisition, you have applied for meters. And I'm told even these meters are already being adulterated by the cartels in the industry. You will wait forever. Kenyans have to bribe to get meters. Now, knowing the Wandai that we know, I want to believe you're going to fight corruption in the energy sector. Sometimes, villagers have had to come together in there's a chama for power, so that they put money together to procure an independent electrician to restore power. This is the Kenya we are living in, Honorable Wandai. And finally, you've talked about making sure that all the power lines, the projects that are incomplete or ongoing, that you will make sure they are completed in the shortest time possible. And I'm asking myself, Honorable Andai, where are you going to get the money from? Because after rationalization of the budget and the collapse of the finance bill, which you strongly objected to, reject the bill, can you tell us where you're going to get resources to finance all those projects? Because I want to believe the reason they are incomplete is because of funding. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Nominee, there are some key transmission lines that are yet to be constructed. And with the shrinking revenue and reduced headroom to borrow, what are you going to do to ensure that they are done since the country needs them?
Honorable Mishimbo.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Chairman. Honorable Chairman, my first question is on environmental concerns. And I'm talking about the proposed Lamu coal power plant. I know there have been some opposition from environmental groups concerned about the impact on the local ecosystem. So my question is, how will you balance energy needs with environmental protection? My second question, it is on the issue of the project dubbed the Lake Turkana Wind Power Project. I know you were once the chair of PAC, and I was also in the committee of PIC, and this matter kept on coming and coming each and every time. This project was at a tune of 70 billion, and so many billions had been already utilized. So I just want to ask you, do you see that the taxpayers' money had some value to where we are right now in regards to that Lake Turkana wind? I know you are not yet the Minister for that energy. Maybe you're going to be approved. I want you to check on this, because a lot of money have really been utilized, and yet we don't see any tangible results from that. My last question, it is in reference on what happened in Embakasi on the 2nd of February, where there was the explosion, and so many Kenyans were killed and some were injured. Again, there was an explosion by the petroleum tanker in Sashangwani about 11 years back, the other one at Molo. So my concern is, what safe standard measures are you going to put in place to ensure that we save Kenyans from such fatal accidents and any other times? I thank you, Honorable Chairman.
Sharia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mheshimiwa Wandai. And as my colleague Murugada said, Balambala is connected to the national grid. And when we have power outages, you can imagine in my constituency, just to repair some lines took 7 months, and the people of Balambala were in the dark for 7 months. I appreciate KPLC. I've been trying to call them to fix, which finally they said they will this week. Kindly, can you, if approved, could you look into the turnaround or how fast they can attend to faults within the line? Because you can imagine a whole constituency which produces almost 54 megawatts and adds it to the national grid through solar, being in the dark for 7 months. How will I explain that to my constituents? So kindly look into that. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
It doesn't require kindness, it requires responsibility.
You know, he was my leader, so sometimes I have to treat him with the same respect that I did when he was my leader.
It requires responsibility. Nominee, can you answer those?
Okay, thank you. I'll try to be brief. And again, Honorable Emase is spot on. Yeah, the matter of customer satisfaction is known to all of us in terms of services by KPLC. What I think, without really going into details, because I'm here to assume the office. Honorable Speaker, what I think KPLC requires, and it's a giant company, actually employing over 10,000 people. What I think KPLC requires is an urgent, what we call business process reengineering, to look at the totality, okay, of the architecture of the management of KPLC processes and functions. Honorable Speaker. Two is the question of transmission lines that are yet to be completed. Honorable Speaker, some of the lines, actually nearly all of the lines that I mentioned earlier on, that I will try to fast track their completion, have got funding. Okay? They have got funding as we speak. And most of the funding coming from development partners. So my work will be to work closely with the agencies responsible to have these projects completed within the timelines that are stipulated. The Honorable Mukami, again, is basically speaks to the question that has been raised by Honorable Emasi. Yes. And I will work closely with you if I get the honor of being approved, yeah, to see to it that this is done, the matter of completion of these transmission lines. Honorable Mishi, yes, the question of carbon emissions is very serious. But again, we shall have to work closely with all stakeholders to strike a balance between energy needs of the country and environmental protection. That delicate balance will have to be struck, Honorable Speaker. Yes. Lake
just on the same.
Yes.
If you allow me, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to allow myself. Thank you. I would like to ask you a question on nuclear energy. You know, there's a proposal in my...
It's not the same.
No,
He
it's...
was answering a question on coal.
That is called, this is nuclear.
How can it be the same?
It's different.
Yes. Let him finish answering those questions, then I'll give you...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Speaker, Lake Turkana wind project. Honorable Speaker, for sure, this is a matter again of public notoriety. I kept hearing about it when I was in the last parliament, I think. Yeah, it was within the purview of the Committee on Energy and PIC then. I'm aware, despite all the issues that were raised then and even now, that eventually the power is being generated. Okay? As a matter of fact, Honorable Speaker, in our total installed, out of our total installed energy capacity, which is about 3,200 megawatts, the wind power is accounting for about 460 megawatts or so, the bulk of which is from this Lake Turkana wind. So I will take time once I assume, if and when I assume office, to establish more details surrounding this project, yes, and to draw lessons from it that could inform our future engagement with similar projects. Yeah. Yeah, Honorable Speaker, yes, again, the issue of gas explosion in Bakassi, Sachangwan, and so on and so forth. It's a question of regulation. It's a question of regulation. I will be working closely with EPRA and enforcement of the law. Yes, I'll work closely with EPRA to see to it that these occurrences are a thing of the past. In fact, Honorable Speaker, one of the areas I'll be focusing on, if I get to be appointed, is to push the LPG uptake by the public in terms of cooking, okay? From the current about 40% to 100% by 2028, actually, 2028. That should be the target, Honorable Speaker. And we are going to work closely with all the relevant players to ensure that we make it possible for the Kenyan people in the countryside and everywhere else to access gas, clean energy for cooking. Because we can no longer continue in the manner we are continuing of using charcoal, using firewood. It's not sustainable, Honorable Speaker. Yeah. And therefore, if for this to happen, we must put in place a proper enforcement mechanism to forestall such unfortunate occurrences that have happened in the past. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Shurie of Mbalambala, again, the same issue of response by KPLC that was raised by Honorable Emasi. But I'm also happy that the solar plant in Garissa is really contributing immensely to the national grid. Currently, solar energy is accounting for about 220 megawatts of our total installed capacity, the bulk of which is coming from Garissa. And Mbalambala, to be specific. I'm also happy, Honorable Speaker, to notify honorable members that there's also a line which I need to fast track, a transmission line from Garissa to Garissa, that if completed will also help in connecting the populace around that area to the national grid. Honorable Baya, if you allow me, I just finish with him. Yes. Honorable Baya's question on nuclear energy.
He did not finish asking. Now you can ask.
I would like to say this, you know, yes, we must generate electricity through other means, including safe energy like nuclear. There is a proposal to set up a nuclear plant in a place called Uyombo in Kilifi North constituency. And this has elicited a lot of reactions. It's not just about environment, it's just about human beings and preparedness of this country in venturing into nuclear energy and nuclear waste and all that whole realm about nuclear. But the people of Uyombo have said no, they have refused. And looking at many factors, and they have a right, they've been forced, they've been beaten, many things have happened to force them into this nuclear. Would you stand with the people of Uyombo and actually agree with them and look for other sources of energy other than nuclear?
Honorable Speaker, let me just take some 2 minutes to explain something. You know, first and foremost, Kenya is a member state of the International Atomic Energy Agency that regulates matters nuclear across the world. And Kenya has adopted the International Atomic Agency's milestone approach in terms of establishing a nuclear energy plant. In this approach, there are phases that we have to go through. I am informed that the first phase, which involved public participation, among other things, has been undertaken. But more importantly, Honorable Speaker, we have even gone further and identified a site, an alternative site, as is required under the framework of the IEA. And the site, Honorable Speaker, is in Kwale County. The alternate site is in Kilifi County. The alternate site is in Kwale County, Honorable Speaker. What I want to assure honorable members, even though I haven't assumed the office, is that once I assume the office, if I do so, I will revisit the matter. Not as a way of stopping it, but as a way of encouraging more holistic involvement of all stakeholders as we move forward. Because this country, Honorable Speaker, my view, that is my personal view now, needs nuclear energy.
It is not only clean, but very cheap.
Correct. It will only rival geothermal energy in terms of contributing to our base load. Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Russell.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Wandai, I think for your information, Lake Turkana Wind Power evacuates 360 megawatts to the national grid. But Marsabit, the main town in the area, is on on diesel generators. That is the inequality that is there. So my question is, in Vision 2030, we as a country project to be a middle-income country and industrialized. But that cannot happen without having power, because 3.3, I think, gigawatts is not enough power to seriously run industries. And there are also many interests in the power sector, cartels, big corporations who have interest. There are many who have preceded you. I really want to hear from you, what is it different that you are likely to do? Honorable Mbuya said something, Juneta said something, and you come from some other corner. Maybe you bring a new type of thinking to all this. Maybe you will share with us. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Honorable Wandai, the nominee, I want to look at Kenyans and to tell them what new formula are you going to bring to the energy sector to see the pump of oil in the petrol station go down and to see the purchase of electricity in this country goes down by at least 30%. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just want to follow up where Honorable Imase left, Mary. Billing of Kenya Power, if you do get through, if there is wrong billing, you have to pay before you even complain. It's like KRA. So if you do go in, would you probably talk to them and, if there's a dispute, of course you don't pay the whole thing. Thank you.
Honorable Speaker, beginning with the Honorable Russell's question, yes, it's indeed true that the Turkana power, wind power, the energy from it is not going to Marsabit. Okay, and of course this is a factor of transmission, Honorable Speaker, which I said earlier on, yes. And in fact, there are now plans to take it down to Mombasa, yes, to Mariakani. Yeah, so I think we still have to look at our transmission network and see how cost-effectively we can re-engineer it to serve the country better. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Russell has spoken about a very serious issue here. Kenya, of course, aspires to be a middle-income economy. This is according to the country's Vision 2030, which is in line with the East Africa Community's Vision 2030 also. Yeah. Honorable Speaker, there is no way we are going to industrialize and therefore grow the economy without an assured supply of clean, reliable power or energy. I was just looking at some statistics, Honorable Speaker. A state like California in the US, which is the same landmass as Kenya, has got an installed capacity of 60,000 megawatts. The peak requirement, I'm told, is about 40,000 megawatts. Kenya has got an installed capacity of 3,200 megawatts with a peak requirement of 2,200 megawatts. So we are playing in different leagues, and yet we want to grow through industrialization. My take is that we must increase our installed capacity based on clean energy sources. Geothermal, of course, hydro, even if it is not very reliable, because sometimes we get prolonged drought. But we must continue to increase this. And that's why I'll be very keen in ensuring how the licensing for these geothermal sites is done going forward. We have to give the KenGen the capacity, the mandate to generate more power, okay, which then will attract investors. Because once we have got enough power, Honorable Speaker, people will come and establish industries. There's a school of thought that has it that first of all we establish the industrial parks, then power will. I don't think we have to find a balance, Honorable Speaker. The fact of the matter is that we need cheap power or energy for us to attract investments and for the economy to grow eventually. Honorable Mule, the pump price of fuel, we must understand, is not just a simple matter. What contributes to the eventual pump price of fuel, I think, are threefold. One is the landed cost. Landed cost at Mombasa, of course, will vary from time to time based on other factors globally, including the war in Ukraine. Now, the other day you saw the Hamas leader was killed. It creates shocks in the oil market. Correct. All those factors will contribute to the landed price, landed cost at Mombasa. That's one factor. And we have no control over that as a country. The second factor is taxes and levies, which to a large extent is determined by the House, the National Assembly and the Senate, I believe. So I'll be working closely with you if I get appointed to address that. But the third factor, Honorable Speaker, which we as a ministry may have more control over, is the question of storage and transportation of fuel, the logistics. And on this score, I will be working closely with the Kenya Pipeline Company to enhance efficiencies. I'm happy to note that there are opportunities for the Kenya Pipeline Company to extend its pipeline, which is currently about 1,340 kilometers, from Mombasa to Kisumu and Eldoret. There are opportunities to extend that pipeline to Kampala and eventually to Kigali, and possibly to DRC, Honorable Speaker. If and when we do that, then KPLC will be able to generate more revenues, okay, and reduce its costs, operational cost, which of course goes into the pump price, you know. Honorable Speaker, you know, you are aware that Uganda has, since this month, I think, started importing its fuel directly. But even still, it's using our pipeline, okay? Which is a benefit to us. We're not losing anything, really. Previously, we would... The pipeline world over is a highway. Correct. Yes. And they're paying us. Previously, out of the 100% imported fuel or petroleum products, Uganda would take 20%. But now that 20%, it is importing directly, but still passing through our pipeline. How I wish the extended pipeline to Kampala and DRC could be owned by Kenya, you know, Honorable Speaker, if it's possible. Because pipeline makes money in two ways. One, by the volume that goes through it. Two, by the distance that volume travels. So I think we have got serious opportunities to make Kenya Pipeline Company more competitive, even now it is posting fairly good profit.
Pipelines all over the world are not constructed with domestic resources. They're so lucrative that any lender will give you money. So it's up to you to go and organize.
Thank you. I think it's finished, basically. Yes. Yes. I'm going to look at why they are billing you incorrectly, Honorable Dawood, and other. Okay, another consumers here.
Nominee, let me ask you a question or two. Kenya Power is a monopoly. In fact, the biggest monopoly in this country. And yet we keep on seeing stories that it is technically insolvent or has serious financial difficulties. If you find favor and become the CS, what are you going to do to ensure that this monopoly that has a stranglehold over every sector of life in Kenya, that collects money from everybody, some upfront with prepaid meters, becomes profitable and pays a dividend to the treasury? Because it is a state company. Number two, and this follows what Rahim was saying. There is a lot of erratic billing by Kenya Power. Yours truly here has been a regular victim. They give you one bill of 28,000 in 1 month. The next month they give you 89,000. And it's the same consumption in the house. There is one time they gave me a bill, nominee, of 550,000 for a month. And they came and disconnected my power from the pole. And they're the only supplier, so you have to pay. What are you going to do about this? Then you had Mbalambala MP. A breakdown has taken 7 months without fixing. will you consider, if you are confirmed, to sit with KPLC and give them strict timelines and schedules within which to respond to public needs? If there's a breakdown, it should not take more than a day, time allowing or not allowing 2 days, but 7 months is unacceptable. If you are confirmed, you know, we are giving, and the government has done very well for the last over 10 years. Schools have been connected with power in many parts of the country. But if you go to these schools, if you turn up as an MP, the first thing you are told is, we have not paid our electricity bill. Please help us to pay. Would you consider having an arrangement where schools and public institutions are charged subsidized rates so that they do not pay commercial rates like industries, factories, and other households? So that in some schools you go, there is power connection, but the only thing it's used is teachers charging their phones, nothing else. They cannot afford to use it for anything else. So if you can consider that. Lastly, if you are confirmed, you know, I was the first electricity regulator in this country, you remember? At that time, when we carried out a study, there was in the Southern Africa countries called the Southern Power Pool, where Zambia, Zimbabwe, South Africa, Botswana, Lesotho, Swazi were all interconnected. So if there was a shortage of power in Zambia, it automatically flows in from the connection in the pool and vice versa. Would you consider working with your counterparts in the region to create a power pool for the East African countries, including Ethiopia that now has enormous capacity after the Renaissance Dam, so that we can, in times of straits like droughts, it automatically flows into Kenya, there is metering, and we pay for it?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I will answer them in the reverse. And I agree with you. We have no option but join in the East Africa Power Pool. First, as a way of creating for our actors additional market. So that if we do what we are promising to do of increasing our installed capacity, then excess energy can find an outlet, Honorable Speaker. And in the converse, if we are short of energy for whatever reason, we can get energy from the neighboring countries within the pool easily into our national grid, Honorable Speaker. There are no two ways about it. The issue of possible subsidy for schools is a great idea in my view, Honorable Speaker, and it's an issue I may have to pursue and see to what extent it can be actualized. If and when we adopt it, it looks very revolutionary because the schools are actually suffering a great deal in terms of struggling to pay these bills. And the issue of erratic billing by KPLC, which was clearly indicated earlier on by Honorable Dawood. The issue of KPLC profitability, despite being a monopoly. Honorable Speaker, I said from the outset that in my view, based on what I've seen on the desk, my desktop analysis, the KPLC would require nothing short of a business process reengineering. But then, if and when I get appointed eventually, I will have to have a sitting with the KPLC management and other players to dig deeply into the matter of KPLC. Yeah, so that when eventually we prescribe solutions, the solutions that will have long-lasting impact for the benefit of the people of Kenya, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
I've sent a few questions. Some have been put to you and you have answered. Will you end KPLC monopoly? That I've just asked you. And corruption in the petroleum industry, what will you do about it? When you revamp oil drilling in northern Kenya, I think this you have all answered. Another one says KPLC sacked 40 staff in Mombasa in 2020. When they appealed, the managers who had sacked them sat on the appeal and summarily dismissed it. Will you intervene if you are confirmed? Then other one, yes, Maya? The other one is, what strategies do you plan to implement to reduce or eliminate power outages and improve the reliability of electricity supply across the country? This you have answered. Can you outline specific measures to enhance the efficiency and capacity of the national grid? You have answered. Illegal power connections not only result in significant revenue losses, but also pose serious safety risks. What steps will you take to curb illegal power connections and ensure that all consumers are legally and safely connected to the electricity grid? How will you collaborate with law enforcement and other relevant agencies to address this issue comprehensively? I think you have also touched on that. And finally, it's to also indicate to you, nominee, that in comparable jurisdictions like Philippines, power losses amount to just about 5 to 6%. And here you talked of what, 40%? 23%. It's unacceptable. Owen?
Yeah, I have a question here from one of the people watching. It says, hello, Mheshimiwa, my name is Kibor, an employee of KPLC and a skilled contract. Can you ask Honorable Opio why we've stayed almost 5 years under contract, yet they bring unskilled employees instead of hiring us? And he says, we have 892 skilled fundis who are under contract in KPLC, and they have refused to hire.
You are not a minister. You will not answer that. And you are not solving industrial problems in KPLC. Yes, we are being vetted. Yes. Honorable members, we'll now, yes, Mary? From? No. You have? Go ahead. One only.
Sorry. One is from a Kenyan who is complimenting you and saying if you open the refinery, they'll have opportunity for internship as students. The other one is asking, how long does it take to compensate a Kenyan whose house was burnt in 2022 through a transformer fault? So if you get to office, how long will you take to compensate such Kenyans?
Honorable Speaker, I think if I am lucky to be appointed, I will take up these issues with the relevant persons in KPLC here.
Yes, nominee, can you answer the following questions? Have you been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report?
Not at all. Not at all. Yeah.
Do you hold any leadership position in any political party within Kenya?
No, I'd resigned last week from both ODM and Azimio La Umoja Coalition Party.
What is your net worth?
My net worth is about 530 million Kenya shillings.
530. Made of?
Well, it's largely cash, a little bit of cash, real estate, a lot of interest in real estate, developed, and also farms. I have farms all over, Honorable Speaker, in Siaya. In Siaya.
You've been buying out your neighbors?
Not really. I also have a farm in Narok, Honorable Speaker. I've got some plots in Kitengela.
Yes.
In Migori, yes. In Honorable Junior's constituency.
In Bungoma?
Bungoma, no. I have got some residential houses in Migori.
Yes.
Yeah, in Nairobi here, on Kangundo Road.
Yes. That is unsolicited information. A nominee, unless you are otherwise lawfully held, we received how many? 13 memoranda on you. You responded to all of them satisfactorily. Your documents have been checked with what we have, and they have been found to be in order. You are therefore released to go about your duties. You know, you are a member of this committee. Ordinarily, you are a member of this committee.
Yes, I know, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you very much.
You are not allowed to participate in any of the proceedings in this regard.
Most obliged.
Thank you. Actually, we have not discharged him from the committee.
Once he leaves Parliament.
Yes, once you...
You need to discharge him now.
Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. And I want to thank you for the manner in which you have conducted this process up to now. And can only look forward to your favorable consideration when you retreat to do your report, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Wandai. I'm delighted that for a change, you can plead. Honorable members, we break for 10 minutes. No, 10, so that the staff can also put on your desks the documents for the next. Yes. Honorable members, we have quorum. Let's. Where is the front row on my right? Anyway, we have quorum. Okay. Call in the next nominee. Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Speaker.
Welcome to the Appointments Committee of the House. We are conducting confirmation hearings or vetting, as is commonly known, of persons that have been nominated by His Excellency the President to be checked to see if they are suitable to hold office as cabinet secretaries. Your name is Honorable Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, EGH.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
For the record, the committee here is chaired by yours truly, the Speaker of the National Assembly. On my right is the Deputy Speaker, Honorable Gladys Bose. Jeremiah Ndombi on my left is the Deputy Clerk. I'll invite all the members to introduce themselves, starting with Naisula, for the record.
Naisula Lesuda, MP Samburu West.
Kimani Shongo.
Junet Mohammed.
Nelson Koech.
Kosing David.
Gikaria David.
Mase Mary, Teso South.
Abdul Rahim Daoud, Nordi Menti.
Owen Bayer, Kilifi North.
Robert Mbui, Kadhiani.
Stephen Mule, Matungulu.
Didoraso Saku.
Abdishurie Balambala.
Mishimboko Likoni.
Rehab Mukami, Nyeri.
Kitonga Murugara, Tharaka.
Thank you, Honorable Murkomen. You will, of course, be asked questions to answer them on oath. We have the holy books there. We have the Bible, we have the Hindu holy book, and the Quran. Depending on your faith, which one do you swear by? The Holy Bible. Take it in your right hand and recite the oath.
I, Onesimus Kipchumba Murkomen, do swear that the evidence I shall give before this committee of the matter under its consideration shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth. So help me God.
I'm sure the mic is not. You are suffering from diminishing returns. You may sign the oath. Honorable Murkomen, you are one of the few who have got the luck to be vetted twice within 2 years. This is the same committee that vetted you some about 18 months ago. Before we embark on the business, hand over your certificates through the sergeant to the clerk to check against what we have. You've also been a colleague of all these members in Parliament for the last 2 terms. In fact, 2.5 terms, or 2 terms and some fraction. So these are your colleagues. I have directed them in cases where we have met former colleagues like Wandai, like Badi, to ask questions without fear or favor, with dignity and respect to each other. And we want precise and concise answers to punguze story mingi. And I've also requested the members that avoid unnecessary preambles to your questions. You just ask your questions so that they can be responded to. So to start in earnest, Honorable Murkomen, give us a short, no more than 5-minute opening statement telling us your name, your educational background, your work experience, your key competences that make you suitable for the appointment to which you have been nominated as Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for this opportunity. First, let me start by appreciating His Excellency the President for nominating me for a second time to serve this Republic. And should I be approved by this House, I will do it with dignity and vigor. Mr. Speaker, I am born and brought up in the eastern slopes of Cherangani Hills, a place called Embobut, where I went to school, and thereafter went both to St. Joseph's High School, Kitale, and St. Patrick's High School, Iten. Both schools are sports giants. As a matter of fact, St. Joseph's Kitale did exceptionally well this year in the football matches, but St. Patrick's High School has always been known to be the athletics powerhouse. I brushed shoulders with world champions and gold medalists, some of whom were my classmates, but I didn't run. Instead, I was a footballer, Mr. Speaker, and I did fairly well based on the standards then in the district. Mr. Speaker, thereafter I joined the University of Nairobi to study law at the University of Nairobi School of Law, and graduated in 2004. Thereafter, I was awarded a scholarship to study for a postgraduate degree in law at the University of Pretoria, where I did a master's degree in trade and investment law in Africa. And thereafter, I also went to the American University Washington College of Law, where I did another degree, a master's degree in international law. Mr. Speaker, I was in between. Before the master's program, I did my privilege and was admitted to, I actually was awarded a diploma in law and thereafter admitted to the bar. Mr. Speaker, upon return from the United States in 2007, I was employed to teach at the Catholic University of Nairobi, where I am very proud of the first cohort of my students in my time, one of whom is the president of the Law Society of Kenya. Thereafter, Mr. Speaker, I joined Moi University as also, I taught in Moi University until the time I resigned in 2012 to join politics. In between, I was an adjunct lecturer at the University of Nairobi, Kenyatta University, and a few other colleges and institutions. And Honorable Junaid Mohammed was a beneficiary of that knowledge, Mr. Speaker, in the legal profession. Mr. Speaker, other than that, I need to say that the most relevant part of this experience in the university and college, Mr. Speaker, is the fact that throughout my tenure from high school to the university, I was a student leader. As a matter of fact, at the University of Nairobi, I was the first student to be elected to the president of the Law Society in my second year. And Mr. Speaker, I also served as chair for SONU for a short period of time as we reconstituted SONU. And Mr. Speaker, I also was the CU chair not just for the University of Nairobi, but all the CUs in the country. I am a product of student movement. I have been brought up, mentored, both in Christian leadership circles and also in the political movement of students.
When you say CU means Christian Union. Christian
Union, yes.
Someone can think it's Cafeteria Union.
It's not CCU at the University of Nairobi. It's actually, Mr. Speaker, the Christian Union. Mr. Speaker, I was the president of the Fellowship of Christian Unions leadership across the country. Mr. Speaker, beyond that, I need to say that I also was a board member of the Youth Agenda, where our focus was to make sure that we mainstream youth issues. Mr. Speaker, I have worked with many civil society, both as a consultant, but also as a volunteer in the board. I do a lot of sports-related issues. Mr. Speaker, I was the captain of Bunge FC. And I see my members here, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Kikaria was a fantastic midfielder, a bit aggressive sometimes, but Mr. Speaker, I was the captain, and we did exceptionally well during my tenure, and I scored so many goals in different countries in East Africa. I say this, Mr. Speaker, because of the relevance of this sector of creative economy, youth, and sports. And Mr. Speaker, I'm a passionate sports fan, Mr. Speaker, and I believe that my nomination shall contribute to making the issues of the youth, Mr. Speaker, successful. I need to conclude by saying that I was elected in 2013 as a very young leader, not too young, but at least within the bracket of the youth. I was 32 years old. I came to the Senate, Mr. Speaker, and served immediately, nominated to serve in Pan-African Parliament, became the chair of Devolution Committee, graduated quickly to become the deputy majority leader. By second term, Mr. Speaker, I was the majority leader in the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, in my third term, in all these situations, the people of Elgeyo Marakwet County elected me 3 times by a minimum of 75% of the votes. As a matter of fact, the last term, I was elected by 90% of the votes. Mr. Speaker, in all these processes of leadership, I got an opportunity to serve as a cabinet secretary for roads and transport, a position I held for until the 11th of November, 11th of July, when the president dissolved the cabinet. Mr. Speaker.
He didn't dissolve, he dismissed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. Yes. Until then, I served in that capacity, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Murkomen. Welcome. I'll now invite the Deputy Speaker to be the first to ask you a question.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Kipchumba Murkomen, my questions will just be two-way, where you're going and where you had come from, because we will judge your competence as a Cabinet Secretary for Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports based on your performance in your previous position of Cabinet Secretary for Roads and Transport. So I'd like us to tell us what you found when you went to the Ministry of Roads and Transport, and then what were your key achievements, and what is your legacy, so to speak, so that if we had to assess what Murkomen did during that time, we can be able to judge you by that. And then secondly, I'd like you to now tell us what is your vision when you go to the Youth Affairs, Creative Economy and Sports docket. What's your vision of it? What are the challenges you have? Because you've been listening out, you've been in cabinet, you know what the challenges are, and you can make explanation on that. And as you know, I've been very vocal about that particular ministry. Thank you.
Proceed to answer.
Thank you, Mr.
And we
Speaker.
expect concise and precise responses.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I start by saying that my greatest success in the Ministry of Roads and Transport is leadership. My first responsibility was to be a leader, to put together a team that works together, to make sure that the ministry and the state agencies are working together seamlessly, Mr. Speaker. Some of the agencies that I found dysfunctional, especially Kenya Airports Authority, with too many of its senior staff acting. I made sure that, Mr. Speaker, we fixed that problem, because that problem was the cause of the other systemic problem within the institution itself. Mr. Speaker, I operated and worked with the managing directors, director generals, the PSS as a team, and at no time, Mr. Speaker, did you hear any squabbles in the ministry. Number two, the second success for me is to be able to lead for the 2 years with integrity and honor, without, Mr. Speaker, bringing my office into any disrepute. And Mr. Speaker, for the 2 years, no accusation was leveled against me, Mr. Speaker, of any kind on matters of integrity. I carried myself with honor. I abhorred acts of corruption. I managed to lead and remove some of our staff, Mr. Speaker, in some of the agencies, including Kenya Rural Roads Authority, that had become Mr. Speaker, difficult for my predecessor to remove them because of acts of corruption. And Mr. Speaker, in terms of delivery, Mr. Speaker, despite the difficult situation we found ourselves with pending bills, we were able to work together as a team with all the roads agencies to deliver about 1,000 kilometers of tarmac roads, both new roads and, Mr. Speaker, the ones that were being reconstructed. All of these roads are in small bits and pieces. You'll find one like Thika Magumu in Kiambu, or the road from Mtwapa to Kilifi, or the road from Kwanjumbu, Mariakani, or Masera Sori in Homa Bay, or the towns of Embu, Kericho, Bungoma, and other towns in the country. Cumulatively, Mr. Speaker, we did about 1,000 kilometers of roads, despite the difficulties we had with the budget. Mr. Speaker, on the part of development funds, I reorganized, Mr. Speaker, and pushed for the contracts that had been delayed for construction of the roads from Isiolo to Ajia to Mandera. And now, Mr. Speaker, all the contracts have been awarded under the African Development Bank and World Bank funding projects, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also led the process of ensuring that, Mr. Speaker, we get funds for our roads. Remember, when I came here, we had a huge pending bill, and it was very difficult for us to solve that issue. His Excellency the President gave me the opportunity to travel to China to work with our development partners, and through my efforts, Mr. Speaker, and collective efforts of the team in government, I managed to raise 37 billion shillings from the China Development Bank to support about 15 roads that, Mr. Speaker, gladly, unfortunately, I didn't live to see its completion, but they are commencing, Mr. Speaker, from the month of August. Mr. Speaker, beside that, I also pushed for the resources to construct the intelligent traffic system. I promised when I came for vetting here. Now the intelligent traffic system has been advertised. 221 junctions are going to be fixed in the Nairobi city, Mr. Speaker, for that technology. I led the process also of PPPs. For the road from Mombasa to Nairobi, the American government, American investor, Mr. Speaker, has made a proposal, and that proposal is ongoing because we have facilitated them. Mr. Speaker, we had a problem with the Rironi Mau Summit, one of the most popular cases. There was an existing contract that I took a step of courage, Mr. Speaker, to mutually terminate. And Mr. Speaker, we should be able, as the President promised, also to advertise after September, when the mutual termination period is over, so that we get a contractor by January next year. Mr. Speaker, in the road sector also, I'd like to say that, Mr. Speaker, we have done a commendable job to raise resources. My last act in that office, Mr. Speaker, was to make sure that we get resources for maintaining our roads. When I came to Parliament several times, because these questions were asked, I appraised the country that we have what we call orphaned roads. And these roads are, especially in Kenya, rural roads, and they needed significant resources. Our demand per year for maintaining the roads is 150 billion, Mr. Speaker, yet we only raised 84 billion. This year, I took the significant step, did the public participation, and eventually we were able to increase the road maintenance levy by 7 shillings, working together with the petroleum sector to make sure that that increase did not make the cost of petroleum higher than it is. If there's something significant I'm leaving back in this ministry for the benefit of the honorable members who are here, we shall be having now constituency roads management, having at least 100 million shillings in every constituency, up from 62 million in the last financial year. And we should be able to fix the problems that we have in our roads. That needed leadership, needed boldness, Mr. Speaker, to make that significant contribution. Mr. Speaker, it wasn't just the road sector that I superintended upon. There was also the transport sector. We did a lot in the port. Mr. Speaker, we were able to increase the efficiency of the port by 12%. We handled 1.6 million TEUs of cargo, up from 1.4. And this year, Mr. Speaker, we are going to handle 2 million TEUs. In also that sector, Mr. Speaker, we have increased investment, especially in Lake Victoria. Now the oil transport that I saw Honorable Wandai speaking about, now fuel is being transported across Lake Victoria. You don't need to burden the roads across to Uganda. Mr. Speaker, we are also building piers in Kisumu and also getting a ferry from Fangano Island. Some of those investments, Mr. Speaker, were based on the things we did. In the Lapsset corridor, for the first time, the Lamu port was able to handle significant cargo, 60 million metric tons of fertilizer destined towards Ethiopia, based on our diplomatic work within the Lapsset corridor. Now Lapsset corridor is functioning. The road from Lamu to Ijara, Mr. Speaker, which was a Maram road, we made sure that we fixed that problem. Now a tarmac road is being constructed, it's on the way. We have up to February next year to make sure that that tarmac road is delivered to Ijara, and the road from Ijara to Isiolo is also ongoing, Mr. Speaker. I look forward within next year that the Lapsset corridor will be completed, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also did some work at the airport. You remember that when I arrived, the Jomo Kenyatta International Airport was a place of shame. All the airports do not have a maintenance policy. Mr. Speaker, after fixing the human resource, we made sure also we fix the maintenance policy. Now we've been able to fix Jomo Kenyatta International Airport drainage system. We've also been dealt with the roofing, and Mr. Speaker, there is a progress in that direction. We've also fixed, Mr. Speaker, many of the other airports. There was a lighting problem in Eldoret. Wilson Airport, for many of us who are here who've used the Wilson Airport, you know that it's full of potholes and bumps, Mr. Speaker. Now we have awarded a contract to make sure that the aprons and the runway is redone afresh, because Wilson Airport is among the busiest airports in the continent, Mr. Speaker. Even as we did that, we completed also contracts that were pending for our airstrips in Anyuki, airstrip in Nakuru now are ongoing. We finished the Matulo airstrip, Mr. Speaker. We opened new routes for airlines to go to Kabundo in Homa Bay. We did in Migori, Mr. Speaker. We did also new route to Kakamega. Mr. Speaker, now our airspace is booming. I opened doors, Mr. Speaker, for new airlines. We have Fly Dubai now flying to Mombasa. Air Indigo is now flying directly from India to Nairobi. And one of my last also responsibilities was to grant Etihad a flight to come back to Nairobi. All this is done balancing, Mr. Speaker, with the interests of the Kenya, Mr. Speaker, Kenya Airways. Even that, Mr. Speaker, is just a tip of the things we have succeeded to do. Let me just say the last one, Mr. Speaker, is you know, I left the minister abruptly. So this is an opportunity to share, and I just in 2 more minutes, Mr. Speaker, is to say that in the railway sector, we've done a very good job to revamp the commuter rail system in the city of Nairobi, increasing the 10 stations in the city. We significantly pushed the Kumi program of the World Bank, which will give us 60 billion shillings to revamp the commuter rail system in the city. And Mr. Speaker, that will also lead to increasing the stations and therefore significantly reduce climate impact in the city and pollution, because we will be using mass transit of the railway. Mr. Speaker, we have done so also by connecting Mombasa to Miritini itself, and we are doing a construction of Riruta, Mr. Speaker, all the way to Ngong and hopefully then to Rongai, so that then we can significantly move our people using commuter rail. I was in the process of getting funding, working together with private sector and Ugandan government to make sure that we extend the railway from Naivasha to Kampala. I believe that my successor, the person who comes after me, my successor, Mr. Speaker, will continue from where we left insofar as that is concerned. There are so many other things we've done in the transport sector, in the Namata. All these will be now factors of history, and we shall have the time to be able to share so. I just want to say this, Mr. Speaker, that even as we accuse the government, and there is a general accusation across board that we've not done the communication. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, no matter how much we try to publicize these great things we have done, it is trounced by criticism and predetermined programming, Mr. Speaker, to label certain people as a failure. I have worked passionately, committed to deliver my work, working sometimes up to midnight, Mr. Speaker, and this is a job I look back and say the last 2 years have been exciting for me, and I look forward to also taking the same energy and vigor to the next ministry. Mr. Speaker, the vision I have for the young people of this republic, there are many people who have asked themselves that, you know, why Murkomen? Why is he being put here? I believe that, Mr. Speaker, the president carefully chose me because of my energy, my commitment, my passion, and my history with young people. Mr. Speaker, I do a lot of mentorship across the country, even when I was in the Ministry of Roads and Transport. Mr. Speaker, I ran a tournament, support a tournament, Mr. Speaker, that runs in about 5 counties, and we were moving to the 6th county in the Kerio Valley region, which uses sports, and for that reason, it was football last year, to bring warring communities together, the Pokots, the Marakwets, the Turkana, the Samburus, Mr. Speaker, the people of Tugen, to bring them together to play together. And last year, as a result of that tournament, for the first time, we had an opportunity. Some leaders from Turkana got the first time to be in Kapenguria when we were playing football, and I was really surprised. And that way, sports, Mr. Speaker, is also one way of bringing people together. I have a passion for the young people, and I believe that that passion is going to be translated to action, Mr. Speaker, once I assume office. And that passion is to sort the problems that are bedeviling our young people. The problem of unemployment, Mr. Speaker. The problem of our sports sector, the way it's mismanaged, Mr. Speaker. And many other issues that I hope we will delve into.
That will
because my teacher, Honorable Gladys Boshole, has asked a very wide question. If I'm left to answer, Mr. Speaker,
I want to narrow you down now to
yes, I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
the much you have said and said it well. Majority Leader?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Going forward now, we answer questions directly.
Honorable Speaker, allow me to start with a question on FIFA. CS nominee FKF received a letter from FIFA in March threatening suspension following a litany of court cases bedeviling the Kenyan Federation. And to date, FKF has not held their AGM, nor released an election roadmap. If you get the opportunity to serve in this ministry or don't want to hear what you intend to do, I do know you're a football fan, but the teams that you support are not Kenyan teams, at least the ones I see you online supporting. What will you do to make sure that our football gets back its glory and at least Kenyans can be watching our Premier League the way they watch the English Premier League? 2, you have clearly put out your report card for the time that you are the Ministry of Roads and Infrastructure. I remember a year ago, you appeared in Parliament and promised Parliament and the people of Kenya that you would be exploring PPP as a model, an alternative model of financing huge infrastructural projects. I do know there was some work on Adani at the airport. Would want to hear whether this is the Kipchumba Murkomen who has been accused on social media of selling, in quotes, our airport. Did you or did you not sell our airport? And who did you sell to?
Junet as well.
Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
I have taken note that the CS nominee, you know, last time we vetted him here under your chairmanship, and I've seen he has just come with the same suit that he came with that time. I have the picture with me here in my phone, Mr. Speaker. Yes. I was waiting for a different one.
It's the same suit.
The same suit and the same tie. I was looking for something else.
Maybe that is utter of luck.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the people who live in the valleys of Elgeyo Marakwet told him, if you want to get approval, just take that suit and that tie.
Yes.
Anyway, Mr. Speaker, the question I want to ask him is that one is about this Ministry of Sports. I wanted to ask him that about protection and growth of local content. What measures will you take to protect Kenyan artists from plagiarism? Then how is the government going to assist local artists, local creatives in achieving 60% of content for local broadcast? How will you ensure that all Kenyans, including those who do not have access to TV, can consume our local content? How will you achieve that? And lastly, Waziri, from your previous office, please put it very clear to this committee. What is this matter of Adani and Jomo Kenyatta Airport? When did you travel to India? Whom did you go? What is the content of the letter? Everything. We want to know whether the Jomo Kenyatta Airport is still Kenyan Airport or it is now Mumbai International Airport. Please.
Yes, nominee.
Mr. Chair, as a matter of fact, what...
You either refer to me as chairman or speaker. I'm not a chair. I'm sitting on one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Yes.
The chairperson or chairman.
Yes.
Why don't you like chairperson, Mr. Speaker? Because you don't want to give room for agenda.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
If I say this, I will offend you and other people. I am an ardent fan. Contrary to what Mr. Kimani Ichung'wah said, I am a serious fan of Gor Mahia. I used to. Does
that offend me?
Because you are
a fan
I suspect
of
you are
I'm
AFC.
a fan of Arsenal. No, my local team is AFC.
On a light note, I used to, on Saturdays in the high school, we used to be allowed to get out of school. So we used to sneak from Iten all the way to Eldoret to watch Gor Mahia play KCC. And I was really used to be thrilled. So I've been a Gor Mahia fan for a long period of time. Besides that, in UK, I support Manchester, and in Spain, I support Real Madrid. Mr. Speaker, sports is for fun. And Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Those days when we used to support Gor Mahia, AFC, and all the other teams, Shabana, among others, KCC, we even used to know all the players, up to the reserve team. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't even know our Gor Mahia players, who they are, even when they change. Why? Because the standard of football has gone down over time. It is a paradox because access to media has increased. Meanwhile, the accessing sports and publicity of sports and standard of sports has gone down. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah that the place that has to start is, Mr. Speaker, football, sports management, and for this purpose, FKF. Mr. Speaker, it is not right that for the last 8 years, you have an organization that has a leadership in office that has not been elected, but they are there in perpetuity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it's not just FKF, it's AK. AK has been there for 12 years without an election. Cricket Association, the same. Badminton, the same. Mr. Speaker, for swimming, the same. There is a problem, a serious problem, Mr. Speaker, when it comes to sports management in this country. And Mr. Speaker, what is also worse is that there is a collaboration. And unfortunately, as an officer of the court, I have to say this. There is a collaboration between these organizations and, Mr. Speaker, court orders. If you find why the AK has never held elections for 12 years, it's because they are perpetuating themselves using a court order. That is the same way the FKF is perpetuating itself along a a court order. Mr. Speaker, the first thing I will do is to make sure that we bring all the stakeholders, and Mr. Speaker, I promise I'll do that within the next 1 month, all the stakeholders in different sectors of sports to make sure that we have a conversation on how to turn around these sports. Number two, Mr. Speaker, I would like, and I hope the Chief Justice is watching me, or even if she's not watching me, she'll be told. I'd like to have a meeting with the Chief Justice, Mr. Speaker, should I be approved, to discuss with the Chief Justice how they will expeditiously make decisions in relation to, Mr. Speaker, elections and officials of sports associations. Mr. Speaker, the Chief Justice and our judges must understand that they are blocking young people from accessing opportunities, Mr. Speaker. The third issue, Mr. Speaker, is that I am going to request those people who have served for more than 8 years in any federation, Mr. Speaker, to recuse themselves and give an opportunity to new people who have energy and vigor to be elected, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they take over these associations. The last thing, Mr. Speaker, I'll say on that point is
they will never recuse themselves.
I know.
Just restructure the constitution.
I'm coming to the next one.
Give them 2 terms, non-renewable. After 2 terms, 3 years, 4 years, they finish, they go.
I was coming to that, Mr. Speaker. I was coming to the next issue. The next issue, Mr. Speaker, is that we will make sure that we will not finance any sports federation that, Mr. Speaker, is not following the Sports Act and does not do regular elections. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that we must deal with is that we cannot hide. Our sports federations cannot continue to hide, saying that the resources they get from FIFA or World Athletics Organization or International Badminton Organizations are not subject to auditing. We must audit that money, Mr. Speaker, and we will involve Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, we will involve DCI if it requires, Mr. Speaker. That money is given to Kenya, not for the association themselves. It's on behalf of the young people of Kenya, Mr. Speaker, and we must take them by the horns, Mr. Speaker. And I promise you, I am not an easy person to play with. I am going to go straight to these federations. I'm going to deal with these federations. And if they accept, if they want to, Mr. Speaker, to continue operating, they must accept to work with us. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that to return our football and to return our sports, Mr. Speaker, back, we must also make sure that football management is done well. But on the other side, we must also support the private sector. For example, Safaricom with Chapadimba, they're doing a very good job in identifying talent. We need to encourage other associations, other companies, Mr. Speaker, with tax rebates that are paid on time and transparently to make sure that we return private sector to be able to support our sports teams, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know there are many other issues on sports, but that was very specific to FIFA and the cases that are there. Mr. Speaker, as a matter of fact, Mr. Mwenda is my friend, Mwendwa, and Tuei is a person I know. I want these people to just believe in the people of Kenya and give a chance.
You are confirmed.
Yes.
You are not being confirmed to go and work with friends. You are going confirmed to go and work for the people of Kenya.
That's why I'm saying, Mr. Speaker,
yes,
they are my friends, but they need to know, Mr. Speaker, that time is up. The people of Kenya would like to have an organization that is being run in a proper manner and in an accountable manner. And they need to know one thing. Murkomen is not alone. Now I have an army behind me of young people. Mr. Speaker, they either voluntarily exit these positions and accept the changes that we need, or we greet them or occupy them, Mr. Speaker. This is
that will be unlawful.
Mr. Speaker.
And we encourage you not to go that route.
No, Mr. Speaker.
If you are confirmed.
No, not illegally. We will do it, Mr. Speaker, in a peaceful manner. Because, Mr. Speaker, we will follow Article 37 very carefully, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that this is achieved. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that on the PPP issue of the airport, PPP is a very important concept of developing our infrastructure. You know that, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, on the road of Rironi Mau Summit, already the previous government had committed itself on the PPP. Unfortunately, the contractor they worked with was not willing to ensure that there is no transfer of guarantee to the people of Kenya. That is the reason why we are terminating the contract. Otherwise, the road would have started if they had accepted not to transfer that burden to the people of Kenya. We are redoing that PPP because of that. Mr. Speaker, for the airport, I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker, to the people of Kenya. I have not, and I do not have the capacity to enter into any PPP as a person, as a cabinet secretary. And I have not in any way sold the airport. Mr. Speaker, the truth of the matter is this. The president has said this publicly. The PCS has said this publicly. PPP, the people of Kenya need to be taken through the process of PPP. A PIIP proposal, which is the case of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, that is privately initiated proposal. Mr. Speaker, which is part of PPP. Mr. Speaker, is not the first one. The first PIIP, Mr. Speaker, in this country was the road, the expressway. The expressway was through a PIIP. The government evaluated it. They found a proper contractor. Now we have expressway with a contract period of 30 years, transferable back to the people of Kenya once the road is used and maintained. Mr. Speaker, the difference between the expressway and the airport is that there was a proposal. And this is not just one proposal. People keep coming with proposals. Some are serious, some are not serious. Some you invite them to come for meetings, they don't come. When a PIIP proposal has been done, the contracting authority, in this case Kenya Airports Authority, goes through a preliminary process of establishing the viability and the verifying the existence of the company, the capacity, and so forth. Once they do the preliminary process, Mr. Speaker, as the case is in Jomo Kenyatta International Airport, that process now moves to PPP committee, PPP's directorate in the ministry, in the treasury. That process has not even reached the treasury yet. What the Kenya Airports Authority was to do is to first establish the relationship with the proponent. Now, they have reached a certain threshold now that they should be able now to do public participation and stakeholder engagement, after which they will send the report to PPP's committee. The PPP directorate will move it back to the contracting authority. The contracting authority will write to the ministry. The ministry, the cabinet secretary in charge of transport, when the time comes, will write to the attorney general. The attorney general will go through it, Mr. Speaker, if he agrees. Also, it is forwarded to the treasury minister. The minister, if he agrees, you do a CAB memo. And you know, Mr. Speaker, you have worked in government. A CAB memo will be circulated to among the parties. It's tabled in the cabinet. And if the cabinet agrees, they pass it. So for someone to wake up one morning and say all such an elaborate process would have involved one individual, let alone even one agency. A PPP process is a collective process of government. And I want to assure the people of Kenya that your assets are safe. Jomo Kenyatta International Airport is safe. When this process advances, and I hope it advances, we will get to the level where we will make sure that the product that we get is going to benefit the people of Kenya. One thing I want to assure you, the first thing I did was to resolve the dispute that was there. There was a claim of 20 billion shillings hanging on KAA. Through negotiation and mediation, we made sure that we negotiated out and only we are paying 600 million shillings. Mr. Speaker, that now the airport is ready for investment, ready to receive investment, like other airports. Once we are done with that, Malindi, for example, where Honorable Baya comes from, Mr. Speaker, has got funding from Italian government, and we are able to get funding from Italian government to build a modern airport in Malindi. This is how we should move. If we succeed to get PPP in Jomo Kenyatta, and again, another thing I want to assure Kenyans, where the proponent will build the terminal is the only size of land, maybe 20, 30 acres. It's not 1,000 acres, the total acres of Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. It's only a small section that will be concessioned where the proponent will build the terminal. And we need it. Otherwise, if we don't need it, Mr. Speaker, if we don't do it, we will become, Mr. Speaker, the last in this region. Ethiopia has defeated us. Rwanda is about to complete their airport. Tanzania has improved theirs. Even Uganda have a better airport. Even Entebbe is looking more presentable. The same Kenyans who are talking about leaking roofs, drainage systems, Mr. Speaker, very bad infrastructure at the
CS nominee
should be able to support that process.
Nominee.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
You're just confirming one thing.
Yes.
Even the president lamented that the weakest link in his government was public communication. You seem to have all the facts, but nobody has been told.
Mr. Speaker, despite the fact that PCS has said, despite the fact that the presidents were communicated,
but
remember this issue.
It came because of the storm. But if it was explained along the way as you went about these things, the public would have understood you better.
let me absolve the KA for this reason. This is a proposal of March.
Honorable
of March.
Yes. I think what we just need to we have to admit that we were bad communicators. Just assure Kenyans that you will communicate better in your next assignment and that you'll advise your successor to ensure that this message you have given us today of the great work you have done will go out to be known by the public. We can now.
Yes, Unit.
Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. You see, Jomo Kenyatta is the biggest airport in the country.
In the region?
In the region, actually. And that's the biggest, one of the biggest assets Kenyans have. You want to go PPP with it. And Adani has written a letter saying that he wants to go PPP. You are not informing Kenyans that Adani, a man called Adani, has written to us. And you expect Kenyans to keep quiet. And they can see the airport was almost going. They will not keep quiet. They will not keep quiet.
Mr. Speaker, let's move on. For the record, let me just say for the record.
You are being evaluated for Minister for Sport, so let's move to sports.
But my integrity on this issue is important.
And we move on.
That, Mr. Speaker, this is a proposal of March this year. Before you communicate to the people of Kenya, you always get every year 2-3 proposals. As a matter of fact, I can confess, we've received, for airports in Kenya, we've received more than 20 proposals when I was in office. But you keep evaluating to see who is a joker, who is a serious person. Once you achieve a certain threshold, the public participation engagement is done, which was supposed to be done from this July. But, Mr. Speaker, it coincided with the time that the president made the changes, when we were now supposed to do this. Number two, more than 5 times, I have communicated PPP on Jomo Kenyatta International Airport through Parliament. Several times I've been asked this question, and I've said there are proposals that we are working on, looking at, and we will communicate to the public about the PPP. So, Mr. Speaker, the time had not reached for us to make that public.
You've made the point.
The last thing I want to say is that Honorable Junet talked about protection of local content. I think, Mr. Speaker, we just need to be serious as a country. We need to implement our intellectual property laws, Mr. Speaker. I know that we have institutions in place, Kenya Copyright Board, Kenya Industrial Property Institute. We have also, Mr. Speaker, Anti-Counterfeit Agency, which I served as the first board member who are supposed to do enforcement. I think that needs to be done. Suffice to note, Mr. Speaker, that is not within my ministry. It is in the Arts and Culture Department in the Ministry of Gender, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also in the terms of local content, I totally agree with Honorable Junet. We need to bring Citizen TV and Royal Media have a product that they try to support local content. Mr. Speaker, they want to go the same way with Sony Studio, Universal Studios, and so forth. We need to support more of the same of local companies that are going to take local content, air them, and, Mr. Speaker, pay our artists across the country. And this 60% local content is easily achievable if we find ways of engaging them. And I think what I have had for the short period after my nomination, I have engaged the sector. Many people think that this is one sector that has never had proper public participation. The people have the ideas, the stakeholders have the ideas. It needs just a leadership that is listening, and I'm going to listen to them, and we work together towards achieving this 60% local content.
Members, one question each, and Minister nominee, you answer concisely and precisely. Naisula.
Mr. Speaker, allow me to say this because PPP might happen again where the nominee will go to. And you heard what the nominee of Treasury said this morning, that Kenyans are scared of PPPs because most of the time there's so much miscommunication about it. We hope as a committee you will do better in your communication and also look at those PPPs that they serve the interest of the country more than the investors. That is what the nominee of Treasury said. But to my question,
that is just a comment. You will not
a comment. Don't
answer to it.
Yeah. So I have a comment. Kenya is hosting the African Nations Championship 2025 next year and the AFCON in 2027. Do you have any ideas on how Kenya can deliver this to world-class standards? What will we do differently if you are if we find you suitable to hold that office, and how do you plan to incorporate stakeholder and public feedback into your planning process? And lastly, do you know if as a country we have a gender violence and abuse policy in sports?
Nominee.
Interest of time, I will go straight to as guidance, Mr. Speaker, to say that yes, I am aware that we are hosting CHAN next year. We are preparing Nyayo Stadium and Kasarani for purpose of to be ready by December for purpose of CHAN, and then in preparation for the Africa Cup of Nations in 2027. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to say that to deliver this world-class, to deliver the tournament to a world-class level, Mr. Speaker, we are going to put in place a steering committee that has all the stakeholders. Mr. Speaker, I'm also inviting, and I will invite the private sector to quickly join in. We don't need to wait until late, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that they invest, Mr. Speaker, in the opportunities that come with, Mr. Speaker, the Africa Cup of Nations in 2027. Mr. Speaker, also we are working on the infrastructure. Talanta Stadium, which is going to be in Jamhuri along Gong Road, Mr. Speaker, is ongoing. I will make sure that it's delivered to the required standards. Mr. Speaker, also all the stadium where the players who are going to train, we are going also to make sure that the stadia are put to be world class. One thing that is lacking in our country as we speak, Mr. Speaker, is that we do not have standards put in place in regulation of infrastructure. The law itself, the Sports Act, says that Sports Kenya will set the standards, but the regulations must be put in place. As a cabinet secretary, I promise this committee that will be a priority for me to make sure that all the infrastructure across the country are going to be built based on world-class standards. Because, Mr. Speaker, you will find some counties are awarding contracts, some institutions at national level awarding contracts to build a stadium, but if you realize the stadium themselves, they are not world class. We are redoing now Nyayo Stadium. Yes, we are redoing Nyayo Stadium. Something we used to think it has 30,000 capacity. The reality is that it can only accommodate 18,000 people. The same to Kasarani is going to come down to 50,000 from the 60,000 we used to think. Because when you now deal with the standards itself, required standards, it's going to be different. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that the gender violence is a serious issue in sports, and particularly more prevalent, Mr. Speaker. In fact, not just violence, gender violence, abuse, and sexual abuse, Mr. Speaker, among athletes who are women. Mr. Speaker, you know the case of Agnes Tirop. You are an ardent fan of athletics, who was killed, Mr. Speaker, in my county. Mr. Speaker, that is just one case. I know athletes, world-class athletes with world records, whom I have had to assist in the past as a senator, to call the DCI to protect them from attacks from, Mr. Speaker, pests that call themselves husbands. Once they see an athlete as a potential, they present themselves as suitors, Mr. Speaker, pretend to be in a marriage, Mr. Speaker, and then they prey on them and take their wealth. Mr. Speaker, this is an area that I have a passion for, not just because I've been appointed here, but something I have thought through. Even when I went to the funeral of Agnes Tirop, this is some of the things I talked about. And as a result of what happened with the Agnes Tirop, there was a committee that was formed in the ministry that came up with a raft of proposals. One, Mr. Speaker, that all training camps must, if a lady is going to be in a training camp, we must have a female matron in the training camp. Mr. Speaker, for junior athletics, you merge training camps with the neighboring institutions. We need to oversight also the managers and the coaches, Mr. Speaker. Not just enough to register them, but we must be able to oversight them to make sure that they are following certain procedures. We don't want our athletes.
Some of them are the pests.
Yes.
Yes, if you don't evaluate them properly.
Absolutely, some of them are the pests. Mr. Speaker, we will not allow as a ministry any of our teams to travel, women to travel for international assignments if they are not accompanied by a female matron. We will not allow them to travel with men alone. Mr. Speaker, this is an area with all those raft of proposals, we are going to make sure that those proposals are put into regulations and be part of also of the revised law, because we need to revise the Sports Act. The Sports Act, Mr. Speaker, does not recognize at all the institutions of county government, does not recognize so many things that are modern. We will make sure that this issue issues raised by honourable member, Mr. Speaker, are going to be incorporated in the sports updated sports policy.
Let's take Nelson, Posing, and Gikaria, one question each in that row.
Waziri, the Olympics are ongoing, and I like the fact that you've also raised the issue of athletes from the North Rift. There's a dire situation with our athletes. As much as they are doing Kenya proud, there's really nothing to show for in terms of infrastructure and support that the government has provided to athletes. What you see there is sweat and tears from athletes who've struggled without any support. Many of you have seen athletes, dodging motor vehicles and motorcycles on the road, training. That should not be the situation our athletes should be subjected to. Many of them actually have made it to the global stage just by sheer determination. Waziri, coming from that region, please tell the country what you will do different this time around. Your predecessor, when he was here, said the same thing. He said he was going to change. He actually said he was going to give them world-class treatment, but the situation is totally different today. Number two, the people of Kericho County have sent me. No, this is a comment. They can decide to answer or ignore, but just for the record, the people of Kericho County have sent me to you. I landed with you in Kericho County, in Kerenga Airstrip, and there was a contractor on site. Immediately we left, the contractor left. What really happened, Waziri?
Thank you. They left together. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Murkomen, many Kenyans think that you have actually been taken to the right place because you come from a county of a home of champions, exactly. So I think many people are seeing that, including myself. But my question, Honorable Murkomen, is there is a gap. And again, people think the Minister for Sports is Minister of Nairobi, so they think that it's Minister of Nairobi. There's nothing on the ground. So if you get the favor of House and you become the Minister, Honorable Murkomen, what will you do to bring the nexus between the national office, your office at national level, and the county, so that people in sub-locations or locations can actually feel that the Minister of Sport is their minister? Is there any way where good people or good sport people, and particularly maybe football, can win in that sub-location or location and be taken through, so that at least they can also feel like they're also national people, so that they don't see the Minister for Sports as only Minister for Nairobi? Thank you.
Gikaria.
Thank you, Chairman. Mine is just to, I'm just hoping that the nominee will crack the whip at FKF. Honorable Chairman, yes, and he has to, Honorable Chairman. I remember one day, 142 million was paid to some English company to procure the broadcasting van, which never arrived in the country. And after paying, we were told that the company that was given that money went into insolvency. So I think it is important for us to crack. But my question is, the nominee, my friend Murkomen, one of the best strikers in the Bunge Football Club, is football and talent was created at the youth centers, at the location and sub-location, then districts at those days, either sponsored by, in collaboration with, partnership with either Germany, Netherlands, and England. I don't know whether there's a policy for you to bring back, because when you talk about football, people think of Harambee Stars and AFC and Gor Mahia, but these players come from some place. So what policy is there to revamp the youth centers' sports, not only for football, but sports in general? Thank you, Chairman.
Can answer those three, nominee.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Koech has talked about infrastructure. We have a number of pending stadia that needs to be completed. That includes, Mr. Speaker, Kapkatet Stadium in his county. It includes also, Mr. Speaker, the Wote Stadium in Makueni. It also includes the Kamarin, the famous Kamarin Stadium, Mr. Speaker, in Iten. In fact, I was so embarrassed. I'm sure most of you have seen this documentary in CNN, which has been run in the last 2 weeks. And you know, it's now Kamarin is a monument of shame because the athletes there are complaining about the infrastructure, and the journalists are showing how the Kamarin has become what it is. Mr. Speaker, I have been briefed already, Mr. Speaker, in the process of preparing myself for this confirmation hearing, that some of the processes are ongoing in terms of delivering the infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that the President has already given direction that sports fund should be wholly supporting the sports activities, and one of which is delivery of infrastructure. I will make sure that, unfortunately, I'm being followed by the problem of pending bills all the way to sports infrastructure, but we'll make sure that we structure the sports fund in such a way that we'll deliver our infrastructure. We need to complete Bugungu Stadium, Mr. Speaker, in Bungoma. We need to complete the stadium, Mr. Speaker, in Bungoma.
Masinde Muliro.
Masinde Muliro, yes. I was confusing with the one in
Bohong is also stalled.
Yes, it's stalled, but the main one was to make sure that Masinde Muliro is covered properly and completed. The one is Kericho is completed because we built it recently because of these Madaraka issues. We are going to do a Kwale one. It must be also up to standard, but also all the other stadiums, Mr. Speaker, that are still pending will be completed to standard.
Speaker, also Udaya Stadium and Ruringu Stadium.
Ruringu and Udaya, Mr. Speaker, have also, especially Ruringu is in advanced stage. We'll make sure that we complete and restructure it. It is part of the stadium, Mr. Speaker, that are going to be used in African Cup of Nations for training, and we will make sure that we deal with that. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of, so the infrastructure is very important. The second thing is, Mr. Speaker, it's not just enough to do infrastructure. The government must invest in the training itself, in identification of talent, and I'll marry this with the question of Honorable Kikaria. We will use the Kenya Academy of Sports to make sure that we establish training centers in at least all the counties, Mr. Speaker, where we are identify talent are trained. We will work also with the schools. Schools are better placed to help us to identify the talent. There's some of our footballers, like Adrian, Mr. Speaker, who are picked last year to go to Spain, who are, as a result of sports championship in high school and in primary school. We will make sure that we work with them. In fact, one of the issues that I need to explore is to make sure that the Kenya Academy of Sports are going to train all the teachers who are coaches across the country. And not just training, they must also be certified, so that that certification is going to be recognized in their promotion, so that we need to use the teachers who are already in schools to make sure that we develop. That is really what is bottom up in terms of sports. Mr. Speaker, just to mention the Karenga Stadium in passing, as has been asked by Honorable Nelson, airstrip. It is true that we established and built Karenga airstrip for purpose at that point in time to facilitate the travel as insofar as the Madaraka Day was concerned. However, we had promised the people of Kericho that we will do a world-class airport there, and we needed land. Even when we built the airstrip, the land did not belong to the government of Kenya. It's still being owned by the private company that owns the tea farm, and the negotiations are in advanced stage, Mr. Speaker. I believe we have that we will succeed to get, they had offered about 20 acres, but I said it will be useful to get at least 100 acres in that place so that we build an airstrip properly with a proper terminal, Mr. Speaker, to serve the people of Kericho. The money had already been set aside by Kenya Airports Authority. Some of the money that was allocated at that time, part of it has been used, part has been left to complete the negotiations. I have no doubt in my mind that my successor will deliver Karenga airstrip, Mr. Speaker, in the fullness of time. Had I been given a bit of more time in the same ministry, I had no doubt that within the next 1 year, we were going to be able to deliver the Karenga airstrip. Not just Karenga airstrip, many other airstrips across the country that the people of Kenya are demanding, because we want to make travel become bottom-up, cheaper, and our country accessible, including the plans we had in Moyale and Marsabit County and a number of the airstrips, Mr. Speaker. I agree with Honorable Kosing Honorable Kosing's county produces some of the best athletes in the country. Mr. Speaker, you know, Honorable Kosing and I come from the same area. Leland area produces some of the best athletes, world beaters. But, Mr. Speaker, the facilities are not there. There's a place that border both of us, they have a small training camp. There's also another training camp in Kapengura, among other places. But, Mr. Speaker, most of those camps are owned by private people and they're very small. Mr. Speaker, the first gap is that Sports Act does not recognize counties else anywhere. That is why we must review Sports Act immediately to make sure that even as national government set standards and do some of the sports functions, the county governments are given, have a partnership with national government insofar as implementation. Mr. Speaker, we also need to make sure that sports development, the grassroots, the same question that had been asked by Honorable Kikaria and Honorable Nelson, that we need to make sure that through Academy of Sports, we are identifying talent very early and mark them to be taken to specific areas of training so that we can succeed. In fact, the other thing that we must do is to make sure that even as athletes prepare for their sports, they should not leave their education. There is a serious gap, especially in athletics, Mr. Speaker, where many of the athletes, once they go to running, they are told, you know, concentrate on running. Yet when we go to rugby, you have graduates with master's degree and they still succeed in rugby sevens and their rugby career. So it's just an attitude of how we fashioned the athletics. We need to make sure also we support their education. And to follow what Honorable Kikaria said, we need also to deal with these investments. We need to attract more people to establish academies in the country, sports academies. I know the international schools have very good facilities for training young people. We need also that to be affordable to the people at the bottom of the pyramid by making sure that we support investors who can come from out of the country to do what used to be done in Mathare and other areas to using, Mr. Speaker, establishment of academies. Mr. Speaker, the last thing I'd like to say is that Honorable Kikaria spoke about the 142 million van and the all problems that we have in this sector. Mr. Speaker, corruption is a big issue in this.
You already covered that.
Yes, I'm just saying that, just as he said, we are going to be able to deal with the issue of corruption head on.
A forensic audit.
Yes, Mr.
On
Speaker.
how much money international organizations have been sending to these institutions.
It is so ordered, Mr. Speaker. You have ordered.
Mary?
Thank you. You've touched on sports academies. Honorable nominee, 31 academies of sports are earmarked to commence this financial year, 24-25. They were advertised, but again cancelled. Honorable nominee, we are at a time when Kenyans are tired of too much talking. Kenyans want to see action, not what has been witnessed, PR, managing of members and representatives of the people. I want you to tell Kenyans, if you succeed in this nomination to the ministry, how long will it take you to advertise for the commencement of the sports academies? And these academies are being funded by the sports fund. I happen to be a member in that committee. And you have said that it is possible to get partnerships even to support that endeavor. So tell Kenyans when we will see the sports academies commence. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To Honorable Murkomen, we've worked with him in this Transport Committee, and I want to ask him, you have talked about the Chan 2025 and 2027, but I didn't hear you mention anything about the stadium in Meru being used, because the stadium was done for over $1 billion shillings, and already it has not been even handed over. The running track is coming out. And the youth who come to leagues, they spend over $1 million shillings just in courses run by FKF for training and all that. But in return, they do not get anything. And then they pay $60,000 to join leagues. And after joining leagues, they have to pay to use the stadium, 15,000 shillings, and I believe it's all over. So my question to you, Honorable Murkomen, is what are you going to do about the youth? It's not just football, it's all sports which we need the youth to be involved. And as well, the same Sports Kenya, which did Meru Kinoru Stadium, and it's a very big stadium, I believe you've been there, demolished our police station in the stadium, demolished the ACC's office, and promised to give 42 million to build new ones, where your two predecessors, if you are confirmed, Honorable Ambassador Amina, she ignored it. Honorable Ababu Mamba, when he came to Parliament, he says, yes, as soon as funds are available, he will give. So I want to know from you if that one for Kinoru, what you will do. And we've got even another stadium in Maua, which is waterlogged. We've got another one in Kobo. It's not there. And in Timau, and many other places.
You are making a speech. Yes, yes, Murugara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, talk about Standia. The Chuka Stadium is also not complete. Talk about your previous ministry of roads. Tharaka Nithi is the home of stored roads, the most ugly of them all, including Chakariga Marimanti. You need to comment on that one. Then a comment on how you fed sports persons, because I had a young man who actually went all the way to Rwanda on the high jump, came back. I pleaded with your predecessor to meet him and fed him, the PSC Sports. I received the cold shoulders and nobody did any of that. What is the policy you're likely to have as regards the feting of sports persons? Young people, actors or artists, they are occupying us because they're not happy. They are doing all this work, but their royalties are not being paid. What are you likely to do about improvement on payment of royalties for these artists, including what benefit Kenya gets from all these nice movies we see internationally with the Animal World, National Geographic, Animal Films, Wildlife? What benefit does Kenya get from all this? Because this is where we should be selling our property and receiving payment for. Thank you.
Nominee, answer those three.
Mr. Speaker, again, I'll try to summarize. On the Honorable Daud Chan, 2025, yes, we are prepared, and I would love to get a brief whether Kinoru Stadium is one of the beneficiaries in terms of either training or playing. I know, of course, Kinoru Stadium. I've even addressed a rally there, the famous rally before. And you speak to the same things I talked about. I told you about standards. A county starts a stadium, they build. Sometimes it is a money-minting project. There is no intention to complete, or even it's completed, it is shoddy. It is not just Kinoru alone. All the stadium across the country. There was the case of Kericho. They finished it and it was coming out. Machakos the same. There were many other places across the country. That is why it's important to put in place standards that you can measure against, so that if you don't achieve those standards, it is easy to even prosecute the contractor, because there is international standard adopted locally. And I promise you, that will be my greatest priority. And I hope I can do that within 3 months, because I have had a conversation and bring it to this house so that this parliament and parliament can be able to pass regulations that will make sure that standards of sports facilities are adhered to. I also want to say that on the question of your demolished DCC office and the chief's office, if I look at the money you're asking, that if we speak, if also Honorable Kindiki is approved, this government is one government. We can tell Interior, please find other resources because we are straining insofar as completing the infrastructure, find other resources and build a DCC office. And Honorable Kindiki is not just your neighbor, is your friend. So we can be able to sort that issue, God willing. The third issue is that on the Chuka Stadium, I think also I was briefed that it's not yet complete. We need to just make sure that we complete now within the standards, with the required standards, so that we don't also complete hurriedly, but in a shoddy manner. Sorry for Chakarika Marimanti. You know it's my pet subject. I was there with your senator then to launch it in 2014. And the biggest problem as our country, and I pity my successor in this sense, that you have a pending bill of about 165 billion for road construction. I don't know what we are going to do, because this is not just a ministry problem, it's also a budgetary problem. And when I see that Finance Act failed, and then the other Finance Act is also facing challenges to another gap of another 200 billion. I think we need to be serious as a country. If we really want this infrastructure, we must be able to raise our own resources and support the infrastructure sector. Unfortunately, or fortunately, our honorable member here, if he's approved, will be the Minister of Finance. I hope he will be able to solve that problems because he also has tolled roads in the Sori Road in Homa Bay. In Migori, in Homa Bay, sorry. Mr. Speaker, on the question of the particular student, I will be very deliberate, very personal to solve individual problems. I know athletics, you can have, do you know there are countries that travel with only one athlete? You know, the whole federation goes with one athlete.
Mozambique did so in more than 4 Olympics.
Yes, so we are lucky as a country.
She always came back with a gold medal.
Yes, Maria Mutola, yes, 800 meters. So, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to make sure that we meet that person individually. They are very important. By the time they are reaching that level, I am ready to meet them within the first 1 week when I go to office. And George, being my senior honorable, he should be able to bring them.
You know, the nominee has been responding like he has already been approved. He's just said when I go to office, he is not to use the word if at all.
I have used so many times.
Hearing him say, if I'm approved.
Yes. Should I be approved if I am approved, Mr. Speaker?
Mr. Speaker, go at you.
There is a problem with the royalties issues, Mr. Speaker, for our musicians and performing arts. Mr. Speaker, that responsibility, it's very important that we sort out corruption in the CMOs. The people who have been given the contract to collect, we should not give them a free hand to collect and distribute without government having a view of what, Mr. Speaker, is being collected. And I think this is an issue Parliament should take up seriously. I know it's not it will not be in the ministry that I've been proposed to. It is in the arts and culture, in the gender ministry, but it is something that I have been following personally. And I hope that KECOBO, the Kenya Copyright Board, will be a bit more serious. There is a lot of corruption-related issues have been raised insofar as identification of the CMOs and, Mr. Speaker, distribution of those resources. People must be able to earn from their sweat, Mr. Speaker, and I hope they will be supported. On the film industry, I know it's part of creative industry in the ministry that I've been proposed to serve if I am approved. Mr. Speaker, I have been told that the law that governs this sector is a 1963 law. Mr. Speaker, the association itself and the policy is also an old policy. Again, I've received a representation by many people who say, if you are approved, please organize the first meeting. I am even told that insofar as filming our wildlife, the preference goes to foreign filming companies that come to film, and the local companies here do not get access to the and they're getting billions of money, Mr. Speaker. There is no accountability or transparency as to how much they are able to live in our country. This is an area that we must register all the filmmakers when they come to our country, but we must also facilitate our own filmmakers to be able to benefit from our own animals, Mr. Speaker, in our national parks and game reserves. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Owen.
Thank you
one
very much.
question, followed by Robert, one question, Mule, one question, Raso, one question.
My one question, Honorable Speaker. You know,
In that order.
Kipchumba Murkomen, you're my good friend, you know, but that notwithstanding.
Causing with the nominee.
Okay, I said notwithstanding. You know, you've mentioned Stadia all over Kenya, but you've not mentioned any in the North Coast. Unfortunately, this government has never invested anything in the North Coast in terms of Stadia. And you know, the coast in its own would be a very good place for sports. Even parliamentary games are coming to coast, but where will they play? You know, because we have no. So as you take, if you are given this opportunity, would you consider investing in Stadia in the lower coast to promote the youth there, where there's immense talent in terms of football and other things, but it has never been tapped because of lack of infrastructure? I thank you.
Robert?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Nominee, I just want to mention one thing that I've heard you mention here about growing talents from schools. Maybe one of the reasons that this fails is because the capitation given for activities in school is totally inadequate, and that is under the Ministry of Education. So maybe you can talk to your counterpart, if approved. Just one question. We've seen delegations going for sports activities, international sports activities, where the officials, that is government, officers, carry huge delegations and, are living lavishly. Whereas the athletes and players are actually sometimes even stranded at airports. Can you tell Kenyans what you will do so that this kind of situation that embarrasses this country does not recur?
Mule. Thank you very much, Speaker. Nominee Murkomen. If you are approved by this House to be the seers of youth, creative economy, sports, I just want to look at the youth right now who are part and parcel of you, because I've seen your CV, you are part of Millennium. And then the army you have talked about cogency. What new programs you will bring on board to accommodate them to work with you in this ministry?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Murkomen, my issue is about land for sports. If you move around Kenya, you find a lot of development. And even when you go around our counties and constituencies, we want to grow the talent of youth in either athletics or even other sports, whether it's rugby, football, hockey. But there are no pitches. People build everything, and then the youth, sometimes they play on the road. So going forward, I want to ask you if you will come up with even a cabinet paper or a white paper to suggest that counties or even constituencies must put so much land available so that you can develop pitches, small stadia, not necessarily the big stadiums that will cost a lot of money. And finally, Marsabit and other projects that are actually behind schedule have closed out youth because those stadiums cannot be used because they are under construction. Partially they are developed, and those structures, if they are going to be used, might collapse and cause unnecessary deaths. Maybe you can comment on that. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Answer those, nominee.
Mr. Speaker, starting with Honorable Owen, there is marginalization of a number of regions, especially the ASAL areas, when it comes to Stadia. Mr. Speaker, I agree with Honorable Owen.
Kilifi is not ASAL?
It is. Part of Kilifi is ASAL, Mr. Speaker.
Not ASAL.
Okay. Yeah. Mr. Speaker, in the northern part of the coast, there was already a proposal that Shanzu should have a big stadium. And that proposal is ongoing. It was even meant to be part of the African Cup of Nations preparation, but Mr. Speaker will follow up. But also in Kilifi itself, we need to work together to make sure we achieve this. I think the key thing is let's have an updated sports policy that says what is the standard of a stadium you have in a county, and which other pitches, including community training grounds, can be established, so that then, and which are going to be done by counties and what can be done by national government. And even after they have been constructed, what is the maintenance policy? Who is going to maintain? I think that once we have that policy, we have a way of sustaining those facilities. And Mr. Speaker, I totally agree with Honorable Mbui that the capitation, the problem is that we consider physical education, sports, Mr. Speaker, as a luxury, as an additional activity which can be done or not be done. We forget that that can be the quickest way of developing our people. Mr. Speaker, I think we need to have a serious conversation with the Ministry of Education to make sure that we support sports activities deliberately. Luckily, the Sports Fund has been supporting sports activities like the National Football Championship. Sports Fund has been chipping in, but we need a structured way. In fact, in some countries, the Ministry of Sports would be combined together with education as one ministry, with one department being the sports, for structured working relationship between the two departments. And I think even without that being structured to be one ministry, we need to work together with one government to see how sports is how we are going to use our education institutions. By the way, I saw yesterday a number of Olympic winners, swimming and so forth, are in various schools in Europe. They keep, the commentator is saying, oh, this one has gone to this school in Europe, that's gone to this school in Europe, this is a student in this university. This should be the case. Schools and the university should be the breeding ground for our talents, and that is where they should be located. Mr. Speaker, on the delegation going to international sports, I think that my ministry will take, if I am approved, Mr. Speaker, my office will take a serious, Mr. Speaker, concerned, and make sure that we follow through the list of the people who are traveling, so that essential people can only travel. And if there are extra people who want to travel at their own cost, there is no problem. I also very careful not to call people joyriders, because I saw a friend of mine was being accused of having gone to Paris with their daughter, only to find out that he didn't travel using public money and the daughter didn't travel using public money. So sometimes we must get the facts. Usually MPs...
The most offensive one was when people called Kipchoge Keino a joyrider to Rio.
It
the
is
father of our athletics. In fact, if you are confirmed, you should guarantee this country to buy Keino a ticket to go to every Olympics until he gives up.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. What people don't realize also is that some of the officials go to the Olympics not to just go and watch. That is where you are scouting for potential investors in the area and partnerships. So there are people who go with specific roles to ensure that you engage in improving and getting investors. Some of the members of parliament also travel to these international games because they provide their oversight responsibility, but also they appreciate what's happening. When they come back here, they are able also to pass necessary laws and support the budgets for those athletes. So it is not always obvious, rather obvious, that everybody is a joyrider, but we will make sure that there are no joyriders using public resources. Remember also, Mr. Speaker, that some countries pay for their funds. They pay for the people who are going, the cheering squad. But Mr. Speaker, because of our limitation of resources, we need to work with the private sector. The private sector to sponsor them. Our big corporations should be able to sponsor the people who are going to cheer our teams, because it's also important to go with a cheering squad if it's necessary. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Mule, I am very happy that he is asking a very pertinent question. In the youth sector, what am I going to do differently to make sure that our youth get jobs? First, let me say this, Mr. Speaker, it's an embarrassment that as a country, and this should collectively prick our conscience, that the budget for youth department, for core functions of the youth department, for an entire year is 51 million shillings. study is a shame, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when I was looking at the budget, I was asking myself, am I being set up to just go and sit in an office where you are not going to deliver anything to the youth of this country? How you budget is demonstrating your priorities, because if you really want to sort out youth issues, we must put resources for youth resources. You will remember, Mr. Speaker, after the post-election violence is when a serious discussion, and you were part of the negotiating team for the coalition government and for peace. You remember one of the discussion was, what are we going to do with the youth? And that's how Mzee Kibaki's government came up with Youth Fund, and they came up also with National Youth Council, and they came up with all those youth initiatives. You remember, Mr. Speaker, the youth ministry at that time had about 10 billion for implementing projects. Now the youth department has 51 million shillings. What happened to us? Because in 2013, when we lumped together the youth ministry with public service, the whole resources were channeled to National Youth Service. And then we forgot about the other core functions that are affecting the youth. This department has moved with 8 PSS within 10 years, Mr. Speaker. And so it has not had a proper institutional memory of implementation. Mr. Speaker, that is one area that we must fix the resources. Number two, there is a program, luckily, Mr. Speaker, that is supported by the World Bank, that's called Nyota. Its intention is to make sure that it reaches 19 years old up to 28 who have not gone past Form 4 in terms of recognition of their skills, improving of their skills, and attaching them to a specific work environment, and thereafter supporting some of them to do businesses. Mr. Speaker, that program is huge. It's about 20-something billion shillings in 5 years. I am going to be prudent in terms of managing and making sure that it achieves the objective of reaching 800,000 young people across the country. I ask members of parliament that we work together to make sure that the identification of the beneficiaries is per constituency, because the constituencies are the most equitable units at the country. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, we must do, and I was prepared to do that in the roads ministry, we must do what President Roosevelt did. After the Great Depression, between 1933 and 1938, President Roosevelt came up with something called the New Deal. The New Deal was to work on deliberate mechanism of finding jobs through government projects for young people. And the plan was to make sure that when they were building the beltways, the airports, the postal corporations, the bridges, they made sure that they infused in the contracts the number of young people that are going to be employed. I will suggest, Mr. Speaker, that in our road contracts, if you give a contractor, say, 100 million worth of a contract, we must tell that contractor, infused in this contract, you will employ 100 youth in that locality for 3 years. And we must be deliberate, even if it means adding the amount to the contract of and above. If we do that, Mr. Speaker, in railway contracts, in the port contracts, the airport contracts, road contracts, we are going to deliberately deal with the people of Kenya. If we are going to give out contracts to everybody to maximize profit, those people will use machines. What has happened, Mr. Speaker, in places like Kericho? Because of the introduction of machines, there are so many jobless young people in Kericho and other places like Limuru and other tea growing areas. We must tamper the need for profit by deliberately getting a new deal for young people in this country that are going to get jobs directly. The last thing I want to say is that there are fragmented initiatives that target young people. You will find that the AGPO, the program that is ensuring that contracts go to young people, is being managed by Treasury. There, the Treasury only see the registration of the company as a young person. They don't even realize that this young person is just a facade. You have another initiative in ICT that is called Ajira. You have another initiative in Public Service Commission that is called internship. So all these initiatives are fragmented. What we are going to do in the Ministry of Youth, if I'm approved, is to make sure that there is oversight. These all initiatives across ministries are going to be reported to the Ministry of Youth so that we can collect them and we make sure the oversight and make sure that we force all government ministries, departments, and agencies to make sure in their performance contracting they report annually how many youth are benefited from the programs and with clear statistics of where the youth are found. Mr. Speaker, on the issue of Honorable Raso, I agree with him that we need to establish, and again it goes to the policy, that what kind of study are you going to build in different parts of the country, and we must make sure that is why the absence here is the disjointed relationship between the national government and county government, because there is no intergovernmental framework under the law that makes sure that we work together to establish those community training grounds and the issue of stadium. The issue of Marsabit Stadium, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that I follow up personally. I was really wishing to go to Marsabit as a Minister of Roads and Transport because we have some airstrips we were working on there, and also we are open to the Lapsset corridor. We want to put ICD there. So, Mr. Speaker, I will go now. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of this ministry, if I'm approved, to make sure that the stadium is completed.
We want you to shift your hat from roads to youth and sports if you are confirmed.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, but as a cabinet secretary, you still have the responsibility of supporting
I know there is
the rest of
collective
government.
responsibility, but don't live in nostalgia. Let's have now. Yes, Junet?
Point, when we are looking at the suitability of a nominee, we also look at his commitment to the work he's going for. So I wanted to ask, your removal from roads transport to Ministry of Sports use, do you see it as a demotion?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, there is a committee of ministries. Mr. Speaker, when I was in roads and transport, I never at any point thought that my colleague in youth and creative economy and sports was a lesser minister than myself. So I don't see any ministry to be different from the other.
Shuria?
Thank you,
One
Honourable
question,
Speaker.
Mishi, one question, Rahab,
Yes.
one question.
Thank you. Let me just add, as everyone was talking about Stadia, Mheshimiwa, we don't have any Stadia in Northeastern Province, 0. So you better add that into your list. There's no sports.
Mishi?
I think we do better than, I haven't even asked my question, sir. My question. That was just a comment.
I told you to stop preambles to questions.
Mr. Speaker, if everybody spoke for their region and I don't say
Go
that,
ahead,
I'll be killed once I leave here.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Mheshimiwa Murkomen, youth employment and job creation. Matrix requires concerted efforts, including mainstreaming of the issues in all ministry policies, rather than youth ministry as a standalone solution point. So what is your take and what measures will you champion to achieve this complete mainstreaming in all ministries to push the agenda of youth? I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mishi.
Asante Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti. Mheshimiwa Mwenyekiti, nimemsikiza Mheshimiwa Murkomen ambaye pengine anaweza kuwa waziri wa vijana na michezo, lakini nataka nimregeshe nyuma wakati akiwa waziri wa mambo ya barabara na uchukuzi. Sisi kama watu wa Likoni kupitia bunge niliuliza swala la kivuko cha Mtongwe na tukaweka pesa ambayo ilikuwa ijenge kivuko cha Mtongwe cha feri. Rampu hiyo ilijengwa kidogo tu, yani kama mbeni mfano tu wa kujenga, baada ya kuweka mamilioni ya pesa. Mpaka leo ferry channel, kwa wale ambao hawajui Kiswahili, Mtongwe ferry channel, mpaka leo kivuko kile hakifanyi kazi. Wakazi wa Mtongwe wanataabika sana kuvuka kwenda katika ng'ambo ya pili. Vile vile ile floating bridge ambayo ilikuwa pale iliyotengezwa kwa milioni 300 ilikuja ikakatizwa kwa ghafla bila kuita wananchi kuwaeleza kumeenda vipi ama kumekwenda vipi. Sasa mimi nauliza, umezungumza maneno matamu ya kumtoa nyoka pangoni, lakini kusema sio kutenda. Unaweza kusema na ikawa ni mkono mtupu au rambwi. Mimi nataka nimuulize waziri, utatutibishia vipi ya kwamba haya ulioyasema hazitakuwa ahadi za urongo kama zile ulizoahidi kupitia wizara yako kwa watu wa Likoni, na mpaka leo wanalia hakuna floating bridge iliyekwa wakati wa regime ya nyuma, sasa hakuna tena, kivuko cha Mtongwe hakuna. Mwisho tupe tathmini ya talanta hela. Asante Mwenyekiti.
Oka amekatalia pangoni. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Rahab.
Yeah, to the nominee. I don't know whether you are aware that most of the constituencies, we don't have youth officers for the last 5 to 7 years. And I'm sure you need those youth officers because they'll help you to go on the ground and do mapping and know exactly what is happening on the ground. Honorable Speaker, I've also received another question from your friend, Honorable Murkomen. They are asking, if you are confirmed, what are you going to do to gain their confidence, your youth? Thank you.
Nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start with Honorable Shuria. First of all, youth, no, I agree first that there are no studies in the, as I said earlier, in the arid and semi-arid areas. When I was doing the tournament last year, Mr. Speaker, the Turkana players were playing on a sand pitch, Mr. Speaker. It's very disheartening to see how marginalization is being perpetuated. And I think we need to correct that, to give facilities to young people in the arid and semi-arid areas. And I have been deliberate, even in the Ministry of Roads, to make sure that arid and semi-arid areas are also taken care of. Mr. Speaker, on the question of youth mainstreaming, I agree with Honorable Shuria also that we shouldn't talk about youth only to be confined to youth department or the youth ministry. It is a mainstreamed issue across the board, and that's why I said earlier that the youth ministry itself should provide oversight whether the other departments of government are achieving the objective of creating employment and creating opportunities for young people to do business and making sure that they are given access to have a voice. Mr. Speaker, part of those initiatives that were done after post-election violence by the second term of President Kibaki was to have a National Youth Council, which has never been operationalized up to now. I participated in the youth agenda in the whole conversation about how to operationalize the National Youth Council. I want to promise the people of Kenya that we are going to give the young people of Kenya a voice to elect their own leaders from grassroots national level, so that then the objective of National Youth Council is going to be achieved where they will have their own leaders elected by themselves. Part of the reasons why young people are in the streets protesting is because they feel that they are not being involved in decision making, or they have no voice, they have no channels of releasing that which they would like to give to the country. And I don't want tokenism in this case. They must also be part of the decision making. Mr. Speaker, when I got any opportunity to appoint board members in the previous ministry where I was, Mr. Speaker, without being nostalgic, I made sure that youth were in every agency that I appointed. In fact, in some of them, like the Kenya Railway, there are more than 2. If you go to Kenya Ports Authority, we appointed a 26-year-old board member. And these are big corporations that people think that young people should not be sitting there. I made sure that there was a deliberate effort to mentor. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Mukame has asked a question. Can the youth of Kenya trust me to lead them? They should trust me because of my track record. My track record, Mr. Speaker, in the previous ministry speaks for itself. My track record as a senator speaks for itself. My track record as a mentor. I have mentored people, Mr. Speaker, who have become members of parliament.
That is what you started with.
Leaders and MCAs. No, but the question was asked that how do they trust me? They should trust me because I have mentored young people until some have accessed higher positions of governance in this country. And if they got a minister that they should be proud of, and they will be seeing it is Kipchumba Murkomen.
If you are confirmed.
Yeah, if I'm confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the question of Honorable Mishi, ningependa kusema
ajibu Kiswahili kile sanifu watu wangu pia waelewe.
Bwana Speaker, tumetenda
mambo mengi. Kiswahili sanifu or the opposite?
Bwana Speaker, tumetenda kazi nyingi sana katika poti ya Mombasa, na nilianzia hapo awali wakati niliposema tumeimarisha biashara katika poti ya Mombasa. Sasa hivi uongozi wa poti ya Mombasa mkurugenzi,
kwa nini hukumaliza kivuko cha Mtongwe?
Ndio nakuja hapo.
Kwa nini floating bridge ilitolewa?
Ndio ninasema hivyo, Bwana Speaker. Kuimarisha utendakazi katika poti ya Mombasa ilikuwa pamoja na kuondoa ile floating bridge yenye ilikuwa pale, kwa sababu ilikuwa inapoteza masaa 8 ya biashara katika poti ya Mombasa. Ukisikia kwamba biashara kwa poti ya Mombasa imeinuka, ni kwa sababu tulitoa zile vikwazo ambazo zilikuwa zinatufanya tusifikie malengo yetu kama wizara ya uchukuzi. Na kwa hivyo kuna mara nyingine lazima uhakikishe ya kwamba unaangalia faida yenye inatokezea kwa watu wote wa Likoni, sio wachache. Ya pili, Bwana Spika, tumeharakisha ile barabara ambayo ni Southern Bypass yenye inaweza kufukisha wananchi kupitia Dongo Kundu bila kutumia ile bridge. Ya tatu, Bwana Spika, nilisafiri na Mheshimiwa Rais tukahakikisha kwamba tutaanzisha ile bridge ya Likoni Bridge, mpango kubwa sana ambayo itabadilisha maisha ya watu ya Likoni na Mombasa. Na kwa hivyo Mtongwe Bridge ferry, Bwana Spika, kweli ni kweli kwamba tumeanza kazi, na ninaamini ya kwamba wale wamebaki pale watahakikisha wamemaliza yenye imebaki. Bwana Spika, nakubaliana na Mheshimiwa Mwishi kwamba kusema si kutenda, na ni ukweli kwamba Bwana Spika, nilitenda mengi bila kusema. Ni wazi ya kwamba wewe na naibu spika Mheshimiwa Gladys Sholei mlisema wazi ya kwamba makosa kubwa ya serikali hii ni kwamba hatujatangaza vilivyo yale yote ambayo tumetenda. Kwa hivyo, kwa sababu nimepata nafasi hii, hayo ni baadhi ya mambo ambayo tumetenda katika wizara hiyo. Bwana Spika,
kwanza uvoda mwenyekiti. Bwana Spika, mwenyekiti, nataka hapa ieleweke, kwa sababu huu mradi wa floating bridge haukufanyika kitambo, na ukumbuke ulitumia milioni 300. Sasa ukisema muliitoa tu kwa mambo mengine wakati ilipokuwa inatekelezwa, hamkufikiria hizo milioni 300 za Wakenya zimepotea tu kiholela.
Bwana Spika, ni kweli kwamba tumepoteza milioni 300, lakini tumetengeneza bilioni ngapi? Tumeongeza faida ya poti kwa bilioni 10. Ukilinganisha milioni
faida au
mapato tuseme, but it's faida because it's the difference between the 60 billion we raise and the amount that is Mr. Speaker, I didn't want to call it profit, but yes, if you really want to call it profit, it's profit by 10 billion shillings. And so to chase 300 million at the expense of 10 billion, it was a wise decision to make sure that you do away with that floating bridge for the benefit. Mr. Speaker, Mheshimiwa aliuliza talanta hela.
Yes.
Hii ni kusema kwamba tuko tayari kubadilisha talanta yako ikupatie hela, na ni kwa njia nyingi, kwa kuweza kuanzisha katika mashinani yale miradi ambayo yatahakikisha kwamba kuna mchipuko, Bwana Spika, ya michezo hali mbalimbali, pia ya kuhakikisha kwamba tumeleta teknolojia kusaidia kuhakikisha kwamba Wakenya ambao wako na talanta wanaweza kutangaza talanta yao na kuweza kupata hela kwa mifuko yao, Bwana Spika, kulingana na ile bottom up economic transformation agenda ya serikali hii. Bwana Spika, mwisho ningependa kusema yale maswali ya Mheshimiwa Rehab Mukami, that we don't have the youth officers. It is true. As I told you, the youth department has been neglected. And even where we have youth officers, they are not utilized. Because if you have 51 million to run your core projects across the country, it is evident that you are not going to be able to utilize those people. There was a request already that has been made to Treasury to support programs for youth. And also because of this Nyota program that we are going to start, we will need these youth officers in every constituency to be replaced and to be supported to make sure that they can do the work that they need to do. What are you giving to do there? To gain the confidence, Mr. Speaker. There is no other way. There is no other way of gaining confidence except to work.
I've already answered that.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
We're going towards the end. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Murkomen, I just want some undertaking from you. One is the World Championships, which were held in 2025 in Tokyo, was supposed to actually have been held in Kenya, but we lost the bid because all our stadiums, including Kasarani, did not meet the international standard. Right now, because you're building, the stadiums are being refurbished, assure us that you will ensure that we bid for the 2027, 2029 or 2032, at least in our lifetime, because it was sad that we actually lost this. Also, and I will volunteer to help you do the bidding documents, because I'm good at that. Number two.
In what capacity? He has not been confirmed.
As a pro bono. If he's confirmed. Pro bono if he's confirmed. Also, one other suggestion, the reason why Nigeria, Nollywood is very successful is because they have a law that provides that 70% of their content in their local television stations are local. That's how Nollywood grew. Also, there is a question here by Agenzi. Let me just look at that question. Okay, here. I have a message here that says, please ask the incoming Waziri, what is his plan on ensuring that there is no gap of miscommunication or disconnect between the government and the youth Gen Z and Gen Alpha? Does he plan to have an advisor who is this age group so that they can advise him? Asante.
Yeah. Yes, Junet?
I wanted to ask one last question. Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the nominee. One of the problems this government, we faced this government in the last 1 or 2 months, Mr. Speaker, emanated from what is called opulence, arrogance, show-off, and unfortunately or fortunately, you are put in the center of it. What is your reply to that? Or what do you say about that?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by, yes, I agree with Honorable Cholet that, Mr. Speaker, we should be holding world championships. You remember we held the was it under 17 or under 20? Yes. Most of those athletes, yeah, under 20, and we were in Kasarani, and most of those athletes now are at the Olympics. Mr. Speaker, I believe that if we deliver the infrastructure we have talked about to the standard required, we should be able to hold it, to host it at the next available opportunity. And I want to thank the Honorable Cholet that should I be confirmed, she will also be willing to support Mr. Speaker, and that is patriotism. That's an act of patriotism. And number two is that this law, I know we have a policy in Kenya, I think it was put at the time of Honorable Tuju, if I'm not wrong, that says 60% of the content should be local, but as a policy, as a directive. But I think we need to move it to law. So when we are revising because we have now a draft creative industry bill and policy, I think as we move to that direction, we should include that in the bill. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Cholet also has talked about communication and reaching out to the younger people. I want to confirm that, Mr. Speaker, I will make sure that I work with the young people, and I will, resources permitting, and it's my wish that I get somebody to work with me who is at the age of what is now called Gen Z or Gen Alpha. That group, Mr. Speaker, who are in their 20s to 30s, Mr. Speaker, I would like to have one of them work in my office, but also I'd like to make sure that the internship programs that we also have in the government, some of those who will intern within the ministry to intern in my office, so that they can also help me build my capacity among young people, so that I continue benefiting from the benefits working of these young people. By the way, I want to assure our young people that they should not fear anything about. I am very enthusiastic about sports and youth, and that, Mr. Speaker, is important to make that assurance. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Junet has asked a very pertinent question. I'm very happy to have this opportunity to say this. Mr. Speaker, I am not arrogant. In fact, Mr. Speaker, I am as gentle as a dove. For those who know me, who are my friends, they know that I cannot hurt a fly. Mr. Speaker, I have many friends in this parliament. They know me. And I have many friends who I've worked with. The problem with public service, and particularly if you have been a politician, you are always around here confronting challenges. And sometimes when you speak in a particular manner, it's concluded that that person is arrogant. Mr. Speaker, I am not. And as a Christian, I should not be containing arrogance. Number two, Mr. Speaker, on the question of opulence, Mr. Speaker, I must say this with utmost respect. I do not know even what opulence means, Mr. Speaker. And let me say this. I take it to mean that people who are opulent are the ones that bask in wealth and modern things. You will see them exposing where they are with their families, where they live, going to showing which car they drive and all that. Mr. Speaker, I just became a victim, unfortunately, of a crossfire of a conversation. On things, Mr. Speaker, I do not go anywhere to announce to somebody that I wear this, I do that. It's just that some pictures take something you wear and this, that, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately...
And you spoke carelessly somewhere.
Ultimately, Mr. Speaker...
In some radio show.
It wasn't careless, Mr. Speaker. Ultimately, yes. I was asked in a radio show a direct question. What is the most expensive shoe, tie, watch you have ever worn? Mr. Speaker, I had two choices. You didn't
know it was a trick?
No, it's not a trick. Even if it was a trick, I had two choices. Either to lie or to say the truth.
Or not to answer.
Mr. Speaker, no, let me just come to that.
That was the third
Mr. Speaker, I would have refused to answer, but I also had the opportunity to say the truth. And by saying that truth, Mr. Speaker, having been put that question to me, Mr. Speaker, it was not by my own choice to go and say, and Mr. Speaker, you know, for me who has grown up as a son of a squatter in Embobut Forest, you know that even when we were growing up, if you get one shoe or one watch like the one I got when I was in primary school, that is your Sunday best. That is your Sunday best. It's that one expensive thing you have that sometimes you are happy with. But to say I'm opulent, Mr. Speaker, I must say this with utmost respect. I have never gloated anywhere about anything I wear, anything I have, Mr. Speaker. Even where I live, Mr. Speaker, I've never gone to announce to people that I have this kind of a house. Or, Mr. Speaker, I've never even bragged about the car I drive, even if all those things could be more expensive than the things that have been mentioned. And I have said this, and I say this when the president nominated me. There is a verse in the Bible that says, if your eye is going to hurt a neighbor or your hand is going to hurt a neighbor, you better gouge it out so that you don't make your neighbor to sin. And I say this when the president nominated me, that if in any way I behaved either by speech or conduct or my lifestyle, Mr. Speaker, in a manner that hurts any Kenyan, I apologize profusely. Mr. Speaker, that I said, and I mean it. I mean it as a Kipchumba, and I mean it as a Christian. That if I had, and Mr. Speaker, to demonstrate my commitment, Mr. Speaker, if any Kenyan tells me tomorrow that you can only wear butter shoes, and it will help me, Mr. Speaker, I'm being very honest, that if you wear only butter shoes, it will promote us to focus on your job and to hold you account on your job, Mr. Speaker, I will do so. Because I do not want anything to distract the people of Kenya from the things I do. And I say this, Mr. Speaker, this is the conclusion, having managed, Mr. Speaker, a ministry that has so many agencies and a huge budget, I am extremely proud as Kipchumba Murkomen that for 2 years, I have not been mentioned on questions of incompetence. I've done my job with utmost hard work. The people I've left back in the ministry are very proud of the work we did. Number two, Mr. Speaker, that in those 2 years, I have not been accused by anybody on anything related to impropriety or corruption. Integrity is my middle name, Mr. Speaker, and I intend to keep that integrity, Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding the misconception that came around this. And I will remain in that narrow path, Mr. Speaker, for the benefit of our country.
Don't fear, don't live in fear. Honorable Murkomen, I'll ask you two short questions. Number one, I'll take you back to football. Because football is the most captive sport in the world. You know that. In this country, there was a time when our second president, out of probably misadvice, outlawed social football clubs. World over, if you go to Germany, if you go to UK, all those clubs are born out of social groupings. Emirates, we have my team, Arsenal. You have Manchester United, you have Man City, you have Bayern Munich, Bayer Leverkusen, all this. Can you Pardon? Our team. You also have our team, and you have Murkomen's team called Manu. If you find favor with this committee and become a CS, would you consider formulating policy to the extent that corporates don't have to run football teams, but they can sponsor football teams? I don't understand why breweries should be running a football team. Soon perhaps Safaricom will run a football team and others. Why can't they channel those resources to social groupings that have got emotional attachment to the game that will promote football in this country? Number two, when FIFA continued unreasonably interfering in the management of football in Nigeria and Cameroon, the government deliberately tell them, go to hell, suspend us for 2-3 years, it doesn't matter, we'll organize our sports, hold elections, have accountable leadership, and we'll come back to play with you. At some point, you might just have to bite the bullet and take us in that direction, because the mess that we see in the management of football in this country is not taking us anywhere. Remember the good old days of Muhammad Abbas, Josephat Morila, JJ Masika, Onyango Jogo, Ayoi, all those greats. And those are about 20, 30 years ago. We had better football in Kenya 30 years ago than now. You should undertake to Kenyans that you are going to correct this mess. And if it means Kenya missing out on FIFA activities for a year, so be it, so that we can put our things right. Number 4, you already alluded to this. Please change the law, manage organizations that run our sports, give them proper legislation that will say you can be elected, whoever you are, but you run 3-4 years, renewable ones, and you go. So that we don't have people living in sports in perpetuity without giving room to others. I also want to ask you about our athletes. I know you are not a minister yet, hoping you might get favor. Our athletes are treated very badly. I went to the Olympics in London in 2012. All the managers of our athletes who are going to bring us gold medals are flying first class, business class. Our athletes are flying economy, and they go there and they're put in dormitories where they're given a stipend of $50 to $100 maximum, and the managers who do nothing are sleeping in 5-star hotels. You must change this if you are confirmed, because this country can manage its marketing worldwide through our athletics. Which country in the world has its national anthem played in capitals of the world every other day, other than Kenya, because of our athletes? None. Not even the American anthem or Chinese anthem or Indian anthem is played as many times around the world as our anthem. So we hope that you'll do that. If you can respond to that, then I'll read you a few things from Kenyans.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Quickly, I think there must be a question why AFC and Gor Mahia have survived this long. Shabana to a good extent, yes, even Shabana. It's because it's linked to community.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think I can't agree with you more. When we are revising this sports policy, we need to support community clubs.
Yes.
You wonder why one would have a problem with that. I think it was a misconception then that where there was.
Moi said he was fighting tribalism, which was not true.
Yeah, because it's one thing. There are positive things about communities that it doesn't become negative tribalism. You know, the fact that a community owns a particular club is something we should be, and we will do that. Number 2 is that, Mr. Speaker, as I have said earlier, with utmost respect, our colleagues and friends who are now managing FKF must be ready for change. Mr. Speaker, I know when I say this, they are dangling a particular threat that, oh, you know, if you interfere, we will be banned, and if we are banned, we will not do AFCON. If we are banned, the junior team will not go to Dominican Republic for the World Under 17. Mr. Speaker, we will not operate in this ministry using blackmail. And we are not saying we hate the people who are in that office. They have done their bit. We can as well deploy them to do something else. But let's open the door for other Kenyans to elect sports leaders of sports federation. Do you know, Mr. Speaker, that sports like tennis, like basketball, like cricket, like badminton can really employ so many people? Do you know what? Most of those federations are in people's briefcases. You know, they are walking around with it. You know, there is somebody in this country who is in the badminton federation who travels to Malaysia, where the headquarters is, and he is getting some small allowances and filing returns. And nobody knows. As I have said, transparency must be achieved. You must publish your accounts. You are receiving this money on behalf of the people of Kenya, and we must make sure that FKF, AK, and other federations are going to be run transparently. Mr. Speaker, let me just, for avoidance of doubt, I will not be able to do this job alone. You can see the strength of those cartels. If I get
Parliament
approved,
will support you.
yes, Parliament, we will really need Parliament if I am confirmed. Number two, Mr. Speaker, we will need the Chief Justice of the Republic of Kenya to create a conducive environment with our judges of dealing with disputes in sports federations, because there are many federations where the officials are surviving on a court order for more than 10 years. That is ridiculous. Yet the people of Kenya and the young people are losing opportunities because of those delayed elections. The last thing I'd like to say is, Mr. Speaker, yes, I agree with you that our athletes are treated badly. As I said earlier, my first assignment will be to put together stakeholders in every federation. I will start with football and athletics, Mr. Speaker. I want to call all the stakeholders, let them say all the issues. Their cabinet secretary would listen, their ministry would listen, and then from there, we agree on a protocol on how to treat our athletes when they are in international assignments, with clarity of where they will live and so forth. But also we will need also parliamentary support to make sure that the resources can support also where they are going to stay.
Good. One Kenyan asks, I think why are students made to leave school or be absent from school to participate in school games, but are never rewarded like school fees rebates? Another one asks, will you complete Masinde Muliro Stadium in Bungoma? Another one asks, will you complete Kericho Airstrip? That you already answered, even Masinde you talked about. Another one asks, why didn't you open Dongokundu Bridge? I think Mishi has talked to that. Another one says, through sports talents, you can integrate refugees with the host community. Why haven't you done, do you promise to do this for the refugees of Kakuma in Turkana? Then there was another one.
National Youth Service.
The National Youth Council, why hasn't it held elections for 12, how many years they say? 12. 12 years. You had already talked to that. And somebody says, and this is not your responsibility, that NYS should be in your ministry. That is up to the appointing authority and the designating authority, who is His Excellency the President.
Chairman.
Yes.
Chairman, it's not a question.
Yes.
It's a comment, just a comment, a brief one from Kenyans. They've asked that I tell the nominee that the young people, they are buying computers, mobiles, laptops, software. They're quite expensive, and they use it to make money through creative, you know, what they record and they share out there. And we already taxed them under the Finance Act 2023. They're asking you, please do not tax them any further, or don't propose any further taxes. And lastly, know about mental health challenges for our young people.
Yes, nominee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The rewards school rebates Yes, St. Patrick's High School, where I went, used to have this free scholarship for all the sports athletes. And they used to even to have a scholarship also for the volleyballers when we were doing very well. Schools should be able to have that kind of a scheme because their sportsmen promote the school and they can be given scholarships with the board of management working together with the administration to make sure that they support the schools. What we can promise is that we should be able to push a policy where winners in regional, national, whatever, are recognized. I don't know how CBC will work further beyond grade 9. Hopefully, even in the next stage, it's going to be able to integrate these sportsmen and women, or the girls and boys, to make sure that they are rewarded marks for their performance in the field. I hope that can be done, and that's a policy decision that is in the Ministry of Education. As I said, it's a very important ministry in terms of working together with the sports department. Dongo Kundu Bridge will be opened soon. It's nearly complete. That is almost there. Sports integration of the refugees with local community. Mr. Speaker, a little bit of this is not in our ministry per se. That is the integration of the local community and the refugee. That is a decision that has to be made from the interior, from immigration, on the status of the refugee. But as you know, the refugees have a chance to also compete in Olympics.
Man called Losike was trying to link it to sports.
Oh, okay, yeah. Yes, Mr. Speaker, then I understand what he was trying to do. On the National Youth Council, I spoke to it and I said that I am going to make sure that we do the elections from the grassroots level. On the question of taxes, as has been raised, taxes is on gadgets and equipment and so forth. A GIRI program and Jitume, which is being run from the ICT ministry, had a plan around giving affordable gadgets to young people, including the hubs in the constituency. My proposal is that all these constituency-centered initiatives, community training grounds, Jitume hubs, sports academies, we should make sure that they are in one place so that when we identify public land in one constituency, we put all these facilities in one place so that youth can benefit from all of them. On the mental health is a very serious issue, Mr. Speaker. Mental health is a very, very serious issue. In fact, mental health goes together with, we must, Mr. Speaker, put in place socio-psycho support. As I enumerated earlier, I've schooled here and abroad. In Kenya, you go to university from first year up to fourth year, you don't meet a counselor anywhere. You go through your problems. Students who lose their parents, they go bury a parent or a relative, they come back, they continue. Nobody talks to them. Nobody cares why their marks have dropped. We have a very, very rude and uncaring, crude actually, uncaring system of education. We must make sure that we put in place social cycle support in our learning institutions. On the sports part, Mr. Speaker, the federations must, and that was part of the recommendation from the Agnes Tirop, the committee that was formed after the Agnes Tirop unfortunate situation, that we must put in place social cycle support for all the athletes. We must also put in place a voluntary saving scheme through NSSF, so that when they are active, they can be able to save for support them later. Last, Mr. Speaker, there must also be we must find a way of reaching out to former athletes, boxers, footballers. We know our footballers who are suffering because of mental health. Even athletes, Mr. Speaker. Some started with alcohol and then or drugs and then ended up, Mr. Speaker, in the situation they had. Some. Yes, the group of the boxers like Congestina, the football, I don't want to mention all their names, but I know them because I come from a county that has so many athletes. Mr. Speaker, you go to Iten or neighborhood, you will find former world beaters. Mr. Speaker, people who won marathons. Somebody sleeping in a trench, Mr. Speaker, drunk because of frustrations. Perhaps the little resources they got was swept away by parasites, Mr. Speaker, that come in form of women or relatives or neighbors. Mr. Speaker, their mental health.
Women are not parasites.
Mr. Speaker, as I said even earlier, even men are parasites. I said that earlier. I said some of our girls are being preyed on by men who pretend to be husbands.
So.
Mr. Speaker.
Lastly,
yes, Mr.
nominee, in case you are approved, for our athletes, I started a policy when I was in foreign affairs. World beaters like Young, Faith, Kipyegon, Mora, and others. You should have a policy of giving them protocol services when they travel. Translators. You know, I remember one of our athletes, when she finished a marathon and had won, she was asked, how did you find the sport? She says, I just ran and kept running, and then God came into me, and I continued running, and I won. You know, if you give them support services, media, and there is nothing that outlaws speaking in mother tongue after you have won, as long as you're somebody next to you who can translate what you are saying to the world. So you should consider policy of giving them that. Then lastly, under President Kibaki, there was a policy of rewarding our athletes who won medals in the Olympics and elsewhere. President Ruto started awarding those who get gold medals. Is it medals or break world records? Who break world records? We should also extend that to those who win gold medals, silver medals. You know, to some countries, even coming back with bronze is big business. It becomes a national celebration. So you should also have a policy of graduated rewards for these world beaters who bring glory to our country. Now, lastly, I'll ask you a few, those were just comments. But if you want to comment?
Something. Mr. Speaker, I think the biggest problem is that we don't prepare our athletes for after career. If you see the commentators in the Olympics, you will have people like Lewis, people like Michael Johnson, yes. Maria Mutola, you know, former footballers, former athletes are now having opportunity for commentaries. Some, like Sebastian Coe, are now leading World Athletics Council. At least we have Tergat and a few others. Mr. Speaker, what is lacking is we need to make sure that when athletes are come up at 18, 19, 20, they should not leave their education. We must find ways of still linking them to education. If you see what Faith has done and Kipchoge, it is very commendable. You can see they can express themselves, they are able to speak, and they have a better career when they retire. And we need to do more of the same in terms of our athletes, and I agree with you on the same. The last thing is to say that the reward system, the policy, the draft policy has provided for how we will reward our athletes. And this, I will make sure that we complete it so that we have a standard reward system. Sometimes, the government of the day, because elections is about to happen, there's a world championship and there's a clamor in the country that, oh, they have not been rewarded and so forth. They quickly say this athlete will be given 10 million, this one will be given 5, this will be given 20, unsustainable in the first place. When elections is over, we go back to so having a policy will make sure that it's better to say a gold is 1 million and it's achievable, or 500,000, or whichever amount of money which will be agreed and is graduated and paid. I have been told that in the ministry there is almost, I don't know, 500 million or so, I can't remember the figure, of rewards that were promised that are pending, together with pending bills. So the athletes have already retired and they have not been paid. I will make sure those are expedited and paid out, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Murkomen, have you ever been adversely mentioned in any integrity-related report or investigations?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Are you an official of any political party in Kenya?
Mr. Speaker, no.
What is your net worth?
Mr. Speaker, I need to explain this. From the time I was here to now, Mr. Speaker, once I was approved, I got an opportunity.
Answer the first question.
No, I will add it, Mr. Speaker. Just give me 1 minute.
What is your net worth?
I will conclude with it. That, Mr. Speaker, there is a scheme in the public service where if you are a public servant, you can get a mortgage. So after I was approved, I took a mortgage of 40 million, Mr. Speaker, and invested it. Mr. Speaker, beside that, Mr. Speaker, my assets have generally appreciated the ones that I had before, based on the calculation of the index existing by about 20 million. And Mr. Speaker, other earnings from farming and other businesses, I got about 10 million. So from when I was appointed up to now, I've increased by, Mr. Speaker, plus or minus 70 million shillings, meaning that from the 550 that I declared when I was last year appointed, it is now 620 million, Mr. Speaker. Including all the loans and everything, Mr. Speaker.
Wacha uchokozi wewe. You want to say including watches? I heard you.
Not that one. Not that one, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Murugana.
Mr. Speaker, let him confirm. There's a Kenyan here who says you actually have 2 choppers, and they fly all over Kenya and doing all manner of things. Is that true?
On any aerial transport?
Not yet,
in the
Mr.
name
Speaker.
of choppers?
No, not yet, Mr. Speaker. Maybe many years later when I've retired.
Now, Honorable Murkomen, we have cross-checked your documents with what we have. We found them in order. You also had the distinction of receiving the highest memoranda against your appointment, 92 in number, and you responded to all of them satisfactorily. And we want to wish you well. You have answered all the questions in a good manner. And unless you are lawfully held, you are discharged to take your leave.
Mr. Speaker, I plead with this committee to find my suitability favorably. And Mr. Speaker, should I be approved, once again, I will serve with great honor and dignity, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Good night. Sergeant, can you escort the nominee and give him his documents? Honorable members, you've done very well. Congratulations, especially this last round. All of you avoided unhelpful preambles to your questions and asked your questions very well. It is now 8:30. It is 8:34. Tomorrow, again, breakfast will be served here at 6:45. So you must be here by 6:45. Breakfast up to 8. You will have some little briefing at the breakfast. Thereafter, we start at exactly 8. You have Hassan Joho, number 1, Alfred Mutua Nganga, number 2, Wycliffe Oparanya, number 3, Justin Beta Njoka Muturi, number 4, and Stella Soilangat, number 5. If we can do the way we have done today and yesterday, and day before, I think it will be good. Thank you and good night.
7:30.
Yes.
Meeting should be starts at 7:30.
Yes.
Let them know that.